And a warm welcome along to King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Riyadh for meeting number 94 of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's racing programme. Meeting 94 of 113. Switch on 4 weeks' time over here for the Saudi Cup meeting, but they are the two best days of racing in the kingdom by some way, and they have been over the last 4 years. Two world-class racing days. But Rory Delage is alongside me. Rory, you've been here for the last few months, both in here and Taif, but what we've got to look forward to at this meeting is arguably the best few days racing we've had ever in Saudi Arabia, aside from the Saudi Cup. Yeah, no doubt about it. We've had a few big race nights, including this year, but tomorrow's card for a Friday is absolutely exceptional, and obviously Saturday follows on with more of the same, so it's something to really look forward to. And as usual, a nice quiet intro on Thursday. Yeah, the contrast between today and the next couple of days is quite marked. We've got trials and qualifiers, 5 of them tomorrow for the big weekend to come at the end of February, and also the custodian of the Two Holy Mosque on Saturday, a trial and a key trial as well for the Saudi Cup itself. But this afternoon, into this evening here in Riyadh, what have we got to look forward to? Well, in our first race of the afternoon, we'll see if we can get a horse to complete a hat-trick. It's Calastafe, 2 from 2 over the course and distance. He was a winner here last time out, and he bids to gun again today and land a hat-trick under Wiggy Ramos. Well, that's in our first race. Looking ahead to race 6, and we'll see Nasser Alenya, who's 0 from 11 so far, just caught here late last month. Will that horse make it 12th time lucky? We'll find out in race 6. And looking ahead to our final race, race 12. Aldemir was a handicap winner here last week, moves into open company today and takes on 6 rivals in the final event. So 12 races to look forward to today. 9 of those are maidens, 1 a maiden handicap and 3 open races. What would be the highlight for you, Rory?
Topping and tailing, I think, open race to start with, which looks quite an interesting one with Tejdahom and Calastafe. Against Azhar, who I know our producer is keen on. One of Lucas Gaitan's horses. We'll be seeing more of him later. And then that closing event, which is a small field open, but it's a fascinating affair. Mowater is clear on the ratings, maybe not running over his ideal trip, and Aldemir is improving and won that handicap last time out. So he's got it to do on the ratings, but when horses hit form here, you sometimes want to stay with them.
Yeah, Aldemir does look, I think, the most interesting of those in the final race. Could well be one of the most likely winners on the card. Well, 12 races to look forward to here at King Abdulaziz throughout the course of the next few hours. And we can welcome along to the programme our commentator here for the 12 races. Let's say hello to Mark Francis.
You know the Saudi Cup must be coming when Martin Kelly steps into Saudi Arabia for the first time this year. Martin, great to have you here on the channel alongside Rory as well. Welcome to meeting 94 here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. We're certainly not swamped in quality today, it must be said, but today's card can act as the starter ahead of a fantastic weekend of racing here in Riyadh, as the guys highlighted, with the big races and major names to come this weekend. Today we specialise in maidens. Races 2 to 6 include plenty of first-time starters over 1,400 metres or 1,600 metres. We'll come to the first race shortly. Race 7 at 6 p.m. local time. This is a very good contest featuring a couple of horses rated in the 90s. We have our 2 Arabian races, races 8 and 9, before a couple more maidens. We end tonight with a local bred open over the Saudi Cup trip at 8:20. But we commence proceedings with one of the highlights of the card, as the chaps mentioned. This is a local bred horses open for 3-year-olds over 6 furlongs. They're headed by number 1, El Patron, making racecourse debut today for Khalid Al Mamoni. 2 is Bint Kasora, who was a winner of her first start back at meeting 34, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 3 is Salia. 3, 4 and 5 are all maidens. Iyad Al Tarizi on the 3. The 4, Audak Heliar, is a late jockey change. Muhammad Al Nassar rides the 4 now. And the 5 is Zayn Line for Tariq Al Hassan. 6, 2 from 2. Tejdahom was at the start of her career, but a little bit disappointing the last twice. But she'll be a likely favourite here for Luis Morales. Hamadna, probably the most exposed, 0 from 10 for Ali Al Mimoni. And Deem Al Inayah was 6 lengths behind Tejdahom last time out. 9 is Al Rafaya. Bang in the middle of those is the quirky Al Rafaya for Abdullah Al Farouz. Calastafe is the only grey, who we mentioned at the top of the programme was a winner just last week with Berto Ramos. 11, Abu Jara for Tariq Al Mansour, is back from a layoff. 12 is Yarekwa for Mohamed Al Yami, the other first-time starter in the field, and a 150th ride of the season for the jockey Mohamed Al Yami. 13 Mohammadi has run in some hot races recently and is a likely player here today for Adel Al Faradi. Likewise for 14, Adhar for Alex Moreno, certainly formed to reverse with Kalastafe. The final one on the page is Sejar, another maiden. Should find this a little bit too tough. Rayan Outer Ash. 15 runners set. We're nearly ready for our first race of the day.
Well, the horses coming into the paddock then for our first race. It's local bred. An open contest for 3-year-olds, fillies and colts eligible for this over the 1,200 metres. Got 2 debutants running here, 15 going to post. 7 of those have been previous winners. And there are 2 real standouts in this, Rory.
Yeah, the two that we'll see in action are probably the most interesting 2, although a couple more with chances. Tej who's the top rated here with an official rating of 86, who was 3rd in good company last time out, and Kalastafe, who is proving a bit of a specialist over course and distance. He won his maiden here, was beaten twice up on trip, and then dropped back to 6 furlongs to win well.
Couple horses in the paddock, as is Shamila. Let's say good afternoon or good evening to her and see who Shamila is with. Hi, Shamila.
Thank you very much, Mark Francis. I'm here in the parade ring ahead of the first race of the day, and I've acquired Umberto Rispoli. Welcome to Saudi Arabia, first of all, Umberto.
Thank you so much.
And you have 6 rides this weekend for Prince Saud bin Salman. So what made you take the trip over here?
Basically, I supposed to be here already a long time ago, and I was always this chance to come for the Prince, and this time was the right time to coming. Less engagement races in America, so it makes me less busy over there, and take a chance to come here.
And you're a very well-known face in Hong Kong and Southern California as well. But you must be so happy to be out in Saudi Arabia and have a look at it and ride nice horses as well.
Definitely, yes. As I said, unfortunately, I was supposed to be here for the Saudi Cup a couple of years ago. It didn't happen. Looking forward to see if it's going to be a good chance this time to be here for the Saudi Cup.
And you have 1 ride today in race 7 on Fayad. What do you think of his chances?
Well, he's a horse, then, he's coming back on the mile. It's going to be a good experience for me, having a looking around the track. I'm on the outside, so pretty much confident, and looking forward to see how. I already work 1 horse in the morning, and the track looks amazing. It's fantastic. I wish we have a lot of tracks in America like that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, and best of luck today and the rest of the weekend for your rides.
Thank you so much.
Lovely to see Umberto here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this 3-day meeting. Not just Umberto, we've got the jockeys coming in as well over the next couple of days, Rory.
Yeah, we got the likes of Michael Barcelona. We got Holly Doyle here, which is good to see. Neil Callan in action as well. Am I missing anyone?
I think you've hit the big ones that are coming in, yeah, but Umberto's got some really good chances, and he does take that ride in race 7. As we have a look here at number 6 in shot, Tej, who's had 4 goes here. Won the first couple of starts, but it hasn't managed to carry that forward.
No, but he's been up in class. He changed stables as well after winning the second time. Was only 8th in meeting 74, but he stepped up again, went 3rd to Euclides in a good course and distance open last time out. That looks solid form and gives him a big chance if he can repeat it.
I mean, he's top rated of 86. I mean, is he worthy of that rating?
Yeah, I think 86 is fine. We should, again, always an error I make. She's a filly, Tej. She does look like a colt, but she is a filly. Yeah, I think she probably deserves her rating. With the fillies allowance, she's getting £2 from Kalastafe, who looks her main danger on paper.
As we have a look there at number 11, that's Abu Jara, who is looking for a first win after 5 starts.
Yeah, he started off okay in Taif, but didn't really progress, and he returns from absence with a bit to prove.
Well, let's head back to Shamila. We've looked at some of these in the paddock. We've heard from Umberto about his ride later on. What's taken your eye outside there, Shamila?
Thank you very much, Martin. First, I have to apologise profusely because Martin handed over to me that first time. So my paddock selection for this first race of the day is horse number 10, Kalastafe, a winner last time out, a meeting 91 with Roberto Ramos on board as well. They team up again here, and she's just the best-looking gelding in the parade ring as just going around here now. Obviously, horse number 14 for Lucas Gaitan looks very well as well, but this is just a classy-looking gelding, has been very good this season, and I think they can do it again.
Probably won't get a chance.
Thanks to Shamila then. She's with the 10, Kalastafe, that winner last time up. And this really seems to be her trip, Roy, the 1200.
Yeah, Kalastafe has definitely looked. I mean, he's been pretty consistent throughout since being well beaten meeting 62. But since then, Kalastify's done pretty well, but his best efforts have definitely come at the 6 furlongs. He'd come from off the pace to win last time out, but he is built like a sprinter, and a well-run race is going to suit him. So even though he's got a little bit to find with Tej de Home on the ratings, he seems to be going the right way and has found his niche here.
And has struck a good partnership with Wiggy as well.
Yeah, I mean, Wiggy's been an absolute star here, obviously, over the years. He had a very quiet start to the year. I think he went through December and January, early January, without too many winners. But in the last 2 weeks, he's been back to his irrepressible best. So nothing wrong with the jockey book in there.
And just to mention maybe the second top rate as well, horse number 14, Adhar, off a mark of 82.
Yeah, he was behind Kalastify last time out, when I think he was the international market leader. It was a 6 furlong maiden winner at Taif. He was obviously expected last time out, but finished a length and a half behind Kalastify in that non-winners of 2 over course and distance. He may do better for it. He's thrown out in stall 14, but what you'll find here over most trips is that the wide drawn horses can get across if they've got a touch of class. They tend to move forward in a group, and you've got a very wide track into the first bend, so it does help horses drawn wide get across if they've got the ability. If you're a hold-up horse, it can be a bit of a curse.
Well, the international markets do make 6 and 10 the most popular selections, but not far behind that, Rory, is the 13 with a mark of 71, a winner on debut back in Taif.
Yeah, well, Mohammadi was only half a length behind Tej de Home, and of course in distance open 2 starts back. And although he was well beaten last time out, that was in a Jcsa award contest, and that was a little bit out of his pay grade. So given how closely tied in with Tej de Home he is, it's no surprise that he's popular with people following the race here.
But a very, very warm favourite indeed then. Horse number 6, Tej de Home, won the first couple of starts, back to form with a third last time out, top rated, and is the international favourite as the runners start to come out onto the track. A couple of debutants too in the field as well, including the top one, El Patron.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see some very interesting debutants later on, but it's never easy to come into an open race without experience. El Patron is a half-brother to a maiden winner out of a once-raced maiden, but this looks a tough ask for him, and while stall 1 can be a positive, if you lack experience, it can be a bad place to be.
Well, they are out on the track and making their way down the post. It's worth probably noting as well that it has cooled down a little bit from yesterday. It was a very, very warm day here yesterday.
Yeah, surprisingly hot yesterday. We're up to well into the 30s, which is unusual here for the last few weeks. A lot more pleasant today from my point of view. Maybe the locals would prefer the weather warmer, but I think this is ideal for me, and indeed if you're looking at ex-UK horses, and there are plenty of them running later in the day, I think this sort of climate is ideal for them as well.
Yeah, it's been very warm indeed. And of course you can get involved on YouTube if you'd like to leave your selections or comments as well. You can do so on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia feed to the right hand side. Enter the chat facility there and you can get involved with us here. As we check out a bit of form then for our runners here this afternoon, and Kalastify first off, the win.
We see at the moment Kalastify is in about 5th place here, and he's running down Adhar, who's got the white face in front of him. They'll end up finishing 1st and 3rd. Kalastify putting up a career best to beat Yatrude by a neck. Strong at the finish. Needed every yard of this, but he still seems to be better at 6. Granted a strong pace, and I imagine you'd get that today. I would have thought that Adhar, he was behind him there, will be handy again and should guarantee there's a decent bit of pace on.
And you have to be quite taken into touch with there, just how strong to the line he is.
Yes, he will. I mean, he's obviously made up quite a lot of ground in the last furlong there.
And here's the market rival then. This is Tej de Home taking 3rd last time up.
Yeah, this was a stronger contest, I would say, than the one that Kalastify was in. And Tej de Home moves up threateningly off the bend, but can't find any more inside the last furlong. It's in 2nd at this stage, but he ends up drifting back to 3rd behind a horse called Euclides. I thought this was a good race. The time that he put up here, 1:14.29, compares with Kalastify's 1:14.37 over the same course and distance. So on the times and on the ratings, he just has the edge. Or she just has the edge, again, I should say. Apologies.
Well, I made the fatal mistake of putting a pink marker through the 10 there, and that just completely threw my mind as to what's what. But Tej de Home is the international favourite. Kalastify the 2nd best. Mohammadi 3rd best in, and Adhar is also quite popular on the international markets, as we see El Patron arriving down at the start. So in summary, Rory, how do you see this playing out?
Well, I don't think Tej de Home will lead, but will be handy, as will Adhar, and Kalastify will again look to close from off the pace. And if they go too hard, it will play into his hands. If it becomes a little bit tactical, then that might be against Kalastify. In fairness, Most 6 furlong contests here at Riyadh are run at a solid pace through wide, so that shouldn't be an excuse for Kalastify. Dimalanea is another one you'd throw into the mix there. Course and distance maiden winner. Hasn't been disgraced since, although was behind Tesh de Home over course and distance last time out.
Okay, the runners are down at the start. Tesh de Home at the top of the play, the winner of the first couple, third last time up, and is top rated in the field of 86. Final thoughts then, back with Mark as they arrive down at the start.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. Looking forward to this first race. I echo what Rory said about the pace angle. There should be plenty of it, and I think it will suit Kalastify with Berto Ramos, who I think's only got 3 rides on the card in the first 3 races and then is off home, so looking to get the job done early. Just also confirming that Rory is going for the filly Tej de Hom for Luis Morales. She's been in really good form of late. That third was much better last time out in a very good race. Our Fair was in behind her, but it's Kalastify for me. Turned out again quickly. He's in red hot form, I should say, of late. We'll hope for plenty of pace. I think he'll get that he certainly got last week, and he's a strong saying 6 furlong horse, and this race looks set up for a closer for me. So I think Kalastify will beat the filly Tej de Hom. Arafea has always shown her quirks. Remember her debut when she nearly went through the rail on the home straight. Abdullah Al Farouz, a couple of seconds. She got her deserved win back at meeting 64, outclassed the last twice, so this is a drop in grade. I expect it to be between these 3, Tej de Hom, Arafea and Kalastify, 2 fillies and a gelding. Kalastify, the only grey here, has got half a sheep on his face as well. Speaking of faces, Audak Heliar has the biggest white face in racing. Mohammed Al Nassar rides now, taking over from Farhed Al Faradi, so should be nice and easy to spot this 3-year-old out of Power Broker. The runners are continuing to circle down at the start. Look, it's not our best card ever today, but we've got good racing to come on the channel this weekend. I think this is one of the standout races, the 7th race as we highlighted at the top, and indeed the finale, so lots to look forward to. This is the first of 36 races this weekend here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. So at the 1200 metre start, 15 runners. And the loading process is about to get underway. It looks as though they're working on one of the debutants, El Patron for Khalid Al Mamoni, making his racecourse debut today. I would suggest that probably stall 1 is a little bit of a hindrance for him, given his inexperience. I think lots of pace will come through the centre. Al Rafael likes to go forward, so too does Tej de Hom. But Rory reckons that Tej de Hom won't go forward today. Adhar out wide for Alex Moreno. Another possible pace angle. Here's Hamadna, 0 from 10 so far. Another Al Mamoni in the saddle, this time Ali. Orange colours of Zayn Line, looking for his first win. Audak Heliar will be next. You can see his big white face, or her big white face in stall 4. 7 fillies here. 8 colts or geldings. We've got about 5 or 6 out of line. Next one to come forward is Mohammadi. Again, is a strong staying 6 furlong horse rather. He is a 3-year-old. Of Air Force Blue as well. Great pedigree. Final trio include Saliar, who they're working on into 3. Bint Kasura is still at the back, and so too one of the market principals, Kalastify. Here's Bint Kasura. And Kalastify, the other one out of line actually is Tej de Hom. So here comes Ricardo Ferreira, who was a winner on her first start back at meeting 34. And the final duo are into line. Stand by. Set for a start. And they're off and racing. Decent line from the stalls. However, Al Yarekwa was one of the slowest into stride. Spot the blue headgear towards the rear of the screen, but Tejdahom broke the line superbly and leads through the first 200 metres. Also up with the pace early on is Deem Alanayar. Al Rafea in the red jacket is 3 wide as they go around the turn. Elasafay just tucking in behind runners. Mohammadi also handy with Adhar, looking towards the rear of picture. El Patron is towards the back, and so too is Abu Jarrah as Tejdahom heads down the side of the course with a half-length advantage. Deem Alanayar in second. Al Rafea pushed along for the first time in third position. Mohammadi now poised to pounce down the wide outside, but Tejdahom still travels powerfully. But Luis Morales with 250 metres left to go. Tejdahom 2 in front of Deem Alanayar. Here's old foe Al Rafea down the centre of the track, and then comes Kalastafay, who needs to do more, but Tejdahom is racing towards the line with a 3-length advantage over Al Rafea in second. Deem Alanayar back in third, but Tejdahom has been front the whole journey, and Tejdahom will return to the winners' enclosure 4 lengths in front of Al Rafea, very close for third, involving Abu Jarrah and also Deem Alanayar. Tejdahom is back, drops in grade, was unbeaten after 2 starts. She's back to her best here today. She led them a merry dance from the front in a time of 1:13 flat. Cool, easy ride from Luis Morales. Fending off old foe Al Rafea, second for her again. 4.5 lengths was the winning distance. 1:13 flat, a reminder of the winning time. Abu Jarrah back in third, just nosing ahead of Deem Alanayar. No sighting today from Kalastafay. That's him back in 5th position. Disappointing effort under Wigberto Ramos, but it's a 6-9-11 verdict for our opening race. Tejdahom, the winner.
ال94 مع الخيال لويس موراليس. Lewis, well done, Lewis. Tell me about the race.
Thank you so much. Well, today she was less hesitated, and she broke on top, and she did her job. Very good, beautiful today. Alhamdulillah.
Very nice and early winner on the weekend for jockey Luis Morales in the first race of the weekend on Tejdahom, horse number 6 for Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. This filly is rated 86 and adds a 3rd win to her name. Last time she was in the winner's enclosure was back at meeting 63. That was over 1,400 metres, so they have stepped her down in trip, and she seems to have enjoyed that quite a lot. Very, very easy ride looked like for Luis Morales to take. She is by Stratford Hill, out of Bant Bush Ranger. This is her 5th run, so she has been pretty consistent this season and will grow into herself very nicely, I think. And Louis seemed quite happy with that. So yeah, it's great to see Prince Saud bin Salman Silks back in the winner's enclosure finally, and very well done to Mitab as well, the trainer. So we will grab a quick word with Louis Morales. Congratulations, Louis. Nice early winner there for you for this weekend.
Oh yeah, she was his favorite today. I was concerned only about the starting gate because she is a little bit uncomfortable when she's inside. She moved too much, and then last time she broke a little bit awkward, and she lost. She finished 3rd. You know, I forced her to go to the lead, and then she slowed down in the last 400. So today she took a very good elite, and I just waited the last furlong to prove that she was a better today.
And how did she take the step down and trip? She has run over this distance before, but last time she was in the winner's enclosure was over 1400.
Well, she's much better in the sprint races, like 6 furlongs, but she can handle 7 furlongs. Depends on her. You know, when she's so excited, she used to complain too much inside the gate, you know. But today she broke beautiful.
She should get a nice rating after this. Do you think she could be a competitive horse in higher class races?
For sure. In short distance, sure. Longer than 7 furlongs, I don't know. But I think she's a good sprinter.
And it's great to have your kids here supporting you still.
Oh, yeah. It's been amazing, you know, for me. They were asking me to bring them last year. It was a rough beginning because I just came back from injury. So it was slow in the beginning, but at the end everything was perfect, and I told them, be patient. Someday I will bring him what you never expect. And I told them, believe me, about 3 months ago, I told them, hey, what about to come this year? They said, what? All right, now. I said, no, after the school, because my son is still in the school, high school. So alhamdulillah, everything.
Well, very well done, Louis. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, well done to the winning jockey who was at an armchair ride really around Rory, never in any danger seemingly.
Yeah, she was maybe headed briefly out of the stalls by Al Rafea, who's finished 2nd, but soon grabbed the lead. And although she seemed to go fast enough, did a sub 11 second furlong at one stage, she's kept on very well in the straight. And those who need a real test at the trip just couldn't go the pace early on. That's been the difference between winning and losing for her. She's made her speed pay here. As we jump out the stalls, you see that she goes up with Al Rafea in the red colours. Hamadna, disappointing sort in between them. And you've also got a little bit of speed from Adim Al Anaya, who's backed out of things. A little bit disappointing in the end, given that she had chances on paper. But at this stage, Luis Morales has grabbed the inside rail on Tej de Home, and it's just a case of whether he's going too fast at this stage, because he's got a clear lead. Al Rafea, who's his main danger, just having to be nudged along to go the pace, and the likes of Adhar on the outside of the field in the black colours and Kalastify both being pushed along in about 7th and 8th positions, just struggling to go the speed that she can. She's a real speedster, and those two probably they do stay 7 furlongs. And yeah, she's really made it count here. Al Rafea keeps going very willingly in 2nd. You'll see the yellow colours of Dima Al Anaya just beginning to back out of things now. And further down, you get the likes of Abu Jara in yellow colours, the white cap, running on. Kalastify does run on late in the day, but he can't make the frame. And the winner has done it well and has posted an impressive time. She did 1:14.29 over course and distance last time out. She's improved on that by 1.3 seconds. It was no surprise that the stayers couldn't get near her. She's improved again today.
Yeah, she certainly is on an upward curve. We discussed before on whether she was worthy of that 86 rating, and what we've seen today, she definitely is.
Yeah, you don't see many horses dipping below 112 for the 1200 metres here. I know they go a bit faster in faster dirt tracks in the States, but 112 is kind of your benchmark for a top class performer, and doing 113 here is a sign that she's a high 80s filly.
And Classify did have those 2 wins over the 1200 metre trip, but just didn't seem to have the toe to get involved.
No, as you saw, he stayed on really well to grab first in a course and distance contest last time out, just getting up to beat Yatrude late in the day. He's gone up to a rating of 79 for that, but again, it's just a case of coming up against something who's got £10 or so on hand on paper and has then taken a step forward again, so he's always out of his comfort zone. He's run respectably. I suppose they might look at 7 furlongs again next time out. He just wants a really big field race, 18-runner contest with a little bit less class than this, and he'll get his head in front again.
And Tej de Hom, how do you see the future panning out for her? She's going to be worthy of a move into better company at some stage?
Yeah, well, once you win 3 races, it gets pretty tough for you out here. Non-winners of 4 are few and far between, so you're into Open and Cup company, so life will be harder for her. But with a rating liable to go north of 90 after this, she should be easy enough to place.
Well, a very nice performance in our opening race. Our second of the day is a fillies maiden for 3-year-olds. More news on this. Back with Mark.
Thanks, Martin. Yeah, race 2 is a fillies maiden for 3-year-olds. Just over 60% of this field seeing the racecourse for the first time, including the first 3. Anwar Al Jabriya for Mohammed Al Yami is the 1. The 2 is Blind Lights for Wigberto Ramos. 56 years of age now, has got a brace of 20-year-old jockeys either side of him. Thurb Al Timyat in the 3 draw for Shakrawaya. Thurb Al Timyat. Younger than them, Iyad Al Tarizi, the 18-year-old, is aboard the 4, who I think is going to take all the beating here. Manayir Al Khair, who's just had a bit of a form boost. Tej de Hom was 3.5 lengths behind Euclidis. Well, Manayir Al Khair was just half a length behind Euclidis back at meeting 79. 5 is Bint Massar, name might suggest, out of Derby winner Massar, only beat one home on debut, however, for Noef Al Farouz. 6 is Bidayir Khair for Luis Morales, looking for that quick-fire double. 7 is Wadini, Rayan Outer Aish, and the only grey in the lineup is Anna Huna for Adel Al Faradi. Shamonia for Abdullah Al Kridis, certainly won't have to start in the car park today, drawn in 9. At the 10 is Iftikek Hariyar for Naif Al Anazi. 3 more debutants in a row. Gassiar, the 11, Ricardo Ferreira, and Desert Jewel, the 12, Azil Al Sahani. 13, Elaine Radar, 0 from 8 so far for Farhed Al Faredi. Nard is the 14, just out of the places last time out, Hamza Saad. 15, debutant, first day at school for this one, and the 16, Talawa, Mohammed Al Nasser, and 16, Nomaseen, Ahmed Al Tayar. Over the page to the final 4, Falk 3 for Abdulaziz Al Faredi. Drops in class today and was behind Al Rafea from our previous race last time out. Cheap pieces on. Ali Al Mamoni on the 18. 0 from 5 so far. Wadhat Al Khair. 19 is Mafi. Final couple of debutants here, 19 and 20. Tariq Al Mansour on the 19. And 20, Hafidat Al Akaber for Abdella Al Hussein. So 20 fillies going to post over 1,400 metres. All eyes here on the 4. Is anything going to run higher than a mark of 68 in this, chaps?
A mark of 68 for the 4. 13 newcomers in the field as well. Those who've ran with that mark of 68 for the 4, Rory, and also a mark of 70 for the 18. Can we see one of the newcomers running to that kind of standard?
Yeah, it is. It's a possibility. We've got plenty of newcomers here, and some of them with half-decent pedigrees, so it wouldn't be a massive surprise to see a debutant winner.
One of those in shots was Blind Lights just going through. Another debutant is the 3 here, coming from stall 3.
Yeah, Blind Lights is quite interesting. Out of a mare who won 3 times at a fairly modest level in the US, but comes from a stable that does very well in races like this and usually has them wind up for debut as well. The one on the 3, less interesting, although Shakrawia is a half-sister to a local winner.
And we just saw, going through the shot, the 4 then, Manaya Al Khair, who has had a total of 8 starts so far and has hit the frame on a few occasions.
Yeah, and she put up what looked like a career best effort last time out, went 2 1/4 lengths third to almost Salhima in a course and distance maiden back at the back end of December. Euclidis was second that day. Euclidis then beat our first race winner next time out.
Okay.
So that form worked out well, and you would say that the handicapper might decide that 60 it needs nudging upwards afterwards.
Okay, well, that was horse number 4. So we have a look in the paddock at the next, and this is number 8, Anna Huna.
Yeah, she cost 50,000 at Ocala in June last year and does represent leading trainer Gaith Al Gaith, so definitely worth a look.
An expensive purchase. The 8, number 9, is a horse who's had the 1 run so far and whipped at the back of the field on debut at meeting 88.
Yeah, I think easy enough to pass her over, having finished 18th last time, which we're seeing an awful lot of number 8. So they clearly like Anna Huna.
They're attracted by the price tag.
Yes. Yeah, We'll move on to Iftikhari, who we'll catch up with very shortly. The dam is very smart, so she's well worth a mention. The dam called Doing Hard Time Again was a winner of the Hollywood Oaks and also the Grade 1 Great Lady M Stakes in the US, and is the dam of a 9-time winner in the States. So off the newcomers, she really jumps off the page.
Yeah, bred to be precocious and a winner herself in the 10. As we head back to the paddock, it looks busy out there. Let's go back to Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I have a few paddock positives and negatives here for you. This is my paddock eye catcher of this race. It's horse number 8, Anahuna, one that you were just talking about. Stunning 3-year-old grey filly by Liam's Map for Gaith Al-Gaith and Adel Al-Faradi. So you have Gaith Al-Gaith training a debutant. You have Adel Al-Faradi riding. What could go wrong? They're flying this season, and she just looks a cut above the rest. Now, my strike rate with choosing debutante horses in maidens like this is not very good. However, I will be sticking with my guns and sticking with Anahuna for this contest. I do have to say, though, that horse number 4, Manaya Al-Khair, the USA bred horse, also looking at very nice, but I will be sticking with Anahuna. One paddock negative for you today in this race, and it's horse number 19, just getting very hot and sweaty behind the saddle.
Yeah, as we were saying a little bit earlier on today, not quite as warm as it has been a little bit earlier on. On the international markets, Rory, is the top rated number 18, Wadat Al-Khair, who is the international favourite. 5 goes so far, and arguably it's been keeping slightly better company.
Yeah, and she's got a rating of 70, so she's got 2 pounds officially on hand on Manaya Al-Khair. She was 7th in the Time Sprint Cup, which is a strong contest, back in meeting 47, has had 2 runs here. The better of them, probably a 3 3/4 length 4th and a 6 furlong non-winners of 3 last time out behind Mumayaza. That was a better race than this. She drops in class, so she's an obvious contender. With stall 18, probably not going to be a massive problem for her because she's got plenty of early speed.
And on her inside is number 17. This is Valkyrie. 4 runs so far. Went 3rd early on this campaign on the first run here in Riyadh, having had a couple of goes in tough.
Yes, and she wasn't disgraced last time, went 5th. Her best effort came the race before that, when a length and a quarter 3rd to Al Rafea in a course and distance contest. She did 1:29.57, so compares with 1:29.51 that Wadal Al-Khair has done, and suggests there's not much between them at level weights.
Also on the international markets, quite well forward, is number 13. This is Alim Radar, who's had 8 starts so far, so is looking to be quite exposed. Can you take any positives from the recent runs?
Well, 2 runs ago she was 19th, but that was in the Princess Setat Cup, which was way out of her pay grade. She was 5th in a course and distance maiden last time out, and 2nd in a similar event 3 starts back. So we ignore the run in meeting 81, where she wouldn't have had much of a chance against much higher rated fillies. And she's certainly got place claims on what she's done. She's less than half a second slower than the 2 we mentioned, Valkyrie and Wadat Al-Khair. So she should be there or thereabouts, but she is looking a little bit exposed now.
Well, the best of the newcomers maybe could be number 11, Ricardo Souza Ferreira, on board in the very familiar colours of Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Amek Al Saab, a newcomer by Inns of Court.
Yeah, she's out of a mare called Airbrush, who didn't really live up to expectations for Qatar racing. But she is a half-sister to the useful sprinter Mr. Mananan, who's a real speedball, best at 5 furlongs. So there's plenty of speed in Jcsa's pedigree. I think she was declared to run a couple of weeks ago and was a late scratch, because I'm sure I've seen the pedigree before. So 7 furlongs is far enough for her on debut, given the speed and the damn side of the pedigree. But again, you'd expect her to be fairly ready first time up.
And also, we could just consider, you touched on Blind Lights, Wiggy Ramos on board. He's one of his, second of his 3 rides here this afternoon. Yeah,
he rides a lot for Prince Sultan bin Mishal, and Blind Lights is out of a mare who won 3 times in the US. Not a world beater, but when you've got something that wins races, you tend to put a note by them.
And anything else to mention? Maybe the 15, Talawa, who I think you were saying is related to winners here?
Yes, she is a half-sister. She's locally bred, but a half-sister to EJB, who we've seen plenty of times this season. He's won 4 times here and is a talented performer.
And do get involved with us on the YouTube page. And we had a couple of guys picking out the winner in our first race. Someone going for the 14 Nard here, who's had 7 goes, but would have to improve, Rory, but rating of just 55.
Yes, we're actually just about to see Manaya Al-Khair in action. This is her just at the post at the moment, and this is her last run when she was 3rd to Al Mosal Hema in a course and distance maiden on the 21st of December. She runs on well up the rail in those dark colours, and Although she's had 8 starts, this did look like a step in the right direction. This was a strong contest. You see, Ecletus is the horse who finishes second. Ecletus has gone on to win a decent race since that, and the form has worked out pretty well. So I would definitely respect Manera Alcaraz' chances for all she's looking a little exposed.
And we'll also have a look at the 18. There it is arriving down at the start. The top-rated one, that Alkia, who we say has been keeping better company. We'll have a look back to the run, finishing 4th back on December the 9th.
Yes, she shows plenty of speed here. As you'd expect, she showed speed in her races in Taif and actually ran on the Taif Sprint Cup. And here she is leading off the turn last time out when finishing 3 3/4 lengths 4th. Behind Mumayaza in a similar contest last time out. She's up to 7 furlongs today. This was a stronger race. This was a non-winners of 3 last time out. She's dropping back to Maiden Company. But she is stepping up to 7 furlongs, and I think maybe her best form will be at 6. And you can see that by the way she sees it out. But the track is favouring speed at the moment, and that will help her.
Yeah, she does get quite well left behind in the closing. It's not the sort of performance you'd watch back and think she's crying out for an extra furlong.
No, I think it's always worth bearing in mind the class of the races you're watching as well. You see horses quite well beaten here, but sometimes they're taking significant drops in class, and this doesn't look a particularly strong maiden. So she certainly will play a prominent role for the vast majority of the race. It's a case of whether she can hang on late.
Well, a glimpse of some of our key players here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Some of the Saudi Cup team there as well, with one of the clerks of the course here, Keith Otterson as well, in shot. Keith, who was based in the UK for quite some time at Newbury in his first season here out in Riyadh. So as we arrive down at the post, Rory, how do we see this panning out pace-wise and as regards the most likely winner?
Well, I think the pace is liable to come from Wadat Al-Khair, because I think she's got the speed to get across. A Valkyrie, who's next to her, will also probably go forward, and there are a few debutants drawn in the middle, so I think the high number should be able to get across here. But the question is with Wadat Al-Khair is whether she will see it out. I think this might go to a newcomer. I'm disappointed there wasn't a positive mention for Iftikaria, but she's so well bred that I thought this is probably the wrong trip for her. But out of a Hollywood Oaks winner, she wouldn't have to be as good as her pedigree suggests to go close, and I'll take a chance on her first time.
Okay, and Anna Huna as well for Shamila. She gave that horse a good mention. You're saying one of the more expensive buys in the lineup?
Yes, and she's obviously, as I said, we clearly took the eye off our friends next door in the Arabic studio. 50,000. The pedigrees, which is by Liam's Map, which, he's a good sire. There weren't too many winners immediately in the pedigree, but clearly she caught the eye at the sales, and she does represent a yard who's got a good record of getting them ready first time out, so has to be respected as well.
Okay, so Iftikaria and Anna Huna both given positive mentions here, but not an easy race to work out, Mark. It wouldn't take anything really special for one of the 13 newcomers to spring a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I agree, Martin. It's very hard to pick out debutants. Rory's already highlighted some pedigree, some good pedigree on show with the 10. But of those with experience, Mania Al-Khair, I just can't look away from that form boost that we saw in our opening contest. Tejdahom was 3.5 lengths behind Ecletus, who came out on 1 next time out Ecletus. And Mania Al-Khair was only half a length behind that runner. So we've certainly seen a form boost from our opening race. Thought from 8 so far would be the worry. She is a little bit exposed, but yeah, I agree with you guys in terms of pace. I think there's plenty out wide. Valkyrie in 17, Wadat Al-Khair in 18. Debutants all over the place, really, isn't there? So, look, it's wide open, and it's a tough puzzle to solve, it must be said. The runners are loading. 2 or 3 in so far. Shak Rawaya for Thurb Al-Timyak, green jacket, blue sleeves. Here we have the top horse, Anwar Al-Jabriya for Mohammed Al-Yami. Similar colours to Iftek Hariyar for Naif Al-Anazi in 10. Reminder, of course, we don't require the reserves here, 21, 22 or 23. So a full field of 20. They're loading pretty swiftly here. Next to come in will be Wadat Al-Khair, who's just being kept out wide at the moment, but is straightening up now. Pale green jacket of Bin Massar will be next. Similar face to his sire, or her sire rather. So Massar, a brilliant winner of the Derby. Was it back in 2018, roughly? Bin Massar is in. Noef Al Farouz. Here's Bediye Kier. She's had her footsteps in the stand. Gassia, she's just spinning around as well. They're working out wide on number 16, Nomacine, who's a little bit reluctant. She's got her hind legs out of the stalls. Bediye Kier, much more straightforward. So we've got a quintet out of line. Here's the wig man. Be home in about an hour. Line lights next, so to Shamonia and also Alaim Radar. We're nearly all set for our second race. Big field this, 20 runners, maximum field at the 7 furlong start. Just waiting for blind lights. He's backed away again. There she is, she slots forward. We're all set. 1,400 metres. Long hold. One or two being straightened up, including Blind Lights, who's a little restless. Trying to get the horse's face straight, I think. Just about ready, though. And they're off. Racing away then over 1,400 metres. One of the slowest to get to stride was Desert Jewel, is towards the rear of the field. So too back there is Iftek Hariyar and also Anna Huna. But the one that broke the line first towards the inside running rail was Gassia for Ricardo Ferreira. Green sleeves towards the inside of the 17 Falkry. These are the first two. Just slotting behind this leading duo is the purple sleeves of Alaim Radar. There's 2 lengths back then to Blind Lights, and further out on the racecourse is Wadat Al Khair, tracked by Hafidat Al Akaber, and also the teal jacket of Mania Al Khair, who's currently in about 6th or 7th position, as there is about 15 to 20 lengths first to last. And it's Gassia with the white jacket, green sleeves up ahead. Challenged by Falkry with the cheek pieces down the outside. Here comes Wadat Al Khair to move into 3rd position, and then pushed up into 4th is Hafidat Al Akaber. But Gassia is now called upon for an effort as they go inside the last 400. Gassia in front by 3. Falkry still in 2nd, being woken up for an effort. Wadat Al Khair has been under pressure for some time, but now is beginning to close as the stride is starting to shorten on Gassia, who needs to find another gear here, but still in front by 2. Gassia the far side. Wadat Al Khair is still closing with Falkry. Gassia needs the line. Here comes the other 2. It's close, but I think Gassia has just held on. Falkry and Wadat Al Khair fought out 2nd and 3rd, and they drew clear from the remainder. Well, there were not too many changes in running. Gassia was always up with the pace. Went at a time of 1:27.41. That's pretty slow out of standard, but nothing really close. You can see the teal jacket of Mania Al Khair, who just took a long time to get going. May have finished in the places, but the photo is for 2nd. No doubt about the winner, which is Gassia, the 11. Falkry is 2nd. Half a length down, Wadat Al Khair, who was pulled out for a run down the centre, finished in 3rd place. Mania Al Khair did get 4th, but it's 11, 17, 18 the verdict of race number 2. In a race that really didn't change complexion much at all. Gassia was the first to break the line and was the first one to get home. Gassia beats Falkry, and back in 3rd place was Wadat Al Khair.
Ricardo. Well done, Ricardo. Tell me about the race, Ricardo.
Very good. First time here in Saudi Arabia. Last race come forward in England. And Tamer tell me for go behind the pace, but the filly jumped very, very well. And a little fat. Last 100 is tired. But nice. Thank you.
Well, this team is they are not new to the winner's enclosure. Thamar Dihani and Ricardo Ferreira back winning the second race of the day, a fillies maiden over 1,400 metres. Not much to say on form. Obviously, this was the filly's first time out, her debut run. She's by Inns of Court out of Airbrush for Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Mek Al Sabah. So very, very well done to the whole team here. Thamar Dihani is absolutely flying. He did so well during the Taif season, and a lot of trainers that did well in the Taif season have seemed to peter out a little bit here in Riyadh. But Thamar just gets stronger and stronger every weekend. He has so many good horses this weekend as well, so one to keep your eye on for sure for the big cup races especially. And very well done to Ricardo Sousa Ferreira for this early winner of the weekend. We will grab a quick word with him to see how that filly went on. Congratulations, Ricardo. That was a nice run from her.
Yes, very, very good. The last 100, I scared a little because he's tired. But Tamer tell me for go behind the pace, but the filly jumped really well. And I give chance for filly. It's nice. First run here, last run in England come forward. She can improve.
Was it your plan to go to the front straight away and set the pace?
I try jump well, and Tamer tell me for go behind the pace. But I jumping alone. I look in front. I ride my race.
Do you think she could go a little bit further, maybe when she becomes fitter?
Yes, I think she improved, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Ricardo.
So Jcsa beats Valkyrie and Warat Al-Kia back in third place. Jcsa, whose debut run here in the UAE, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has been a winning order horse who did have a couple of runs when with Richard Hannon back in the UK, was sold for 72,000 guineas last autumn. And the form of the UK runs, Rory, don't look too bad. A run at Glorious Goodwood and beaten by a really nice filly in Star Music at Kempton.
Yeah, she was well beaten at Goodwood first time out, but you'd get very few horses in these colours who are ready first time out. And Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud, very keen for his horses to get experience before the button is pressed. So she was a good second at Kempton, beaten a fair way, but she showed a lot of improvement on debut, and that set her up nicely for her Saudi career.
Yeah, she was alertly away from 11, and Ricardo keen to get across and back the rail early. Yeah,
always in a good position. We also saw Valkyrie in the blue colours come across. We had early speed from Alem Rada in the lighter colours in third at this stage, and Wadat Al-Khair in those red colours with the half sleeves, always reasonably handy, and nothing much changed. Really, the third dropped out after a while. She had a bit to do on the ratings, and Jcsa pressed on again. She did her second furlong was 10.79 seconds. That's what you tend to find here on the sprint track, that the second furlong, first furlong obviously from a standing start, you ignore that. The second furlong tends to be the fastest in the race, and it's a case of trying to keep that speed up throughout. She obviously slowed down a little bit towards the end, but the others, she gave them enough to do that although they closed her down all the way to the line, she found enough to hold on. And I found that the horses running in these colours tend to improve from first to second start in Saudi as well.
Okay.
This is one owner who clearly has a game plan for the way the horses run. His horses tend to start off in the UK, even though the plan is to bring them out here. They'll have one or two runs for experience, and then they'll come here, and usually they'll be let down, brought back, possibly just in need of the run first time. A lot of them win second time out. So the fact that she's won at the first time of asking here is certainly encouraging, and she should go on to better things.
Well, especially the manner that she's done it as well. She's taken no prisoners.
No, she hasn't. I mean, obviously she's very much in need of the line later on, but she's got most of these beaten from an early stage. It's really only the placed horses who were able to go with her. And even then, we talked about Wadat Al-Khair having plenty of speed, the eventual third. She was off the bridle trying to chase the speed, so we were definitely going 6 furlong pace here, which has found out plenty of the newcomers, many of whom would want further in time. So I wouldn't be too disappointed if the horse you liked has finished midfield here, particularly if it's bred to want a mile plus. This is a fast race.
To what extent has the winner been favoured by having that inside pitch? The second and the third have been trapped that much wider and covered that little bit more ground?
Yeah, they covered a little bit, but they haven't had to go too wide round the bend. And if you watch races here, the one thing you don't want to do is be pushed wide into the bend, because that can lose you a lot of ground. Coming wide into the straight doesn't tend to be a negative from my experience here. But obviously, if you've got the speed to get across the rail and nip round the inside, that is pole position, really.
Well, the horse that beat Jcsa at Kempton rated nearly 100 back in the UK, and she's beaten fillies here today rated 67 and 70. So you get a good idea where she's pitched herself in at.
Yeah, I mean she was beaten 7 1/4 lengths by Richard Hughes's filly at Kempton. So you could have, that's a fair old gap between first and second, but certainly suggests that she's running to somewhere in the mid 70s here, yeah. And with the prospect of improvement, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira certainly thought she'd come on a bit for the run. She shouldn't be too hard to place. No winners of 2 next time out. Should be very gettable for her.
We could almost push her up towards maybe 80. I mean, the Hughes filly's 97, 7.5 lengths behind that midway point between just beating these two, given that she's got tired.
Yes, yeah, she's probably better than the better result here. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see what the handicapper does, whether he didn't take a view in the UK form. She wasn't given a figure for those 2 runs. And he's liable to judge her on what she's beaten here. So she might end up getting a slightly lenient mark on the back of this. So not many trainers will go handicaps first of all, like they do in the UK. They tend to go for non-winners of 2 after winning a maiden.
Well, he represents trainer Tama Al-Dahani, who has been doing especially well here this season. Tom Collins, who's a regular here with us, is a big fan, and the trainer is with Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I am with Tama Al-Dahani after that fantastic win. She has had 2 runs in the UK, and you were a little bit worried about today, but she finished super strong.
Yeah. I'm worried because she's a little nervous filly. First run for her. She should run before 1 month, but when she come to the track, she hit her head in the back of the track. I scratched her directly. A small cut, but I love my horse. I give them rest for a month, and I said the day for the King race, it's a good day for her.
Where are you going to go next with her? Because do you think she'll go a little bit further after she's become fitter after this run?
No, I hope she got a good rating. I wait for the rate at the end of this week. If she have a good rating, she will go to the fillies race in Saudi Arabia Cup.
Was it the plan to get her to the front straight away and almost lead the race?
Yeah, she should stay. But I talked in the paddock before the race. I said she's a little nervous with Ricardo. He's a good jockey. By the way, I will thank him for his riding. I told Ricardo, don't bull too much. First run, let her do it happy, and she do it very good, And I hope a good rating again. I hope a good rating to run her in Saudi Cup. She's a super filly.
Well, all the best for you and well done, Tama.
Thank you.
And I'm going to throw you over to the brilliant Mark Francis to take you through the runners and riders of the 3rd race of the day.
Thank you very much indeed, Shamila. Yes, we're on to race 3 already. 7 furlongs again. This is a maiden. Fewer first-time starters here, just the 8, including the top horse Al Abani for Thurb Al Timyat. The 2 is Al Walid for Asil Al Sahani, was last of 15 when last seen in August. 3 is Ufakuk Allah for Luis Morales, looking for that double and representing those powerful colours of Tejdahom. 4 is Shahan Ali Al Mutib. Didn't really show much on debut, but was drawn out in 19. 15 is Sultan Al Mohammedir for Adel Al Faradi. The 6 is House of Aviz, formerly trained by Aidan O'Brien, was 8th, chucked into a 0-90 handicap on debut, showed plenty of speed, but faded late on. The 7 is a scratch, so on to the 8, Alas Whack for Wigberto Ramos, the 2nd of the 2 Omaha Beach colts in here. And 9 is Saudi Anna for Fahed Al Faradi. A foreign exchange makes his first start in Saudi Arabia, formerly trained by Cole Burke back in the UK. Sayek Al-Khair is the 11 for Alex Moreno. 12 is Mobeen for South African trainer Jeffrey Woodruff. Victor Gutierrez in the saddle. 13, Alashkar for Abdella Al-Hussein is the 13. Hassan with the blinkers on is number 14, Ahmed Al-Tayyar. 15, Rowan was the only filly in this, but she will not run. She has been scratched. So on to the 16, Saad Al-Wasil for Hamza Saad is number 16, reverting back to 1,400 metres. 17, Masmu'a for Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. Malian is the 18 for Tama Al-Dahani. Ricardo Ferreira looking for that quick fire double. Jalfan 19, Norweth Al-Mudiani. 20 is Survivalist for Farwa Swanas, who has seen the racecourse, dropped back in trip. And one reserve does get in. Najim Al-Manasat for Abdullah Al-Lawfi breaks out of stall 7. So we do have a full field of 20 going to post for our next maiden, which takes place at 4:15 local time. 10 minutes to go. Chaps, back to you.
Just one question, Mark, before we just confirm those non-runners. You're talking about Wiggy Ramos and his early exit today. He'll be home within the hour. I'm guessing you've been around for tea and cake by the sounds of it, have you? You must know exactly where he is.
Well, when you do the forward, Martin, you know exactly who he's riding, what he's riding, and yeah, he can put his feet up after this, I guess.
There he lives as well, yeah. Well, just confirming 2 nuns in this. Early on, we had number 7 come out, and number 15 is also an unrunner, and numbers 21, the first reserve, does come into the field as we look in shot at number 3, a horse who's on debut. We've got 9 debutantes lining up in this, Rory. And maybe just starting with the horse towards the top of the ratings, number 6, House of Viz, who was in handicap company here on debut.
Yes, will be familiar to UK residents or Irish residents. Had 3 runs in maidens for Aidan O'Brien and finished second in a 7-furlong nursery at Dundalk in his final start. He ran in a not a 90 handicap here first time up. That was 2 weeks ago. He was over a trip he probably doesn't stay, 2,000 metres, but I thought he stopped very quickly. He stopped before the home turn, which would have been well before stamina became an issue, and was beaten a long way. So he needs to bounce back. He's got a big chance in the ratings, but his rating has to be in a little bit of doubt at the moment.
And it's often the case with the Ballydoyle team that they don't often get rid of the very good ones. Often if they do leave, there is a reason why they've got rid.
Oh yes, yeah. I mean, and obviously they have to do a cull every season because there's only so many horses you can have in there, but not many people regularly improve horses from the O'Brien yard.
Well, let's stick with the ratings before we go and have a look at some of the newcomers. Also towards the top on the figures is number 14, Hassan. 5 runs so far. Did run okay here early in the season?
Yes, he was third to Cathal Home in a Jcsa awards contest back in meeting 62, and that would be good enough to go close here. But he was beaten 50 lengths and more in the Ministry of National Guard Cup 2 starts ago. That's forgivable on its own because that was a tough race. But he was also beaten the same sort of distance in a not to 80 handicap last time out, and that leaves him with something to prove. So the 2 top rated in this race, who are well clear of the others, have both run absolute stinkers on their most recent start.
Which hopefully leaves it open for something to come through. Maybe we can get some clues back in the paddock on those debutantes with Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm going to chance my arm with horse number 6 in this race, House of Viz, rated 81 for Abdulaziz Khalid and Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Abdullah Al Fayrouz was flying last weekend. I think he can replicate that same amount of winners as he had last weekend as well. He's a very, very good jockey and just flying under the radar a little bit. This horse is by Uncle Mo, and he is a gelding, which we don't see many geldings here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but he did look very strong. I do have a debutant eye catcher for you. That's horse number 3. So Louis Morales and Prince Saud bin Salman stables are chasing that double, and horse number 12 Mo Bean looking really nice as well for the Woodruff stables, 4th last time out. 2 question marks for me in this race. Horse number 2 Al Walid I was not a fan of the way he was going around the parade ring, and horse number 4 being very naughty in the preliminary stages.
Thank you to you, Samila. So the 3 given a good mention as one of the debutants, but she's with House of Viz, the top rated, to bounce back after that disappointing run on debut here in the Kingdom. Let's just touch on the 3 horse. You did make a comment early on about the dam of this horse.
Yeah, Yafa Cook Allah is by Medaglia d'Oro out of a mare called Beaver Bay. She won the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint a few seasons ago, and was also second in the Alcoaz Sprint at Meydan. She's a very interesting one in that she was one of those horses who was turned loose from that awful fire in California a couple of years ago, survived, came back, and actually won the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint afterwards. So she's a real Cinderella story, if you like, and I think this is her first foal. So she's clearly very interesting on paper. She's bred to be smart as well. Runners from this stable, again, tend to be more wind up than some first time out, so she has to be on the short list with that kind of pedigree.
And a good jockey booking from a positive stall as well if she breaks well.
Yeah, Luis Morales rides a lot for this stable, and I suppose if you see Luis not riding for the stable and riding elsewhere, you tend to pay more attention. But yeah, the fact that he's riding is clearly a positive. Stall 3 should be okay. They're mostly newcomers towards the inside, or horses who haven't shown an awful lot so far. 2 of Shamila's negatives are there, so I'd have thought that Yafi Cook Ala should be sharp enough to get a good position early on.
Okay, back to those with ratings, and 62 leaves best part of £13 to find with the likes of Hassan for number 16, Syed Al Wasil, who's had the 4 runs here so far. Yet to get into the top 3, though.
Yeah, and hasn't really improved since debut either. So, you know, if things go his way, he's maybe capable of falling into the frame, but no progress so far.
Well, we've got a news of a loose horse out on the track as well. Horse number 17, he's not quite on the track, he's on the inside of the running rail. Masmua on debut, running loose ahead of his first start of his career. Drawn out wide here, Rory, by Fun Galore. Anything to take?
Yeah, the dam. There's not much positive to take. A son of Fun Galore. The dam ran 12 times here. She was placed on 3 of those, but was nothing special.
Well, let's have a look at one of these in action. Then we can have a look at horse number 12, Mobeen, who's had the 2 runs here, finishing 8th and then 4th here back on December 21st.
Yeah, you'll see him in 5th place at this stage on the outside. Just runs around a little bit under pressure, but this is only his 2nd start. He ends up finishing off reasonably well to finish 4th to Warrior's Head. The winner was different class on this day, but Mobeen keeps going to pick up a place late in the day. He's not going on especially strongly at the finish, but this is probably a deeper maiden. Warrior's Head, for example, ran 3rd in a non-winners of 4. Pretty strong contest next time, so that wasn't a bad effort at all, and Mobeen is clearly of considerable interest, with the 2 top rated having questions to answer.
I thought that was quite a progressive profile from Mobeen and seemed to appreciate coming up from the 1200 to the 1400, but let's have a look at the 17 being caught. We hear that was quite a nasty incident when he lost his jockey. Abdulaziz Al Faredi came off, and he's likely, although not official yet, to come out the 17.
Yeah, they're very good here with the vet checks. He will get a thorough check over, but it's very unlikely, from my experience, that he would be allowed to run after that experience.
Saudiana drawn in stall 9, horse number 9, just been given a tack adjustment down at the start. She's had 2 goes so far.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, Saudiana, but the 2 starts aren't particularly good, and he's not easy to fancy. Anna is a difficult name. They're always colts. Horses called Anna here, but you automatically assume they're fillies, don't you?
And there we go. There's the loose horse having been caught. Let's hope he's not too affected by his first experience of the race course. And just to touch on, we're in from the trainer Rory from the second race, talking about that filly heading for Saudi Cup weekend. The race he was talking about in question is on the Friday. It's the filliest mile worth 250,000. Unusual to hear a trainer begging for a higher handicap mile rather than wanting a smaller one. Yeah,
it's very different here. Pretty much no one campaigns their horses with handicaps in mind. I can think of one owner whose horses tend to be slightly erratically campaigned, if you like, they do win handicaps. He's probably the only owner here who runs their horses in that way. Everyone else wants to get in the best races.
Yeah, that race, the first of 8 taking place here on Friday the 23rd of February, and then got the Saudi Cup Day on the 24th. And do join us over the next couple of days, the qualifiers, 5 of them tomorrow, and then we've got the big one, the custodian of the 2 holy mosques on Saturday. That key trial for the Saudi Cup itself. And there are familiar colours once again being carried down at the start from the last race winner. Milan represents the same connections on debut.
Yeah, Milan cost 47 grand as a yearling from Baroda Stud. He is a half-brother to a winner called Linwood Lad in the UK. He was also in training with Roger Varian, but never ran. Again, typical of Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud's runners. They tend to race, go to Newmarket after the sales, perhaps have a run, perhaps not, and then come out here. But the long-term plan is always to race in Saudi with those. So it's interesting to see how many horses end up, that would have been in training in the UK, end up racing here instead. And that's probably a growing theme in the next couple of years.
Well, Shamila's selection, House of Aviz, is the clear favourite on the international markets. I'm going to dip my toe into the water, Rory. I'm going to take on the top 2 in the market. I'm going to go positive mention for Mobeen. Those 2 runs, stepping forwards each couple of times. Victor Gutter Ares on board as well. I think there's plenty to like about him. Shamila's with House of Aviz, and yourself?
Yeah, I'm going to be with Mobeen. There's a couple of the newcomers that I think are interesting, but I've got my fingers burnt with a newcomer last time out. I think the way to go is mention those as interesting ones for the future, and then have a different selection. So Mobeen in the selection for me, but very keen to see how Albani and Yuafi Cook Ala get on. Both of those with very good pedigrees.
So Rory both and I both with Mobeen to improve on that run here last time out. We'll go back to our commentator Mark Francis today, who I'm guessing is with the 8, which is Asselwak. Given you're the founder of the Wiki Ramos fan club, Mark.
I'm going to have to disappoint you, Martin. I'm actually jumping in your boat with Rory, with Mobeen. Jeff Woodruff and Victor Gutierrez combining with Mobeen here. And as you've highlighted, has improved with 2 runs so far. And bringing that form from meeting 79 to the table here today. I don't think there'll be too many in front of him. But of those with experience, yeah, House of Ease is an obvious one, really. Brings a rating of 81, which should make him tough to beat. Just confirming the non-runners as well. 15 and 17 out today. 7 was an early scratch. So no 7, no 15, no 17. 1 reserve, Najim Al-Manasat for Abdullah Al-Orfi inherits stall number 7. He looked absolutely tiny in the paddock. So too did Al Aswak, funnily enough, for the Wigman. To see what his house does look like, though, Martin. I'm sure it's a fantastic palace, jacuzzi, swimming pools, the lot. One day we may get invited, who knows. Sultan Al Mohammedia completes the line. Set for a start, flag goes up. Trouble in 6th there with House of Aviz. Trying to anticipate the start. Goes down a moment. There's trouble in 2 as well. Al Walid for Azil Al Zahani. Flag goes back up. Starter pushes the button and they're off. Al Walid wasn't that greatly into stride. Neither was Al Aswak, another debutant who's pushed along towards the rear of the field. So too is Al Ashkar in the very pale blue. But opening proceedings here down the wide outside, Yellow Sleeves of Survivalist is one of the first to break the line. There's a fierce pace on here, probably 4 or 5 going on here. Also up there is Malian in the green sleeves, and back towards the inside is Yufakuk Allah. This is the leading trio. Just in behind this, back towards the running rail, Al Banani with the yellow sleeves has 3 or 4 out to his right, including the two-tone blue colours of Mobeen, who's pushed along. So too up with the pace is Hassan. And then between that pair comes House of Aviz, probably 7th or 8th at the minute, as they're on the approach back towards home with 2 furlongs left to travel. And on the inside, Yufakuk Allah leads slenderly, though, to the green sleeves of Malia. And these have always really been the first 2, and the pace has been holding up today so far. Al Abani now pushed along back into 3rd position, and then comes a distant Mobeen, but deep inside the last furlong they go. It's a 2-way go for the lead here, and Malian is now looming upside Yufakuk Allah. They go on then from Al Abani, who's booked for 3rd. It's a 2-way go. It's a private battle at the head of affairs. Here on the near side it is Malian to apply pressure to Yufakuk Allah. They hit the line together. Yufakuk Allah and also Malian crossed the line as one. On first viewing, I thought Yufakuk Allah had the nose down at the right time, but the judge will confirm, and he has, in a time of 1:25.73. Yufakuk Allah is the winner. Great private battle up the straight. Malian in 2nd position. Thama Al-Dahani gave us the word with this one with Ricardo Ferreira, but there have been nosed out of it here for Yufakuk Allah. And Luis Morales, who rides a double, racing up towards the line. It's very close, but Yufakuk Allah's head is always just in front, isn't it? Malian, a great debut effort in 2nd. He's certainly one to take out of this. Back in 3rd place. We'll get confirmation in just a moment. There's Mobeen, the selection, who was no better than 4th again today. But what a finish to our 3rd race. Yufakuk Allah, the winner. Malian close, but not close enough in 2nd.
Good race. MashaAllah.
MashaAllah, tabarakallah, alhamdulillah. First time out. Pretty good, decent. I love it. He's a fighter. Alhamdulillah, thank you.
I have a feeling that this is the start of a very, very good weekend for Prince Saud bin Salman Abdul Aziz and his team. They have a lot of runners this week, and I feel like this is the weekend they have been aiming for. And the first and second horse are it's the same teams that were winners of the first and second race, so they were battling it out there right until the very end. Very tough battle there between horse number 3 and horse number 18. So very well done there to both teams. I think they're going to be on the radar a lot. Both of the teams show up and usually win all of the big cup races, as we've seen in previous weekends. So it's great to see Louis back in the winners' enclosure, especially on a Thursday as well. I feel like we never get to speak to Louis on a Thursday. So great to see. And very strong run there from this 3-year-old colt by Medaglia out of Belvoir Bay. And very well done to Mitab as well, and Hisham and the whole team for Prince Saud bin Salman Stables. Jumped out of stall 3, and the horse number 18 was jumping out of stall number 18 as well, and Ricardo Ferrero did not give up until the line, but Louis Morales just got his head in front in those final closing stages. So it'll be good to see what Louis thought of that race, how tired he is after that tough battle to the finish line as well. So we'll go over to him now. Congratulations, Louis. Quick double for you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Obviously not much to say about this horse in terms of form, but how was he there today in that race?
Well, he was a little bit green. Actually, I was surprised because he broke on top with with some speed, and they usually break slow. He was pretty confident inside, and when the other one attacked me and passed me, I switched the whip and I asked him to come back, and he come up like a good horse, inshallah.
Did you think that you were going to hold on for that first place?
Well, I was comfortable in the beginning, but the other horse put me a lot of pressure since like 800. So it was a battle. He has already won race. I was first time out, so it's a little bit of different, but he has class.
Do you think that we could see the Prince Saud Silks a lot in the winners' enclosure this weekend?
Hopefully, inshallah. We have a good shot, so, all depends. God, lucky, racing. The races all are tough, so, everybody's working for win. As we want to win, they want to win, so we have to have a lucky and the signature from the God Almighty.
Well done, Louis.
Alhamdulillah, thank you.
The Connections, who won the first 2 races, have fought out the finish to the 3rd race as well. Yevakik Allah makes a winning debut here, double up for Louis Morales, and a double for the trainer of the 2nd race, Tema Al-Dahani. Sees off Malyan for the 2nd place. It's a 1-2 for the stable, with Albani back in 3rd place. But it looked to be, on paper, a newcomers race. You could pick holes in the top 2 of the market. House of Aviz, never better than 6th place early, and 2 newcomers fighting out the finish, Rory.
Yeah, this was a race where there were some decent newcomers. We'll see the winner comes out of stall 3 here. That's a good break. The horse in stall 2 not breaking at all was a bonus. Also in stall 1 is the other well-bred newcomer, Al Albani, who was a half-brother to the Scar Mile winner, True Timber. So the pair of those stood out in pedigree. The question was how ready they would be for debut. And if you're a little bit behind the bridle early on, you can get yourself in a bad position here. But both of them broke pretty well. They were in the top 5 or 6 going into the bend. We did see speed out wide from both Survivalist in stall 20, from Malian in stall 18, and a little bit of speed also from Mobeen, but he just struggled to keep up with them when the taps returned on shortly before staying on again at 1 pace. You pointed out House of Aviz, who was the international market leader. He's done the same thing as he did on debut. He's broken well, and he's just worked his way back through the field since that. He just hasn't acclimatised yet.
Is that about the sort of orange colours, white sleeves?
That's right, yeah. So he's back in 7th or 8th now and just losing positions. So disappointing effort again from him. He might come good, but a lot of horses just take time to acclimatise, and he hasn't yet. He did a bit better than first time, so at least he's heading in the right direction. But a really good battle between these two going to the line. Yufikuk Allah on the inside, and Malyan, who didn't race for Roger Varian but was in training in the UK, so had a little bit of experience there.
And did head the winner there?
Headed the winner briefly, but I thought the winner showed a really good attitude to get back up on the line. And when you've got a pedigree like that, you're out of a multiple graded winner, and you've also got a fighting attitude that will set you up very nicely for your career. And he will. He's clear. He's going to do much better. 1:25.73 was the time, which is a decent time for this 7 furlongs. I don't know where connections would want to go next for him. It's still early days. You don't really want to be thinking of that Saudi Cup weekend on a horse having its second start, but clearly they'll be looking at big prizes next season with a horse who looks to have plenty of scope for further improvement.
And given his run to the line and given his pedigree, a horse has got to probably stay a little bit further, 1,600, 1,800 maybe?
You'd have thought so. I mean, obviously the dam was speedy, but being by Medaglia d'Oro, that's sort of a typical US middle distance pedigree, so he should be somewhere in between. A mile shouldn't be an issue, and again, he's gone hard there and found extra in the last 100 metres, so that suggests he'd certainly stay another furlong. I thought Al Albani in third ran really well. That clearly got tired from the home turn, but kept on to keep third place, and I thought he has the look of one who'll improve a fair bit from first to second start, so he's another one to put in your notebook as well. Not suggesting the second isn't one to have in your notebook. The one thing to bear in mind with him is that although he didn't have a race in the UK for Roger Varian, he would have been in training and he would have gone through the usual Newmarket rigmarole, so he'd know a little bit more about racing than the first and third. And a great bit of jockeyship there as well, those two jockeys fighting at the finish, and Ferreira giving a tap on the arm to Morales as they cross the line to say well done. Yeah, you get really good camaraderie here. I know we always say there's great camaraderie in the jockeys room, but there's sometimes a little bit of an edge. But when we talk to winning jockeys here, they tend to be at pains to point out that they're a real close-knit family here, and they want the best for everyone. And the jockeys who are riding for a team where they wouldn't always be on the first string, even leading jockeys, are always happy to see the apprentices get winners as well. So that's a nice touch here. And does this kind of set the theme for the weekend, really? We've had Prince Saud winning races 1 and 3. We've had Tamer Al Dahani winning the second race and taking second there as well. We've seen some of the powerful connections and the informed connections already being dominant. Yeah, I mean, we've got we tend to see the white stable, as it were, winning most races here, but there are a couple of stables who tend not to have many runners in Taif who come on strong in the second half of the season at Riyadh, and those are two of them, the colours of Prince Saud bin Salman and also the colours of Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Sabah. Their runners tend to do very well this part of the season, and again, if you look at the strike rate, Tamer Al Dahani, I think he's now 6 from 24 in the calendar year, so a 25% strike rate in Saudi Arabia, where the races are this tight, 20 runner affairs, is a very, very good strike rate to have. Lucas Gaitan probably slightly better, but he has fewer runners. He really chooses his races, this Lucas. Whereas the white stable, they have a huge number of runners. They're very successful. Horses tend to be ready first time out, and they also target some of the big race days. They'll have multiple runners in some of those cup and open races. Okay, well, that was our third race. We can head back, though, to Mark Francis ahead of our next.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, next maiden is for fillies, so no he's here, chaps. Starting by number 1, Wad Malak for Ali Al Mimoni. 2 is Misail for Ricardo Ferreira. Thama Al Dahadi, I think, has got a great chance here with Misail, who was smashed up by Tabar Fail last time out, but there should be nothing of that quality in this race. 3 is Edge Lalea for Azil Al Sahani. Headgear on debut is certainly a worry. Same said for the 5, which we'll come to. But the 4 is Shalfa Satan for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Blinkers also on Muta, the 5, Abdullah Al-Farouz. 6 is Sanabik, better effort last time out, Adel Al-Faredi. Tahim is the 7, Abdullah Al-Kridis. And Haba Al-Maidan, who was always behind last time out, is the mount of Mohammed Al-Yami. 9, Al-Bashireya is the 9, bit of a mouthful, not a bad debut 4th at meeting 80. 10 is Tassib Al-Kier, Victor Gutierrez. 11, Jude Fariz for Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. 12 is a scratch. 13, Radahar for Iyad Al-Tariti, another debutant. 14, Artiwa for Khalid Al-Mimoni. Nawadir Al-Nadir is the 15 for Ahmed Al-Sharar. 16, Aidawar for Tariq Al-Mansour. 17, Jaman Al-Kayir. 18 is Tara Ruha for Ali Al-Mutib. 19 is Shiblat thereafter for Fahid Al-Faredi. Dalali is 20, Abdullah Al-Saida. 21 is a scratch, but 22 does get in with the 12 also being out. Ataya Karim gets in for hat-trick-seeking Luis Morales. So 20 runners again, it's up to a mile now, aren't we? We're up to a mile, 1,600 metres. No Wigberto Ramos here, Martin. Just checking that you're up to date with that. I'm sure he's tucking into a glass of apple juice as we speak.
Well, given you seem to know his every movement, I'm sure that's exactly what he is doing at the minute. So thanks to Wiggy for his input, and thanks to Mark for the runners and riders on our 4th of the afternoon. As he said, local bred fillies made here, 3-year-olds in action. And once again, Rory, it's not going to be an easy race to dissect. Over half the field making their debuts.
Yeah, and those with form have shown fairly modest form to date. I think we were looking at 91, 86, 75 or something in the last race. The top rated here is 62 and 60, so pretty ordinary looking race unless some of the newcomers are above average.
Well, let's focus in on the top 2. We've got Sanabik, who is rated 62. Adel Al-Faredi takes the ride. Horse number 6, top rated in the field. And as Mark said, going through the runners and riders, did show more last time.
Yeah, I mean, she's had 8 runs and she's looking exposed, but she did seem to take a step forward after a couple of disappointing efforts when 4 lengths third to Zawur in a 7-furlong maiden last time out. And she's got certainly place claims for the repeat of that effort.
That is the top rated. The jockeys are making their way into the paddock. The horses in there as well. Let's get the latest on what's happening out there with Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. My paddock selection for this race is just coming up beside me here now with the pink fluffy noseband, so we can't lose her. She was 4th last time out. It's horse number 9, Al Bashira, who will be ridden by Abdulaziz Al Musa, who's a bit of an underrated jockey here in the standings, but he throws in a good winner or two every few weekends, and I think this could be his lucky day. I love this filly. She is a lot bigger than the rest of the fillies in this race. I think she can go a few places better and add a second win to her name today. I do have to give a shout out to horse number 2, of course, for Tharmal Dehani. After what we've just seen in the 3 previous races, I think that Tharmal Dehani is going to have a very, very good weekend indeed, and so is Ricardo Ferreira. And horse number 5 looking really well as well. No paddock negatives to report for you here in the 4th race of the day.
Thank you, Shamila. So we've said Sanabak is top rated of 62. The other one to mention, Rory, with a similar rating you touched on was horse number 8, which is Harbat Al Maidan. 16 runs so far, but the form regressed last time.
Was 3rd on the final day of the Thai season. That was probably her best effort, but she's not reproduced that form for 2 different trainers since. So she's moved stables, which is always a bit of a negative, particularly if they move multiple times. She's beaten over 30 lengths in a 7-furlong maiden last time out, so I doubt she's capable of running to that rating at the moment, at least.
Albert Cherry was Shamila's peak, and you can see why on that debut run over the course and distance.
Yeah, I mean, she was beaten 12 lengths in the end, but it was probably in a better race than this, finishing 4th to Sultanat Al Hijaz over 7 furlongs, giving the impression that she would benefit from a step up to a mile. So I thought she was at least as interesting as the 2 we've looked at so far.
And Shamila also mentioning the 2 here as well. Missa Eel, 4 connections we've already heard from today. Tam Al Dahani and Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 2 runs so far. The most recent of those back in December.
Yeah, she's interesting. You look at her form figures. 4, then 11 suggests she's gone the wrong way, but she's not raced in a maiden so far. Her debut came in an auction contest won by the much improved Ayat Al Muhammadiyah. That was in meeting 68 here, and then she was thrown into the Princess Setat Cup last time out. Cup races are really, really tough. You've got to be hitting ratings in the mid-90s to be competitive there, and it's very rare for a horse having its 2nd or 3rd start to be competitive in those races. So the fact that she was beaten 18 lengths behind Teba Fail, who's one of the best horses we've seen, certainly in Taif, I would certainly forgive her that run, and a repeat of her debut would put her right in the picture here. She's definite shortlist material.
And especially with connections having such a good afternoon at this early stage.
Yeah, just in really good form at the moment. As I said, 25% strike rate for the stable this year is remarkable. And Ricardo Ferreira has been possibly the most eye-catching jockey in the last few weeks. We know we know to look at Wiggy. Camilo Espina is the leading jockey here, but Ricardo Ferreira has really impressed with the rides he's had in the last few weeks.
And the one that Shamila mentioned on looks as well, number 5, Mutaha, on debut here today. Abdullah Al Farazi on board.
Yeah, she's pedigree's a little bit hard to read, but she is a half sister to a winner at Taif. That half sister didn't really go on Samoa Al Sohab, but did win by a wide margin earlier in her career. So clearly from a family that goes well fresh, and Mutaha needs to be respected, I think, in what's a pretty weak race all told.
Focusing on one of those with experience, number 11 is Jude Farish, 2 runs so far, but double-digit defeats on both outings.
Yeah, it just seems pretty much of no account at this stage. They can take a couple of runs to get their act together, but expecting them to improve after 2 shows like that is not really the norm.
Number 16 is Idawa. If we're looking at those with form, 3 runs, but again, uninspiring form figures.
Yeah, showed a little bit on debut, hasn't bettered that in 2 starts since, and a rating of 52 pretty much sums her up.
And if we're looking down the bottom end of the page there, Rory horses 13 downwards. We've got stacks of newcomers, 13, 15. We've got the 18, the 19, 20, and the 22 all on debut. Anything positive to say about any of those?
Not that many. Radaha, number 13, the dam was pretty poor, both in the UK. It was rated 43 in the UK for Mark Johnson, ran 3 times here without getting anywhere near them. And she's largely produced moderate performers, but one of her foals has won 5 times here. So lightning could strike twice with her. Nawadir Al Nadir is out of an unraced mare, and there's not much positive to take from that pedigree. And not many. Taharuha, she's had several siblings who've seen the racecourse, but they've run 48 times between them without winning at all. Shiblat Thereafter, good name that, I quite like that, but she's out, the dam's called Thereafter, so, but it does roll off the tongue. Similarly, her siblings have run 43 times. One of them did win once from 27, a horse called Arbokla, but generally speaking, the others from her family who have raced have looked pretty moderate.
Which team there could be a delay to this race? The runners still in the paddock at the moment as they prepare for our 4th of the afternoon. To get involved on YouTube, we've had George backing up the commentary, giving us Rory about the 2 here, which is Misael. He said, next race number 2, this looks head and shoulders above the rest, and that really would back it up what you said about the confidence she's been keeping.
Yeah, this is a big class drop. They can disappoint when they've run respectably in very good races, particularly if what they're doing is picking up ground late in a race. I've seen plenty of horses who on the rating should win, but if they don't go the early pace, sometimes they can disappoint. But I don't think that's really an issue with Misael, particularly with the yard in such good form.
Yeah, 2nd and a win so far today, and Shamila as well, given that as one of her main selections. If you're looking for the winner, Rory, where would you go for this? I mean, it's so difficult.
There aren't many of the newcomers who make any appeal, so I'd like to think it's going to be something with experience. I don't particularly like those with form, Sanabik and Harbat Almeida. And Sanabik is the better of the 2, but I thought that Misael and Al-Bashiria were the 2 likely to improve past them, and I'll go with Misael, given there are fairly positive signs for her there, both in the international market and also in the form book already.
I think we're all coming towards the same kind of horses. You're mentioning the 2 and the 9. I'd probably go with the 2, given what you've put into context those couple of debut runs and the form of connections as well. So Shamila with her 2nd selection in the race was Misael. Her main one, though, was the 9, Al-Bashiria, as they make their way down to the start as the sun starts to make its way lower into the sky. Of course, the beginning of 3 fantastic days racing, 5 qualifiers for Saudi Cup weekend tomorrow and the Custodian on Saturday. And we're touching at the top of the programme, Roy, just about the quality we've got over the next couple of days. We've got Saudi Cup that's kind of supplemented into the season, but as a standalone meeting, tomorrow by far, I think, exceeds what we've had here before.
Yeah, and obviously a few of those races are deemed to be trials, but it's a little bit like Trials Day at Cheltenham back home or something like that. The races deserve to have their own standing, and they really do stand alone. But obviously, there is that the element of needing to have qualifiers for the big races in Saudi Cup weekend. But the quality that we're seeing over the next 2 days is stellar. It's really, really good. I'm very much looking forward to it.
I'm just looking through some of tomorrow. You've got the stable standings around here, the likes of Mai Franklin and Luganini got in a post, but we'll come on to it in more details tomorrow. But lots of horses coming through from the UK and the sales making their debuts here tomorrow that bring a good level of European form in.
Yeah, and we would have said at Taif that the horses who are coming over from the UK making their debut had a tough task. They seem to take at least a couple of runs to acclimatise. But we've noticed in Riyadh, with the temperatures being so much cooler, obviously Taif is cooler than Riyadh in the summer, but the temperature often around 20 degrees or thereabouts there, and the surface being faster. We've seen 2 or 3, well, more than that actually. We've certainly seen 2 or 3 very good winners from the UK winning first time out, perhaps unexpectedly based on the international market, but clearly those who've been kept on the go, have maybe come over from the UK from October onwards and had been racing. Certain trainers are able to keep them going, haven't given them a break, and basically starting with them with the fitness edge that they've had in the UK, and they've been doing pretty well. But I think traditionally people would bring horses over, immediately let them down, get them to acclimatise, and then try to build them back up again. But it seems striking while the iron's hot is successful here.
Yeah, and we'll have more on that tomorrow. A really good day's racing, probably the best single day's racing we've had here in Saudi Arabia aside from Saudi Cup weekend. So Misail, Shamila's second pick, she's with the 9. I'm coming in with you, Rory, on the 2.
Yeah, I'm with Misail, yeah.
As we go back to Mark, I'm here, Mark, this is your nap of the day here. Can you reveal all?
I certainly can, yeah. Misail for me here was thumped by Tabar Fail, who, as Rory alluded to, was one of the standouts in the Taif season. But there's no Tabar Fail here today. And I think Misail will take all the beating for a red-hot partnership of Thama Al-Dahani and Ricardo Ferreira. I feel like Shamila should probably go stand in the winner's enclosure already, because the winning interview is coming from Misail. Just 1 or 2 other observations from the paddock. I agree with Shamila with Alba Sharia. It was a gorgeous looker. She loved the camera, didn't she? The 9. And there she is in shot, just getting 1 or 2 adjustments. She's got a nice pink noseband on as well. She, liked the look of the camera. 1 or 2 negatives. I thought the 15, Nawadir Al-Nadir, was a very tall, leggy type. She's certainly not filled out, Nawadir Al-Nadir. And I think this will be a tough task for today's assignment. Ahmed Al-Sharar in the saddle. Just 1 or 2 more paddock observations. I'd like to see Alba Sharia run well, but I'm all over Misail here for Ricardo and Thama teaming up again. Drawn in 2 over the mile here. I think everything adds up. But we might see something smart on debut. We shall see, but this filly should take all the beating. Dropped her right to the bottom of the hierarchy. And hopefully she makes that count. So we're already halfway through loading here. Next to come forward is Jude Fari for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Yellow jacket, black sash. Not loading quickly here, so hopefully we do make up time. We are 4 or 5 minutes late to this race. Sanabik in next. Sharafa Satam. Just having a think about things. It's a bit of urging. He's in. Last trio include Muta. Also out of line, Taharuha. Also the reserve, Ataya Kareem. Just backing away as Taharuha goes forward. 1 left to load. Ataya Kareem into 12. Reminder, we're without the 12 and 21 here, so 22 gets in, and they're all in line. Set for a start. Local bred fillies maiden over the mile, and they're off. Racing away then over the 1600 metres. Shiblat thereafter was one of the slowest into stride, and also blowing the start towards the rear of the field is Nawadir Al-Nadir, and is racing rather awkwardly as well. But through the first furlong and a bit, up with the pace early on. Misail got a good break from stall 2 and heads the parade. The striped sleeves in second place belong to Muta, and they're already 2.5 lengths on then on Edge Lalea back in third. Sanabek comes next in fourth position. There's a further 2.5 lengths back to the black jacket of Alba Sharia, who has company on the wide outside with Artiwa. Also there, Dalali, and widest of all, the blue sleeves of Shiblat thereafter. Towards the rear of the field includes the likes of Juman Al-Khair and also Taharuha, as the leaders are already pressing on. They completed their first 800 metres in 48.76 seconds. And it's Misail who is in command. Ricardo Ferreira just pushing away for 1 or 2 strides. Now challenged on the outside by Edge Lalea. And then comes the retreating Muta as looking towards the middle of picture. The red jacket of Shalfa Satam is one of those to emerge from out of the pack. And so too is Aidawa, as inside the last 350 metres they go. And Misail says, catch me if you can. And is extended by 3 to 4 to 5 lengths now. Up along the inside, it's Wad Malak. Then comes the retreating Edge Lalea. But this is all over. Misail extending, racing up towards the line. Oh, this is a class filly, this is. Misail absolutely Robso. Misail double for Thoma Al-Dahani and Ricardo Ferreira. Second position, possibly Wad Malak, close for third, involving Edge Lalea, and also the staying on Artiwa. Misail then gets off the mark at the third time of asking in a time of 1:40.31 and was never in a moment's worry. Misail from the front, it's certainly the place to be today, gents. Misail under Ricardo lands a double, 2 for Luis Morales, 2 for Ricardo Ferreira, and he puts aside that disappointing result in our previous race to absolutely hack up here. 12.25 lengths. Back to Wad Malak in second position. Edge Lalea ran well on debut in third. And Artiwa, surely up in trip next time, back in fourth. 2-1-3 is the result of race number 4. Misail, an early contender for best winner of the day, chaps.
Thank you so much. Today, race for this filly win. He ran very good first time, come fourth. Last time ran Group 1.
Yeah.
Today,
This first time with you?
yes, first time with me. I jumped good and many horses. Today ran first time. Yes, he's winning. It's very good filly. Yes, inshallah. Thank you. Sure, thank you, Sheikh Abdullah and the Tamar for giving me more ridings, more winners. Thank you.
Not only have we had a double from Louis Morales today, but now we've had our second double of the day, and it's only race 4 with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira and Thamra Dehani. So very well done to the whole team of Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Melk Al Sabah Stables. Very big congratulations. Misael wins the 4th race. And not only was she carrying 58 kilos, but she was carrying the weight and expectations of everyone on the team today. So very well done to everyone who stuck on with horse number 2, Misael, a 3-year-old filly by Patriot Act out of Shiblat Nofa. And as you can see, it's smiles and high fives and hugs all round here between Thamra Dehani, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira and the whole team. What a beautiful filly they have on their hands. And they've stuck on with her for 1,600 meters, and she's won 3rd time lucky. So huge well done to everyone involved. 3rd time lucky there for this filly. How was she today?
Yeah, I think usually today is win because last race go Group 1, not run bad, but today I think sure win because I think better and many horses ran first time today.
It's only the 4th race. You've already had a double. I think you're going to have a very good weekend.
Yes, I hope I have this week many rides, good rides for cups, and I try more winners. And thank you all owner, all trainer, and the whole people Saudi Arabia.
Do you think that she could go 1,800, maybe even 2,000?
I think more distance is better for her. But today I won't go in front and go the leader for high riding alone, you know. More horses today first time run and sometimes come behind, not easy.
Very well done, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Well, Misael very strong on the international market and makes no mistakes, winning by 12.5 lengths. Double up for the trainer. Has also had a second here today that, dropping class here, Rory, has really allowed her to show her true colours.
Yeah, she was. She didn't have a rating coming into this, but she would, if you had to rate her on what she'd done, she would have been top rated in the race, given the company she's been keeping. That 4th to Ayat Al Mohammadiyah on racecourse debut was a very good performance, and obviously. In a cup race last time out, she had a very tough ask, but she used that experience to good effect here. Bounced out from stall 2. The inside stalls dominated here with quite a lot of newcomers in the wide draws. We often see the horses drawn wide able to cut across, but most of those inexperienced, slowly away, and for once the inside is dominated. So we saw the winner go forward. Mutaha, who got a good mention beforehand, the newcomer, also showed early speed. El Jaleo, who finished 3rd, was up there from the start. And the only one who's made any significant ground, and it probably hasn't come from too far back, is Wad Malak, who's finished 4th in the end. So it's the 4th race in a row. I guarantee you the races are a lot more interesting here in terms of where the winners come from than you get the impression of today, because every race has been dominated by speed so far.
Well, the pace has held up in every single race, hasn't it?
I mean, the track seems to be riding a little bit faster in the last couple of meetings than it had been. But we're also seeing a bit of quality on those who are able to lead here, so it's a bit of a result of that as well. But this is a useful filly, Misael. She's won by 12.5 lengths. I don't think anything in behind her has run to a mark higher than 60. To be perfectly honest, we knew that those with form were rated 60 and 62. Neither of them really going forward. At least the frame has been filled by newcomers who should improve a fair bit for the run. But you're struggling to find positives with anything further back in the field there.
Yeah, even the 2nd and 3rd have been quite well held to the end, but she's really extended here. Now, how would you compare her to the winners of the 2nd and 3rd races?
Well, she's obviously the most impressive winner today, winning by that kind of margin. But I would say the winner of the 2nd race is probably a little bit better. The handicap I think will come to that conclusion. And you basically judge a horse that wins by this kind of margin on the clock. The benefit of this is, and you don't see this in the UK that much, when they are clear, the jockey doesn't decide to win cosily. They do tend to be pushed out to the line, particularly from stables who want to have runners in the big races. So they want to find out how good the horses are, and they don't want the handicapper to under-assess them. So she's not been eased down at all coming to the line, and as a result, maybe 10 yards from home. So the time of 1:40.31 is a good time. It's not a wow tremendous time, but it's a good time.
And how does that compare with Jcsa? I suppose different distances from early on, but comparatively against the sort of standard?
Yeah, well, we're looking at, if you're getting, As I said, with the 1:13 we saw earlier on is a really good time for the 1200 meters, and if you're getting to sort of 1:26 over 1400, you're going to be highly rated. I always think 140 as the 140 dead as the sort of cutoff point for a very useful performer. If a maiden winner can do 140, then I think this might be quite good. This is her third start, obviously, so she's had more opportunity to do that, but it's still a decent time.
Yeah, well, let's hopefully we can hear from the winning trainer again, see if he's got big plans for the winner here. In the meantime, we go back to Shamila and hear from more connections very shortly, hopefully. But first off, we go back to Mark. Over to you, Mark. Well done on your main selection of the evening. Does the job handsomely.
Absolutely, Martin. Yeah, she was a class apart, wasn't she? And hopefully bigger targets await. We're on to race number 5 already. It's another maiden, but just 2 horses we haven't seen before. Number 1, Mesbah Alamau, is the mount of Khalid Al-Mamoni. 2 is Lag Harabar for Selman Al-Rashid. And 3 is Kara Deradu for Rayan Outer Esh. 4 is a scratch, so we move on to the 5, which is the first of 3 greys. Al Sayyid for Tariq Al Mansour is the 5, and 6, another grey, is Fiber Ali Al Mimoni, rated 65, sharing top rated with the 7, Muhi Bukum for Ricardo Ferreira, looking for the hat trick. Best effort last time out, although a 6-length second. No number 8, so we move on to the 9, Al Kayas for Thurb Al Timyat is up in trip today, and the final grey is the 10, Faisal Al Sad, which completes the first list. Over the page, Admiral First has basically near a last and first on debut back at meeting 82, North Al Farouz. The 12 is Sahim Rumar, only 0-6 so far, and 6th last time out. 13, Hal Hilala for Fawas Wanas, rated just 36. 14, Al Baghush for Naif Al Nasi, 2 starts so far, both 8th. 15 is Ibn Al-Wakas for North Al-Madiani. 16 is a debutant, Osama Al-Sharani, rides Flash 11. And the other debutant, 17, Moraid Al-Kayil. 18 is Mac for Fahed Al-Faradi. And a few over the page, 19, Sardim Abdullah Al-Kridis in the blinkers. No number 20, so with all the reserves, all get in. 21, 22 and 23 are all in. So Thawab Alex Moreno, 22 Ghazal Al Saudia, and 23 Sonic showed nothing like his namesake. And a reminder to our presenter Callum Helliwell that Sonic was certainly a hedgehog.
Well, what else could he be? Surely the clues of the name Sonic the Hedgehog.
Unfortunately, Callum has muted the chat, so he'll be oblivious to that.
That's not to be confused with Sonic the Turtle or something.
Indeed, yes. Or Sonic the Giraffe.
Well, the runners in the paddock, jockey's also there as well for this, our 5th, this locally bred maiden for 3-year-old colts only, and thankfully, Rory, a lot more form to go on this time.
Yes, some of it not particularly good form, but quite a lot of horses rated close together here, so we should have a very competitive affair.
We've got the 5, the 6, the 7 and the 10 all rated quite close together. And joint tops as well, Fiber and also Mubi Kum as well, both on a mark of 65, but between them yet to win in 20 starts here.
Yes, and Fiber is the main villain of that piece. He's talented, but he is not from 15 now, and he does drop in class. His last couple of runs have been in 0-75 handicaps, but he manages to find a way of losing more often than not, does Fiber. We've seen a lot of him this season.
And then the 7 as well, this is Mubicum, who had a couple of goes in Taif, had a bit of a spell, came back, and probably an improved run last time out. Yeah,
his last 2 runs have been an improvement on the poor form he was showing in Taif. Was 5th to Precious a couple of starts back, and then 6 1/4 length second to a useful sort in Mountaintop, and of course in distance maiden the last time out. Mountaintop is above average, and I think getting within around 6 lengths of him was a better performance than most of these can manage, and he's probably the one they have to beat.
Number 1 is Mesbah Alamal. We can just see in shot a little bit on toes. 12 last time out, 5 goes so far.
Yeah, he's only a rating of 46 is not flattering to him, but he's struggled to improve on sort of poor efforts, and he seems an unlikely winner of this with about £20 to find.
Number 2 is Lag Harabar, just the 1 run so far, and that was early on here in the Riyadh season.
Yeah, meeting 57, he was beaten 30 lengths from the last of 12, so plenty of improvement needed.
Kawdradu is number 3, 2 runs so far, but did seem to show better form second time up.
Yes, his better effort definitely when fourth to Motawasi. Beaten 18 lengths, it has to be said, but that was an above average 7 furlong maiden here on the 11th of January. The winner went on to finish second in the Asir Region Governorate Cup, so that's obviously well above average form for that kind of contest.
And Ryan Al-Tarish takes the ride on horse number 3. Number 4 is a scratch, which brings us to number 5, which is Al Sayek. 3 goes so far. All of them been here at the Riyadh season?
Yeah, it was behind Tawab on debut. We'll come to the Tawab later. And then was 16.5 length ninth in an 1800 metre open won by Shayak 2 weeks ago. That was a good contest. He was well beaten though, but this at least represents a drop in class and he should be competitive.
We've touched on Fibre, who we can see in shot there. Not the most taken individual to look at.
No, there's not. He doesn't tend to catch the eye, Fibre. He does have form both here and in type to give him every chance of winning, but he's had chances to win before in even weaker races than this and hasn't got it done.
And there is number 7. This is Mubicum, who we've touched on as well. Jockey certainly much in form, Ricardo Souza Ferreira.
Yeah, you couldn't have a better rider at the moment, really, could you? He's on a treble today and he's been really catching the eye of late.
And third on the outrides, number 9, Al Kayas, who was 5th last time out, but the first 4 went clear in that race and wasn't disgraced over the 1200.
No, he ran on well at the end, suggesting that a step up in trip would suit. He steps up from 1200 to a mile. And yeah, he was making steady late progress to be beaten 7 1/4 lengths behind Satay Alanaya there, and he wouldn't be far off the best of these, extrapolating that form forward.
And we just saw Adele Alfredi getting up there aboard number 10, Faisal Al Sad. He's in the paddock, as is Shamila. He's got her thoughts on race 5.
Thank you very much. I haven't had much luck today, so hopefully I can turn that around. For this race, I'm going to go with horse number 3. He is named after a footballer, and I am not going to butcher the name, but he is trained by Mamdou Al Ali. I've tried to say the name 1,000 times, so I'm just not going to say it. But beautiful 3-year-old grey colt here on our hands. 4th last time out, a meeting 88, paired with Ryan Al-Tarish yet again. So hopefully they can go a few places better this time. So horse number 3 will be my paddock selection for this race. A few negatives for you. Just ones to note down. Horse number 1 being very naughty in the preliminary stages. The jockey is yet to get on board as well, just being very difficult to handle here in the parade ring. And horse number 11 looking to carry a little bit too much condition than I would like to see on these horses. But horse number 7 does look good as well, so it was a flip of a coin for me between horse number 7 and 3, and it has landed on horse number 3.
Kawdradu. A name familiar to... I've got to admit, not my bag, but I've not heard of Kawdradu.
And in fairness, I can help you out massively there, but I've heard of a few players. My son is mad keen on football now, and he keeps asking me about players from the 70s and 80s, and I've got to vaguely keep up with him, but I don't think even he doesn't talk about Kawdradu.
It's in these instances you'd hope the producer might have Googled Kawdradu, might have interjected with a little bit of help here, but stony silence in our ears here. So we've touched on the first 10 or so in the field. Let's work our way down a little bit further and see what else we can consider here. What about number 15, EBN Al-Quas, just the one start so far. Can we take anything from that?
Been a long way in 18th, no promise to take from it. You don't want to judge a horse on one run, but at the same time, there's nothing you could say about that that's too positive about his chances here.
And Thawab, number 21, with Alexis Marino on board?
Yeah, he improved on debut when 5 lengths, 7th of 19 and a 7 furlong maiden at meeting 71 behind Precious. That ties in with one of our other runners who was behind Precious earlier on. I think that was Muhi Buchan was 5th in that contest. So Thawab's got a little bit to find. But in fairness, that was just his second start. Probably a slight improvement on debut. And runners from this yard do tend to need a couple of runs to hit their peak. So I'd expect improvement from Thawab. Even though he does have work to do on paper, I think he will improve. And Alex Moreno, a good jockey booking for him.
Yeah, Thawab sort of frozen power. In the colours of Prince Faisal bin Khalid. So we're getting down towards selection times. They're coming out onto the track and heading down to post. We'll go back to Mark shortly for his thoughts. But Rory, where do you head in this?
I quite like, despite not having heard of the footballer, I quite like Kawdradu as well.
Let's have a look at number 7 in shot here. This was the second run for Mahubicum.
Yeah, this is Mountain Top winning the race, and Mountain Top goes away to win in quite good style. But Mahubicum kept on well to get second. He's beaten 6 1/4 lengths at the line, but he was the only one to throw down a challenge to the winner, who was thrown into Group 1 company on his next start. He ran in the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup on his next start and finished 8th in that. So he's a well above average maiden winner.
Yeah, that was a good run, just second here, just before the turn of New Year. Sorry, you were heading in the direction of your selection.
Yeah, I mean, I respect Mubi Bukem. I think his rating of 65 is a solid one, and he might do better yet. But I like the fact that the form of Kawada Radu's 4th last time out has worked out well. Motawasi, again, a well above average sort, who was second in a cup race on his next start, and I think he's liable to improve again. Rayan Altawarsh from stall 3, the low draws have been pretty helpful today.
So you're looking for a Messi style performance from Kawada Radu?
Yeah, maybe not a Kawada Radu style performance, but who knows? he might be the next Messi.
And if I was to say, I quite like the chances of the 9, then Alcaeus to improve steps in distance.
Sorry, which one?
The 9.
Yes. Yeah, this would be the other one on my short list. It's on his 2-step salsa. He kept on well over 6 furlongs. That trip looked too short for him on debut, and he will improve for it. So I would have that as the 3rd of my short list.
Well, the producer has Googled Kawada Radu and can't find him anywhere. So
well,
hopefully when we go back to
Shamila told us. She told us last time, so someone's clearly told her, but we don't know.
Well, Mark Francis is known around the London area as the fount of all knowledge. Maybe he'll know when we go back to him very shortly. So it's race 5 here in Riyadh this evening. This locally bred maiden for 3-year-olds. Only Rory and Shamila both keen on the 3. Kawada Radu, who Mark Francis is.
Oh, I've had my Google, Martin. I can't see anything. I can't see anything for Kawada Radu. This fountain of knowledge link that you've applied to me, it's certainly not the case, but I thought I'd have a little look. But yeah, I couldn't see anything. So we'll guess at the pronunciation of Kawada Radu. Apologies to connections already. Rayan Altawarsh on board. We know how to say his name all right. Anyway, moving on. I thought that Muhi Bukem here was the one to beat. Had a bit of trouble, I think, at the start, back at meeting 45. Has run twice since, 5th and a 2nd, which we saw in the little clip just a few moments ago. And I guess a positive with the jockey already on a double. So sort of do the selections before any of the racing. So to see that the jockey's in form is certainly an added bonus here. Very unique silks as well. I've not really seen these silks before. It's sort of a blue jacket with horizontal grey stripes. You might be able to see in shot in just a moment. What you can see is blue and white stripes of Al-Kayas, 2nd-time starter for Thurb Altimya, up in trip today. There's Fibre, certainly one of the market leaders on the international markets. There's the red hoops on turquoise of Al-Bakash, followed by Flash 11. There's the Wab, Alex Moreno. Been his day so far. It's not really been anyone's day, unless your surname is Ferreira or Morales. See the other reserve with the black jacket, yellow stars, just going out of shot there. Ghazal Al-Saudier, and there's Sonic. Yellow jacket, red stars on the sleeve. So we should be loading in the next few moments. We are just running a little bit behind time, but as I say, as is the case in Saudi and at Riyadh, they do like to catch up the time as we see this excellent shot of the length of the back straight. See how the harrowing on the dirt course is everything from the mile onwards. Of course, no races over the 1.25 miles today. We do end the card with a race over a little bit further, 1,800 metres, the Saudi Cup distance. I'm sure the team will be at work at some point this evening. Looks as though Sonic will be the first to go forward. Grey horse who hasn't really shown much speed so far. Get the witty links out of my system. There you can see Ibn Al-Wakas and Al-Sayyiq or Tariq Al-Mansour. Here's Admiral first. Won't really do much worse than his first time start. got about 6 or 7 in. Next to come forward is Power Dorado. The two aren't really playing ball here. Okay, that's just getting a little bit worked up, and so too Moraed Al-Khail. The 1 or 2 fractious. What is a maiden, so plenty of inexperienced horses on show, but in terms of the maidens we've got on today, plenty of these have seen the racecourse. In fact, all of them, bar 2, horses 16 and 17. There's the Wab, who inherits a good draw here. Gate number 4. Just reversing there is Ghazal Al Saudi. Any further, it'll be right in the lens of the camera. So we're beyond halfway. Next race, we stick over the 1600 metres. It's another maiden, but for 4-year-olds. This contest restricted to 3-year-olds. Again, Ghazal Al Saudi backing away from stall number 8. Muhi Bukum waiting patiently. Jockey bang in form. Carlo Ferreira. Going to try again here on this 22. It's a very smart looking chestnut colt, but he's just been a little bit fractious with the starting team. So final few coming forward, including Muhi Bukum. We should be about set. 1600 metres. And they're off. Darting out to the left was the blue headgear of Ibn Al-Wakas under Norwith Al-Mudianu, who had to pull extremely hard on the right rein just to get him to go straight as we follow the runners through the first 200 metres. One of the first to break the line. The red colours on the inside of the Wab is showing the way. But there's a bit of pace on out wide from Sonic in the yellow colours. Another grey up there is also Al Bakhush. And also there, the horizontal stripes of Muhi Bukum. These are the first 4. Just tucking in behind these leaders then is Mesbah Alamal. There's a break of 2.5 lengths then to the next wave of runners, including Admiral first in the stripe colours. Further out on the racecourse, we have the blue of Sahin Rumar. Towards the back of the field, Fibre has got plenty of runners in front than behind. Also towards the rear is Flash 11. And the back marker, or one of the back markers, is Moraed Al-Khail. Have they gone a little bit too fast up front here? Because plenty of riders are at work, including Ricardo Ferreira on Muhi Bukum, although has hit the front. The Wab towards the inside. 3 wide is Al Bakhush. This is still the leading trio. Just waiting in behind runners for a gap is Meshbar Alamal. Then comes the red headgear of Lag Harabar. Probably no better than 5th position at the moment. And then comes the retreating Sonic. Well, the pace, it's been a real burn-up up top here. And now Muhi Bukum hits the front, but Thawab is responding to pressure right on the inside. Then comes Meshbar Alamal back in 3rd, and staying on from out of the pack is Al Sayyik. As they go inside the last 50, it's another close finish here between Muhi Bukum and Thawab. Muhi Bukum sticks the neck out and wins. Thawab held in 2nd. Staying on flying home was Al Sayyik. May have just got 3rd. It is a hat-trick for Ricardo Ferreira. Muhi Bukum, who was always handy, was being scrubbed along and down the side of the course. But as is the case today, not many horses from the back of screen getting involved at the finish. The Wab held in 2nd by a head, only just about got into this race, but he's finished 2nd. Ricardo Ferreira and Alex Moreno. Well, some sort of salute at the end. Alex Moreno was willing to shake hands. Ricardo Ferreira only just about realised. But it's Ricardo's day. It is a 3-timer for the rider. Muhi Bukum wins in a time of 1:41.49, ahead in front of the Wab. Meshbar Alamal has just headed Al Sayyik for 3rd and 4th. And then the striped jacket Al Kayas back in 5th position. It's a 7:21.1 verdict in race number 5. Muhi Bukum wins for the first time and lands a hat-trick for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. What a day.
Yes, thank you. This horse last race come second, but this very.
You want to go outside?
Yes, horse I want to go outside, but have horse outside me help me for no go away. And this is big baby. I hope he improve. Thank you.
Well, this is just unbelievable. It's only the 5th race of the first day of racing, and Ricardo Ferreira has scored a hat trick for this 5th race, the local bred Colts and Geldings maiden. And horse number 7, who I did highlight in the winner's enclosure, wasn't my paddock eye catcher, but I did highlight him. So taking half a point for that. I'm sure Tom Collins would not give me anything for that, but he's not here, so I'm going to take advantage of that. One of the highest rated horses in the race at 65. Was second last time out was Ricardo Ferreira as well over the same distance, and 5th at meeting 71 with Ricardo over 1,400 metres. So they've stepped him up in trip, and it's second time lucky over 1,600 metres now, and finally breaks his maiden for the 3-year-old gelding, trained by Abdulaziz Al Mutib as well. So very well done to all involved. And of course, the man of the day, Ricardo Jcsa Ferreira, 5th race of the day. You've already scored a hat trick. You must be delighted.
Yes, so today I have a good ride, and made the horses. This horse come second last time, but a little bit crazy all the time. No go straight. He want to go outside. He look horse outside, need go inside. And I'm tired of that because very, very strong. And come with Alex, and I think the horse he come inside help me for win, because I think if I go alone, he stop.
For sure, he looked like he was stopping. And was it difficult for you to get him going again?
Yes, and it is difficult for push the horse because he want inside. Outside is very difficult, but win today, I think honor, happy, and I'm me happy.
What was the plan before the race?
The last race is the horse like a clean face. And I look horses come outside. I try clean face all the time, and when I go in front, I wait because a very strong race, very speed. But not easy, But I know the horse, and I wait for horse come with me.
Congratulations on your hat.
Yep, thank you.
Well, in an insightful interview then from Ricardo Jcsa Ferreira, he knows the horse is not an easy horse, and he's managed to put that knowledge into play.
Yeah, this is, I thought, a really good ride because he looked like he might want to give up off the turn. They went hard. Again, it's been hard for horses to get involved from off the pace, but they also clearly went a little bit too fast for their own good, and the front two were getting tired in the last furlong or so, and the question was who would have most resolution. Nice bit of, well, you got a congratulations from Alex Moreno late on, but he was deliberately trying to ease the winner off a straight line late on. He didn't get where he is today, Alex Moreno, by allowing easy passage for other jockeys. But when it doesn't work out, he's happy to shake hands afterwards. I'm not sure Ricardo Jcsa Ferreira would have been quite as happy if he hadn't won the race.
It wasn't exactly warmly replicated.
No, but it was very much a no hard feelings handshake, I think, rather than a congratulations handshake.
Yeah.
But yeah, a good race to watch because, again, speed has been really important. But we've seen horses able to easily sustain speed in earlier races today. Here you find a couple who've struggled a little bit and needed all their jockey strength to keep them going to the line. Again, the fair gap back to the third, Mesbah Alamal, who had shown very little to date. He had rated 46 going into the race, so it's maybe not a race to go overboard about in terms of the quality, but what you've seen is the quality of the front two jockeys in being able to keep their horses going when they were clearly beginning to flag off the home turn. You just see with the red cap, Albash, number 14, just beginning to weaken from the home turn, and that turns this into a match between the front two. Sonic, I think that might be further back in the field, who showed a lot of early speed but is rolling around now as he gets very tired late in the day. Not as fast as his namesake, it has to be said, but really good battle between the front two, and very little, no quarter asked and none given here, but Ricardo Ferreira has really impressed me. Alex Moreno is one of the essentially one of the top 2 jockeys here in the last few seasons. When he's on fire, he's hard to beat, but Ricardo Ferreira has been a real addition to the ranks.
And it'd be interesting to see that back again off the home turn, because the eventual winner, Mohi Bukum, just eases off from lane 1 off the bend to about 3. It allows that gap to open up, and Moreno needs no second invitation to come through and take it on Thawab.
No, it's also interesting to hear what Ricardo said after the race. He was actually delighted to have someone on his inside, because his horse, if he was on his own, probably would have pulled himself up in front. Yeah. So having a challenger on the inside, and I think in that scenario you'd probably rather someone lift up your inside than suddenly appeared on your outside going 2 to your 1 late in the day. That tends to be a decisive move here when it happens. So I thought very clever riding from both of the front 2 jockeys, and it's Ferreira who comes away with the spoils again.
And we saw the eventual winner showing improved form to be second. We saw the video there just before the new year as well. Has he improved again today to win?
Well, strictly speaking, he and the runner-up ran in the same race 2 starts back. Mohi Bukum was 5th, and Thawab was maybe only a length further behind in 7th that day. So he hasn't, on the figures, he hasn't improved again. But I thought Mohi Bukum's had 5 starts. I thought Thawab was entitled to have improved a little bit, having only had the 2 starts. The most recent one being that run behind Mohi Bukum last time out. So if either of them have improved significantly, it's the runner-up.
A slightly different shot there. We did see that welcome from Alexis, warmly received by Ricardo. 3 on the day so far. We're already into to race 5 as well, and surely plenty more to come, given the way he's riding on the crest of the wave.
Absolutely. I mean, racing gets tougher for him from this point onwards, but he's been pretty irrepressible here, so I wouldn't want to rule him out of anything else.
As we head towards our 6th race, then we're 5 down. Next up, we've got a local bred horses maiden for 4-year-olds. Colts and fillies will be in action. So race 6 nearly upon us. Let's get more on this. Back with Mark.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, you may have just seen in the shots there as well, as Ricardo Ferreira was just dismounting. He's actually wearing Camilo Ospina's helmet by the looks of things. So carrying a great name on the back of his helmet, but leading the ranks today. He's looking for a 4-timer here aboard the 4, which we'll come to. This is another maiden, this time for 4-year-olds and upwards. And headed by number 1, Asdam, in the very pale green colours, rated 63. We'll get a rider confirmation as well at some point. 2 is Alza Marwi for Iyad Al Tarizi. Best effort last time out when finishing 2nd, meeting 85. Sarah Evo is the first of 3 greys. Victor Gutierrez. The 2nd grey is Sari Twake. Ricardo Ferreira. What a day he is having, seeking a 4-timer here. Assad, it's the first run of the night for the White Stable. Certainly not their best in the yard. Rated just 54. Rahid Al Farouz on board. The 6, Al-Rai Al-Sadid, is the mount of Selman Al-Rashid. The 6. 7 is Inferno, who's been off the track 10 months, Ahmed Al-Azari. 8 is Yagnik in the blinkers for Asil Al-Sahani. Over the page, we've not seen Eid Al-Nazar since August. Adel Al-Faredi on board. The final grey, Mashur Najad for Abdulaziz Al-Faredi is the 10. And Nasir Al-Anayar is the 11 for Abdullah Al-Farouz. An agonising second last time out when beaten a length. 12, Nomas Nasser. Again, we'll get jockey confirmation. I'm just hearing that it's Tariq Al-Mansour on the 12 there. 13 is Istamay, debutant here. Only first-time starter actually in the lineup. 14 is Al-Haydabi for Abdulaziz Al-Massa. Certainly something I missed last time out. 15, 3 straight fillies in a row. Hind Al-Mogatara for Alex Moreno. Has had 1 or 2 close finishes today. Powerful connections once more. 2nd in our last race. Ajala for Ali Al-Mamoni. He's probably the most exposed. 0 from 22 to 16. And 17, Al Dakar. Well, we've had 1 hat-trick so far with Ricardo. Luis Morales looking for a hat-trick. Rides a horse here, just rated 30. Last 3 on the page are Cardley for Farwas Wanas. 19, Abba Al-Houm for Mohammed Al-Yami. And 20, Garnouk Always for Khalid Al-Memoni. So, 20 runners lining up for our 6th race here. It's a local bred horses maiden, and it's back to the gents in the studio.
Fahad Al-Faredi, Mark, just been confirmed as being on horse number 1. Asdam, that's Fahad Al-Faredi on board horse number 1. 20 of them then into the paddock, and horse number 1 is Asdam. 5 wins so far, but hasn't really carried the type form forward into Riyadh.
No, it was 3rd and 7th for a long time for maiden. back in meeting 14, but he's been beaten 13, 13 and 22 lengths in subsequent races. Draws from 1,800 metres here, but while he's got a chance on the ratings, he's not really in the best of form.
Having a look in short at horse number 4, Sari Tarak with Ricardo Ceres Ferreira on board. 4 runs so far, Rory.
Yeah, I probably put him his best effort last time out when 3 lengths third to Zamar and Onyx, and of course in distance maiden last month. He led that day and was picked up late. It's been a good day for leaders here, and I'd expect him to show plenty of pace from stall 4.
The 6 who was shown shot was quite a nice looking horse, Alri Alasid, but winless in 14. Inferno's number 7. We skip on though to number 9, which is Eid Al Nazar.
Yeah, 7th to Roland in a 1 mile maiden at Taif in early August, not been seen since. Showed promise on debut, but probably needs to step up a little bit here.
And there is the 10 as well. So as the lights come on, the sun goes down, we can head back outside to Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm going to go with horse number 4 here. I was just watching the horses go round, and I looked down and I said, I'm going to put this as my paddock selection. And to my surprise, look who the jockey is. It's Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who's already had a hat trick today. So absolutely, I'm going to stick with horse number 4. This stunning 5-year-old grey colt by Flashy Bull. 3rd last time out, and the time before that as well. So this should tee him up nicely for this run today. And Sami Al-Harabi is in great form as well, the trainer. And Sami is actually signed Ricardo Sousa Ferreira this season as his stable jockey, so it would be even sweeter if they got that victory here today. I also really like the look of horse number 11, Nasir Al-Anaya, and horse number 7 is a huge question mark for me. Just looks like a pony going round here. I think he may struggle a little bit.
As we look at quite a big imposing sort, then that was number 14, Al Habadi, who's had the 10 goes so far. On to the 3 fillies that Mark talked on. We've got the 15 there, Hind Al Mogtaha, 3 goes so far.
Yeah, her best effort probably won 11.5 lengths 7th to Fareya Al-Anaya in a 7-furlong maiden last time out. This will be, I mean, she doesn't look anything of a star for this stable, but this is the first time that Alex Moreno will have ridden, and she might do better because she'd been off the track for quite a long time before that 7th last time.
And the top rated in the field we just saw very briefly there, that's Arcadia rated 65.
Where are we now?
Number 18.
Number 18, yes, Arcadley. Stepped up markedly on previous efforts when 4 lengths third to Moetter in a non-winners of 2 over course and distance last time out. Needs to prove that he's not flattered by that, but the bare form certainly entitles him to respect.
And there is the 16 in shot once again. So the jockeys pretty much all on board. The last few heading out of the paddock. Number 11 still in there though. Without a rider at the moment, that is Nasser Alenya. Abdullah Al-Throi's due to be on board, and I can't see any sign of him in there at the moment. Oh, he's just making his way down from the weighing room now, so he'll be mounted probably on the sheet and be one of the last ones out onto the track. So we've touched on the top rated row, which was the 18, but there's a host of them there towards the top here. The 1 through 6 are not far behind on the figures.
Yeah, and as I said, I'm not entirely sure you can trust Arcadley's run last time out. It does look like an improvement, but he'd been in and out before that and needs to get away from stall 18. Plenty of chances among the others. Al-Zalmawi, a number 2, is worth looking at. Beaten 3.5 lengths by Majrash in a course and distance maiden last time out. Finishing 3.5 lengths clear of Aldemir. Now we'll see Aldemir in the last race. He won next time out in good style in a 2,000 metre handicap. The trip is probably too short for him on that occasion, but it still looks reasonable form for this level, and Al-Zalmawi has to be one that you'd have on your short list, and we'll see him in action shortly.
That is horse number 2. As they make their way down to the start, what about the other ones? We've got Sari Tariq with touchdown rated 63, Al-Rai Al-Asid rated 61. The other one with a figure, we've got it down there, number 11 that Shamila touched on, Nasser Alenya, who we're just waiting for to be mounted heading out onto the track.
He's had plenty of chances, but he did go closest to winning last time out. He's come from a little bit off the pace, got to the front of furlong out, and then just got caught again on the post. So he hinted that he would win a race if everything fell his way. They did finish in a little bit of a heat that day, so the form isn't super strong, but he's one to... Again, he's one to bear in mind. He comes here in very good form, having been placed in his last 2 starts, so one to consider.
Yes, second here last time out back on the 29th of December. They just seem to be a little bit unsure of distance with him. They've tried him all over.
Yeah, he's a little bit short of pace, but we're going to see Sari Twake here. This one leads into the straight before finishing third to Zamar and Onyx. This was over course and distance last time out. Showed speed to lead, got picked up late, but the track's probably riding more in favour of front runners at the moment, so you'd have Sari Twake as the ideal sort for this, coming out of stall 4, which should allow him to get a good position. And although he's sort of left behind by the front 2 late in the day, they're not bad sorts. He's clinging on for third in the end, but he's probably better suited by conditions today.
More form than this regards the number 2.
Yeah,
this Hamawi. This is the second 2 runs back. Our second here 2 weeks ago.
Yes, this is the race where he was beaten 3.5 lengths by Majra. She was sort of a different class on the day. He's in the green colours with the noseband on the outside. He fights on to be beaten 3.5 lengths, and you'll see further back in the field the yellow sleeves and the maroon cap. That is Aldemir, who runs on well for third, and then won next time out to give this form a little bit of substance. The one negative I would say here is that the trip is clearly too short for Aldemir, and I wouldn't use that as a guide to assume that Al-Zamawi is a better horse than him. But in fairness, wouldn't have to be a better horse than Al-Zamir to take a hand here.
And the late mounted horse that we can see in shot there, number 11, Nasser El Lanya, who we touched on at the very top of the programme.
Yes, we'll see him in quite a congested finish here. He's moving into second place off the home bend at this stage. He does get his head in front with a furlong or so to go, but you'll see the horse in the black and white colours coming late to pick him up on the line. That was Waldum Aldawani, who won the race. But Nasir Al-Anaya at least got himself to the front before being run down late. So sometimes you're worried about whether these horses will want to actually lead in a contest. He does sort of hang around when he hits the front. He did idle in front, and that's why he got caught. But at least he got to the front, and a few of these haven't even done that.
Yeah, 11 goes so far. That's probably the best from him so far. So they're arriving down at the start. Rory, where we're looking for the win here?
It's a tough one. This is probably the hardest race so far today. I'll give Sari Twake a chance of leading all the way here. There's not much between him, Al-Zalmawi and Nasser Al-Anaya. We've seen the 3 of them. I just think the track might allow Ricardo Ferreira again to get himself to the front, and he's a hard man to pass when he gets there.
And he's looking for the 4th win of the day, both Shamila and Rory then with the 4. Selections then from our team here on track, completed by the thoughts of Mark Francis.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, I think in the interest of variation, I'll go with the 11 here. Nasir Al-Anaya for Abdullah Al-Farouz was beaten just a neck, as we saw in the clip just a few moments ago. And look, is Ricardo going to get things from the front his own way again? Surely the jockeys know better than this. So I'll chance Nasir Al-Anaya, but wouldn't be a surprise to see Sari Twake, given the style of his running, along with a very hot jockey on his back. That should suit. As I say, the pace is certainly holding up here today. These are interesting colours, aren't they? Istamay, blue jacket with the white crescent moon. Into 13. Long way out of shot is Asdam for Farhid Al-Faradi. So we'll get a shot of him in just a moment or two. But we're loading pretty quickly here, aren't we? The colours of Hind Al-Mogatara slots in. Nasser Al-Anaya next. Eid Al-Nazar for Adel Al-Faradi. Here comes the white stable runner Assad. Into 5. Stall 1 is empty. Flag's gone up and they're off. They've gone without Asdam, who was a late scratch at the start. Decent break from the stalls. Arcadley, one of the slowest into stride, and so too was the green and white check jacket of Inferno. But towards the inside, Ricardo Ferreira has bagged the lead and bagged that rail. Leading second, and they're already 2 lengths on now from the red colours of Hind Al-Mogatara. Then comes the yellow sleeves on the inside of Nomas Nasir. Also up the pace, the yellow jacket of Eid Al-Nazar. Nasser Al-Anaya's got plenty of work to do as well. just moving into a decent position now, probably in about 5th or 6th. So towards the inside, blue jacket Sari Twake just overtaken on the wide outside the green and white jacket of Abba Al Houm, and then comes the maroon colours of Gonuk Always as the leaders are turning into the straight, and Ricardo's in a little bit of trouble on the inside. He's got company aboard this grade down the centre. The yellow headgear then of Eid Al Nazar has hit the front. Here comes Al Zamali down the centre with Nasser Al Anayar. Leaning to find a little bit more is Assad, and then staying on down the centre of the track is Al Haydabi, but inside the last 100 they go, and it's Eid Al Nazar just putting out a little bit extra on Al Zamali, staying on and flying home. Down the centre it's Al Haydabi. Al Haydabi stuck the neck out in time. Al Haydabi, another cracking finish, this time for race number 6, has surely upset this leader. Al Haydabi has won in a time of 1:41.91. Fought home gamely the Eid Al Nazar the 9. Yellow blinkers to the rider's shot. Between that pair, Al Zamali's run a cracker, and so too Nasser Al Anayar. It's a busy finish, but prevailing was Al Haydabi, who swooped on by the leading trio, left it late, won by a head. Eid Al Nazar settling for second. Al Zamali also closing late with Nasser Al Anayar 3rd and 4th in that order. Al Zamali 3rd, Nasser Al Anayar. Well, the winning distance ahead, a length and a quarter back to the 3rd, who was ahead in front of the 4th. Busy finish to digest. Al Haydabi wins. Eid Al Nazar in 2nd. Al Zamali 3rd. Nasser Al Anayar only 2 lengths down, back in 4th. 14, 9 and 2. Decent finish again. And the staying on Al Haydabi has just got home in front.
Well, well exposed coming to this, 10 previous outings, but Al Haydabi gets the win in a bunch finish, just gets the better of Eid Al Nazar, who looked set for victory, but he was swamped late, and the 14 gets up to win. Was beaten in a maiden last time out, but it ran okay, Rory, at this level against local horses the time before.
Yeah, he was 2 1/4 lengths second to Alanwar in a local course and distance maiden 2 starts back, and he would have had a decent chance on that form, but he did come out a couple of weeks ago and run a fair bit below that in a similar contest, but has bounced back today. And we said the speed had been holding up, but they just went a little bit too hard this time. They wouldn't let Ricardo Ferreira loose on the lead either, so quite a few horses pressing him, and those who pressed early didn't really get home, leaving it open for a finisher. And Al Haydabi got the job done from Eid Al Nazar, who was coming back from a lengthy absence. He was last seen when finishing 7th to Roland. at Taif back in August, but he's showed improved form to finish second, just getting tired and rolling around in the closing stages, having looked the winner.
And just touching on Ricardo's horse, which is the grey we can see towards the inside, even allowing for going too hard early, he's gone back through the field like a stone through water and looked a little bit ungainly once he turned for home.
He did, yeah. He sort of had a bit of a wobble off the bend. I thought he was going to rally briefly, but the horse he was taking him on, Assad, and the white stable colours also weakened from that stage, and he was always putting pressure on Sorry Twake, and the pair of them just couldn't keep that going. We've seen them go slightly faster than this today, but these are sort of 60-odd rated horses, and they were trying to keep up a pace that would have justified a much higher grade race, and unsurprisingly, they couldn't keep it up. But you can understand why the other jockeys didn't let Ricardo Ferreira loose on the lead, because if they had, then he'd have slowed it down a little bit in front and would have been hard to pass. But he was put under pressure from a fairly early stage. Assad has gone up there early. Hind Al Mutara in third place at the moment in the red stable colours she's also put pressure on him, as has Nomas Nasser with a black cap in about fifth place there. And as a result, the pace has just picked up a little bit at this stage. We do see the horse that eventually finishes second, sitting in fifth place on the inside there. He wasn't too far off the pace, Aid Al-Hazar, and has done well to keep up the gallop through that. The winner at this stage is in ninth place, but just pulling to the outside, peeling wide to come with the run, and you see those in front are beginning to weaken at this stage. Aid Al-Nazar has pretty much found himself in front at this stage. He looks like winning now, but you'll see in the last 100 metres or so, he does wander left and then drift back to his right and causes a little bit of interference to the horses who finished third and fourth. That's Nasser Al-Naya, who was fourth, and Al-Zamawi in the dark blue colours. You see the pair of them having to swerve
Just
to avoid
to the right
him.
slightly, yeah.
Could have interfered with the winner as well, who's come home strong and got on top. And if he had been interfered with and not won, I think the stewards would have probably taken action there.
We've got an exposed winner. I guess the horse to take from the first for home was probably the runner-up in the end, was it?
Yes, because he's only had the two starts and was almost certainly showing improved form here.
Okay, well that is our sixth race. We're halfway through the programme here in Riyadh this evening, but we've got a huge weekend to come, both Friday and Saturday, a quality-packed weekend, and one of those men who'll be looking for a big run from one of his promising youngsters is Lucas Gaitan. He's an Argentinian who's joined the training ranks here. Shamila's been to see him, and they start off talking about one of his big three-year-old hopes.
So this is Al Wakad. He's unbeaten in 2 starts, and he's your Saudi Derby hopeful.
Yeah, lovely horse since he came from America. Working always great. Alex in Taif was riding him, and he told me he can be a good one, and he didn't miss it. First time out, he beat 2 horses that were second before. He was unraced, and that day he battled to win. It was a lovely race, and then in his second time out, he won by 6 lengths in 1:39, which probably, if I'm not wrong, the best time for the 3-year-old this season. So great. Now he will go straight to the qualifier. Let's hope he can win, and if not, get a good rating to also get the chance to be in the Derby.
And what's his temperament like at home? How's he training?
Well, you can see right now, very calm, great mind, like the good horses. And I think it's a horse that even next season he will deliver even more.
Al Wakad, who's going to make it 2 from 2, and Al Wakad wins going away.
And this is your beautiful Italian-bred Arabian. Is it fine?
Yeah, he's great also. Very easy to train. All the jockeys love to ride him. And well, he'll run, inshallah, in Jcsa Cup. I think his ideal distance, 7 furlongs. So Alex is very happy, I'm very happy, all the team is very positive with him. So let's hope he can show it on Friday.
And he's racked up quite a few air miles as well. Where has he been all over the world?
Well, he was training before in UK with Mr. Philip Collington. Then he came to Taif. Then back to Riyadh. We went to Qatar. I expected a bit more from him in the Qatar Derby, but he didn't like too much running to the right side. But now he's great.
And through the pine, you will never see an easier winner than that.
And this is one of your fillies, Jcsa Athba?
Yeah, she's a lovely filly. She was second in Group 2 in France as a maiden. She came here a couple of months ago. First time out here, she broke her maiden by a couple of lengths. Very easy that day. And then she was second, a bit unlucky that day. But well, also now she goes Jcsa Cup. So she will go with Fu, probably. So we expect the best for her. She's a nice filly. She has natural speed, very easy to train also. And we expect the best for Friday.
Jcsa Athba will provide Alexis Marino with a double on the card. Won it by miles.
And tell me about this pretty boy.
Well, this is Jcsa Athba. Lovely horse, I love him since he came to me. He's always raced great. Last season he was 4th in Kahila Classic in Dubai, probably the best Arab race in Dubai. He was second in Al Dariyah Cup, the Obeya qualifier, by a nose. I always remember this race. And we will try again with him in this qualifier. Let's hope we can be in one of the races in Saudi Cup Day. So wait, we expect the best for him, and he's a lovely horse.
Jcsa Athba by 5 lengths. He will reduce the margin, Fakir Depoy in second. It's going to be doubles all round though for Athba Racing, Lucas Gaitan and Asil Al Sahari. Jcsa Athba's an ease-down winner.
And tell me a little bit about the 6-year-old Basul.
Yeah, I love this horse. As I always call him, he's a warrior. He always gives his 100% in every race. Always first, second, third positions. He always against the best horses. And he won Latin America Cup this season, which was great because Alex, our doctor from Venezuela, Alex from Panama, me from Argentina, all from Latin America, was a nice race. The feeling we have in that race with him, and I love this horse. Also, I want to thank every time with him to his exercise rider Ali, that understands him more than any other horse, which is great. And we'll see. We will enter for qualifier, and then we will decide what we do with him.
Do you find that sometimes the strongest horses are a little bit more difficult to handle in the stables?
Probably yes. He has a strong character. Well, he's a sprinter. Usually they are like this. But lovely horse. He always delivers in every race. All that he has, he hard out. And as I say, I love him.
And Basul is going to wear down Saab Galab, who perhaps did too much too soon. It's Basul, Louis Morales for Lucas Gaitan, who's going to win the Latin America Cup, going away in great style.
Lucas Gaitan improves every single season and is definitely a trainer to keep your eyes on.
He's indeed. He's got a big chance in the Saudi Derby trial tomorrow with a horse called Al Wakad, who's unbeaten in 2. But he's wearing a gilet there from Ascot Rory, sporting some blue and yellow colours, which were actually carried in some quite notable races back in Europe.
Yes, those are the colours carried by a horse called 60 Song, who was one of the best horses to come out of South America in the last 20 years, rated 120 plus, and was invited after winning the biggest race in South America, which I think is called the Premio del Latinoamericano, in Chile at San Isidro Racecourse, was invited by Nick Shaney at Ascot to come and run on the King George. Sadly, he came 10th in the end, but Lucas travelled across with his father, who trains in Argentina, with the horse, and obviously learned plenty from that, and is farming races here now.
Yeah, Lucas, a big deal, or certainly his family, big deal back in Argentina. As we move on to our next race, it's the 7th. It's over 1,600 metres. This is an open race for 4-year-olds, open to fillies and to colts as well. Once again, a big field set to go to post for our next. The runners are in the paddock just over our shoulders. Jockeys also out, and we can head out there right now.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Yeah, good race this. Lots of familiar names on show. They're headed by number 1, Sense of Power, former Godolphin inmate Ahmed Al-Sharar. Treble Joy is probably the most frustrating maiden in Saudi Arabia, still waiting for his first win, Adel Al-Faredi. Alpharat River, Victor Gutierrez, another former Godolphin employee. Prevent is the 4 for Ali Al-Matib. 5 is Al-Hiber Azil Al-Sahani, and 6 Torquay for Ali Al-Mimoni. 7 is Promoter Abdulaziz Al Massa, and 8 is Wishar for Abdullah Alorfi. Over the page, 9 Al Wahis for Naif Al Anazi, looking for his first winner of the night. Al Nashas is a 16 times winner. 106th start at the racecourse today. 11 is Areen the Grey for Ricardo Ferreira, looking for the 4-timer. 12 is out, so on to 13, Emirates Knight Mohammed Al Yami. 14, well, I wish this horse was called DJ Francis. Sadly, we're going to have to go with Joe Francais for Iyad Al Shamari. 15, War in Heaven, Fawas Wanas, formerly trained by Mick Appleby in the UK, rated 95. Fast and Loose will be looking to be just that for Khaled Al-Mamoni, 16. And 17 is Sugan. 18 is Expressionist, Alex Moreno, the final of the ex-Charlie Appleby inmates, rated 92. Fayad is another maiden, ridden by Umberto Rispoli, who we heard on at the top of the show, ahead of 6 rides here this weekend. 20, Bottle Rocket Man, wonderfully named Tariq Al Mansour. Reserves 21, 22 and 23 not required. Big field. Back to the lads.
It is, and just confirming a jockey as well on board horse number 10. Al Nashas will be the mount of Iyad Al Turaisi. That's Iyad Al Turaisi on board Al Nashas. This open 4-year-old contest over the 1,600 metres. I thought of most of the races were shown today, Rory. This was probably the best of them in terms of how competitive it is.
Yes, it's an open race that has a look of a handicap about it to a large degree, and you've got the older horses involved here. You get some like Al Nashas, who is now an 11-year-old. He won the International Jockeys Challenge handicap a couple of years ago on the Saudi Cup card. 750,000 real for that contest, which is an awful lot more than he'd be getting for the handicaps that he'd normally be running in.
Well, that particular race has been a great initiative by the club here to attract horses from some of the lesser countries that can't compete on those big World Cup stages.
Yeah, and the chance to win big prize money as well. So really interesting races.
It is indeed. That all comes up here in just 4 weeks' time, the 2 days of the Saudi Cup meeting, the 23rd and 24th of February. Something I guess, Shamila, you're very much looking forward to.
I very much am looking forward to all the action we have up until the Saudi Cup and Saudi Cup weekend as well. And talking about that, it's super exciting this weekend because we have so many international jockeys joining us. One of them we spoke to already, Umberto Rispoli, and it just so happens that I will be sticking with horse number 19, his ride in this race. He only has one ride today, and Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz did not bring Umberto Rispoli all the way from Southern California out here for no reason. So I think that they've already had a double today. I think that they could be heading out for a hat trick in this race. Horse number 19, Fayad, just looks so stunning in the parade ring. I could not get my eyes off this 4-year-old colt. I do, though, have to give it a shout out to Naif Al Anazi's mount as well, horse number 8, Al Wahis, looking really nice. But the jockeys are going onto the track as we speak, and I will be sticking with horse number 19, Fayad.
And to be fair to Shamila, that horse looking really well in the paddock, Rory.
Yeah, really glowing in his coat. The problem is he's still a maiden, and he hasn't really gone on. I mean, he's shown reasonable form in 4 stars, but he hasn't actually improved since debut. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of difference Umberto Rispoli can make.
It's more sort of a place chance, and if you look at the official figures as well, he's got a fair bit to make up with the likes of 18 Expressionist, number 8 Wishar as well, all carrying much higher ratings.
Yeah, he is getting weight from most of those, and 1 or 2 of them have questions to answer. Wishar, for example, who's very highly rated, has got quite a lot to prove at the moment based on recent runs. But there's still plenty of them rated to early 90s to mid 80s, suggesting that the 73 rated Fayad will need to improve a bit to win.
So what would be your starting point here?
I'm not even sure I have a starting point. I think that Sense of Power is interesting at the top. He's hard to weigh up. His last run in the UK was a second to Astral Bull, giving weight to that filly. And that's a very good piece of form over 7 furlongs for Charlie Appleby. We haven't seen him since he ran on at Meydan last season. But we'll get to see Treble Joy in action here. He's frustrating, but he typically runs on very strongly on the rail here, the yellow colours with the black cap, and ends up only beating a length and a half here. He looks well held at the top of the straight, but he does keep going willingly enough, but he lacks pace at a crucial stage of his races, and he tends to be beaten before running on into the frame. The issue with him today, even if you like this run, is that he's dropping back in trip, and you can't see the drop to a mile really suiting him here.
No, he was certainly strong to the finish on that occasion. Sense of Power is an import, then rated 86, as Rory touched on, formerly trained by Charlie Appleby, a winner in Newmarket. Another newcomer into the area is the 15, which is War in Heaven. 8 wins over in the UK for Mick Appleby. Showed a good level of form over there.
Yeah, rated 95, progressed all the way through the season, won 6 times between 7 furlongs and 9.5 furlongs on the all-weather for Mick Appleby in 2023. And Mick's had several horses who've actually gone on to better things after being switched to Saudi. So he's one of those trainers that the horses take well to this surface and this regime. So you've got to give War in Heaven a chance. He's another one he kept going all the way through the season. I think his last run was in October. So he's been kept on the go, and you can expect him to be ready to go. If he takes to the dirt, he's got a chance.
It's almost converse to hear you say that, because Mick Appleby's got a reputation in the United Kingdom of taking horses of other people and improving them. So people taking horses from him and bringing them forward again.
Yeah, it's all. But obviously he builds something into his horses at home, and those that flourish, and maybe don't have anywhere to go in the UK in terms of the ratings of what kind of races are going to go in, particularly the all-weather performers. He's sold a few of those on, and he's had a couple who've ended up sort of running to £20 higher levels here, even though they'd actually won races in the UK. So he'd have horses racing in sort of 0 to 65 handicaps there, who've actually been running in Open and Cup races here and running really well.
Okay. Well, the international market has it very tight. Numbers 2, 8, 11 and 1 all put in there with a very, very similar chance on the international markets. The only one of those we haven't talked about is horse number 11, Areen. That man on board again, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. And this is a horse who's been campaigned both in France and over in Dubai.
Yeah, he cost quite a lot of money from Pia Brandt. Cost €110,000 for these connections, having shown decent form in sort of 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles handicaps at the big French tracks. So running in sort of I don't know, the Grand Handicap de Deauville or something like that, I think the last time he was seen in Europe. But if he translates that form, obviously most of his form is on the turf, but translating that form here to Riyadh would give him a decent chance as well. And as you said, he's got form in Meydan.
And Deauville is the summer home of French racing from July through August, and that Grand Prix de Deauville is their big handicap at the back end of the carnival. So that is strong European form.
It is, absolutely, yeah. I mean, he was a solid sort of 90 performer. Didn't have that many secrets from the handicap, but he gets in here off 86. And as I said, if he's ready to go after a break, he's got a decent chance on paper. And again, we don't need to say anything about Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who's been lighting up the track today.
No, not what we've seen so far this evening. A quick word on Promoter as well. Just the one run in the Kingdom. He's another horse who's come across from the UK. I think spent a bit of time with Rafe Beckett.
Yeah, well bred. A son of showcasing out of a mare called Hirawi. Ran in the colours of Julian Richmond Watson in the UK, former senior steward of the Jockey Club, but a bit disappointing. It didn't really go on from early promise, and didn't show enough when 9th here, beaten 14.5 lengths and a not so 80 handicap first time up, to think that he'll be winning in open company here. But he could improve for that run. I just wouldn't absolutely trust his profile.
And a word on Fast and Loose, another import, 1 from 17 in the UK for Kevin Ryan, making its debut here.
Yeah, Fast and Loose is number 16, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'd be worried about this trip for him. His win came over 6 furlongs. He sort of ran out of form towards the end of his career, and he's been untried beyond the 6 furlong trip as well.
Your idea of the winner, Rory, is?
My idea of the winner here, I'm going to take a chance on Sense of Power. He did stop quickly when last seen, but his form at Newmarket when last seen was very good, and I think he's got a chance of winning this from stall 1.
Yeah, and I'd go with another import as well, number 15, War in Heaven from the Mick Appleby team now with new connections here with Fast Wallace in the saddle. Mark, over to you. Your selection, and good luck with the call here on race 7.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, I'll get to my selection in just a moment. Just to correct myself as well, there is one reserve that does get in here, 1M, the Thurb Altim Yat. So the 12 was a scratching, but not a late scratching. The difference being that if it's a late scratching, there's no time for reserves, but it was early enough to get one of the outsiders in. So number 21, 1M, does run here and is already loaded into stall 12. My selection, yeah, I found this really hard, Martin, to be honest. I would love Treble Joy to get his head in front. It seems like a long time coming to get his first win in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He's just been knocking at the door oh so many times. Like, it's a very, very difficult puzzle. Sense of Power's got to have a great opportunity here from the inside. I think this is difficult, isn't it? Let's go with the wonderfully named Bottle Rocket Man from stall 20. Can he get across? There is a fair bit of pace out wide, it must be said. And as Rory alluded to earlier, that it shouldn't be a negative in some of these big fields. If there's pace out wide, they will get across if they want to. We're all loaded here anyway. Set at the mile start. Still shaking over on the left side here. Looks as though Fast and Loose is a little bit eager. Just working on the 5 there, Al Hibair. They're off. Racing over 1,600 metres. It was a very fast beginning from Prevent in the black jacket with the red hoops. Probably already leads by a length and a half. To his inside, Alpha River got away well, and so too did Sense of Power, who rides the running rail. So the black jacket in the centre of Prevent, one of the first to show, has surrendered the lead, though, out wide to Fast and Loose, who is just that. And also the yellow and blue jacket of Expressionist is handy. Prevent is now back to third. Towards the inside of that one is Sense of Power. This is the leading quartet. Looking for racing room is Joe Francais, white colours, green cap furthest out, and also wide on the course is War in Heaven. It's a 6-way go for the lead here, and just tucking in behind that group is 1M, the reserves in the yellow sleeves. Then comes the grey Areen, who's probably no better than 7th position at the moment, followed by the green colours of Bottle Rocket Man. Towards the rear of the field, well, Alpha at River made ground from the start, but has now disappeared. So too Torquay at the back. As they are running on the approach back towards home. It's the yellow and blue colours of Expressionist, who is in front for Alex Moreno. Challenged down the centre by War in Heaven. Between that pair, the yellow sleeves of 1M, just short for racing room, was Joe Francais. And down the wide outside, making ground now, it's Al Wahis. As they go inside the last furlong on a bit, hitting the front now, it's Al Hibair. Lays down the challenge to Expressionist. Here down the wide outside, though, it's Al Wahis. And Al Wahis now goes on inside the last 50 and clearing away up towards the line. Al Wahis, what a change of gears that was. Al Wahis, ease down, wins. Tight for the miners, Expressionist went past with Treble Joy, who's absolutely flew home. Tight for the places there, but Al Wahis, change of gears, Naif Al Anazi the winner. Second win on start number 25 in a time of 1:47.9. Al Wahis the winner. Treble Joy, who's absolutely flown home again to finish second. Form figures of second, third, second again today. When will his day arrive? Expressionist ran well from the front in third position. Al Hibair back in fourth. They got a little bit scruffy on the turn. I'm sure the guys in the studio will analyse, but Al Wahis dodged all the trouble, came down the centre and ran all over the top of them. Al Wahis the winner, 2 lengths back to Treble Joy. Surely his day will come soon. Expressionist, best of the rest, back in third. Al Wahis the winner.
first winner of the weekend for a good friend to our channel, jockey Naif Al-Nazi, in the 7th race of the day, an open contest worth 36,000 Saudi Riyal. He is on board horse number 9, Al-Wahis, for Abdul Rahman Al-Saif, the trainer, and this is a stunning 5-year-old colt by American Pharaoh. I did highlight him in the parade ring as one of my good selections, and you can just see jockey Fawaz Wanas here getting in on the pictures, because Fawaz Wanas usually rides this horse Al-Wahis, usually his reserve ride, but he was on board horse number 15, War in Heaven, at this time out. So unlucky for Fawaz, but very well done to the whole team and everyone involved with horse number 9, Wahis. And this horse was last time out 8th over 2,000 meters. So they've stepped him back down in trip, back to 1,600 meters, where we saw him come second at meeting 84. And Naif Al-Nazi hasn't ridden this horse since December. Will be good to see if Naif thinks he's grown in the last few weeks, maturity-wise anyway, with his runs, because that was quite impressive there. Expressionist was holding on for dear life, but I think they went too quickly there in the last few stages, and I think Naif timed that run absolutely perfectly. So very well done there to Naif Al-Nazi, of course, always a class act, and Zenith Stables as well, the owner of horse number 9, Al-Wahis. This horse is rated 83. Should go up a little bit since then, because beat some really nicely handicapped horses there. So we'll just go over here. Naif has finished weighing out. He's sticking his helmet back on, and we'll get a quick word with him. Congratulations, Naif.
Thank you, Shamila. Thanks, God, about this win.
And you haven't ridden Al-Wahis since December. How did he feel today back over 1,600?
He's very well horse, Shimi. Thanks, God. Congratulations for the honor, Ahmed Al-Saif, and all the family this honor. This horse, I ride him long time. This horse, sometime, I think, have a little problem in the mind when he wanna racing. This horse perfect horse. Once sometimes you close mind, this horse, when you push all the way, he not come. I have to say thanks God, because today he's coming more better. And also congratulations, like I told you, for trainer all the team this stable.
Do you think the horses behind you just went a little bit too quickly?
Yeah, Shimi, but from 200 I know this horse. This horse maybe one round more, he's not stopped. I told you, when he wanna win, no one stop these horses.
Well done, Naif. So happy for you.
Thank you, Shimi.
Yeah, when he wants to win, no one's going to stop him. Well, he's only managed to want to win for the second time in his life.
Yeah, and he's if he come here on the back of his penultimate run, he'd have looked one of the likeliest winners in the race, when only beaten ahead by Rajil over course of distance. But he followed that with a moderate run, and that tends to be the pattern of his career. He doesn't always fancy it, doesn't always put it in, but when he does, he's a useful sort. But he wouldn't have been particularly high up on my shortlist because of his overall record.
But Treble Joy in second has done what Treble Joy always seems to do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can rely on Treble Joy. The fact that they've gone very hard again here has helped him, because the negative for him today was that he was dropping back from 2,000 metres to 1,600, and it'll be interesting to see where he ends up in the early stage. I think he tries to go forward from stall 2, obviously loses his position as he tends to, and then he's rattled home, because I've almost written the 1, 2, 3 down without him in it. And only when I looked up again that I noticed that he's flown home to grab second place.
Well, as they come to come out the backstretch, you got a wave of about 4 cents of powers amongst them. You had War in Heaven was there, fast and loose was upon the speed. They seem to break clear of the field. That it's testament to how much the pace has folded that they've all come back into the rest of the runners.
Exactly. Sense of Power, now, I thought he was interesting here, as I said, in his UK form, but when he was last seen at Maidan last February, he would have been quite well fancied, and he stopped quickly there, and he's done exactly the same thing here. He's in front at this stage, and it seems to be going perfectly well, but the second he's headed, he stops very quickly, and he's clearly got a physical issue. I wouldn't be surprised if he's breaking blood vessels or something along those lines. There was no official excuse for him last time, but he's done pretty much an identical thing. I thought we had a very good run from Expressionist, who's now essentially been left in front. He's gone hard enough, the 7-year-old. He's coming off a moderate run as well, although that was in the King Faisal Cup last time out, so big drop in class for him. But I thought he was in front long enough, and the fact that he's rallied to almost hold second place in the end was testament to his bravery, because he's passed here by the horse who finishes out of the frame. He's then passed by the winner, and it looks like he's going to drop away, but he actually rallies to get back into second place, and is only done for second right on the line by Treble Joy, who typically has finished with a wet sail. If you've never seen Treble Joy before, he'd always be the first horse into your notebook. But if he was the first horse into your notebook, it'd be
quite a long notebook.
You'd be a disappointed man 15 times.
And up on the outside, we can see the colours there of War in Heaven come across from the Appleby stable. His first run over here has been posted out wide, and he's probably done, although he weakens back to about 6th or 7th, he's probably done best of those who've sat in that first wave.
He has, and he's been forced wide on that bend. He wasn't able to get right across. So the fact that he's only weakening out of it in the last 200 metres is promising for his future. He'll probably benefit from the run, and he'll benefit from a race where there's less pace pressure on early on as well.
So Alwa Hiss doubles the career tally, beats at a second Treble Joy, who once again hits the frame and remains a maiden after 17 starts. An Expressionist was back in 3rd place. Anything else we can give a mention to going forward who might step forward on this?
Not that obviously, to be honest. There are a few disappointments. Jcsa, I think, has got issues now in that he came here with a rating of 93, was tailed off on his dirt return and hasn't fared a huge amount better here. He doesn't seem to be the same horse that he was. I didn't really pick up Irene in the closing stages. He's one you'd like to think would do better, but he didn't really play much of a role in the race itself.
And at one stage, Ali Bar looked like he was going to play a big part. He's just missed out on the frame.
Yeah, it ran well for a long way, again, a race with a bit less pace pressure will suit Alibert. He's the handicapper knows where he stands. He's been running in handicaps and finishing sort of 5th and 6th and 7th in those races, and he could do with dropping a couple of pounds.
That was race 7 on the card. Alwa Hiss doubles the career tally in race 7, beats Treble Joy and Expressionist into the minor honours. That brings us on to race 8, which, Mark, is the Arabian Horses Maiden for 4-year-olds and older.
Absolutely, Martin. This is what we call the Power Hour here on the Jcsa English channel. Looking forward to the first Arabian race of the day. It is a maiden for 4-year-olds and upwards. They're headed by number 1, Eli Al-Zamili, at the top in the cheek pieces. 2 is Fawaz Al-Said for Mohammed Al-Habib. Then we've got a few debutants, 3, 4 and 6. Gazo Al-Jazra, one of those. Apache, a grey filly at the 4 as well. And 5, Al-Kayef Khalid Al-Mamoni, currently 0 from 2. The other first-time starter is the 6, Bilal Al-Kaladir, Faraz Al-Sanaitan. 7 is one of many greys, Muta Farid Abdullah Al-Kridis. 8, Asaf Al-Kaladir, rated as high as 92, Abdullah Al-Badhakar. Naseem is the 9 for Luis Morales, 0 from 4 so far. Gaith Al-Dahabab, might take 1 or 2 goes. Mohammed Saeed is the 10. Jawad Al-Kaladir for Hamza Saad is the 11. 12 is Elios Al-Ansari for Osama Al-Sharani. 13, Marib Al-Ansari, Norwith Al-Farouds. Another debutant is the 14, Mostafsil Al-Kaladir for Naif Al-Anazi, looking to fire in another winner after our previous race. Bint Alam is the 15, Iyad Al-Tarizi. 16, Wadiat Al-Kaladir, Tariq Al-Mansour. Over the page to find 17, King Devia Letz, Mohammed Al-Daham. Abdullah Al-Hussein rides the 18 Sarmad Pro. We have a jockey change on the 19. Thurb Al-Timyat now takes over from Ahmed Al-Sharar on the 19. Kenz Al-Dahim. And 20, Arkan Al-Gaya for Norwith Al-Mudiani. Just hearing, though, that the 8 and the, just the 5, Al-Kaif is out. Al-Kaif is a non-runner here. Might be too late for a reserve. Khalid Al-Mamoni rides the 5, or was going to ride the 5, but does no longer. 5 does not run, Martin. 20 runners now reduced to 19. 5 Al-Kaladirs in total. Tom Collins' favourite time of the show. It's Arabian bread time.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, and they are in the paddock that ahead of the next race 8. 19 of them with 1 scratching Rory. Doesn't make it any easier.
It doesn't. No, these are never the easiest races to get involved in. There are 1 or 2 who sort of stand out here. We have one rated 92 in this, which is £20 clear of the rest. And it's an interesting one, Asaf Al-Kaladir, because the form book tells you he finished 18th and last time out. But having been here for that race, I can tell you that he either finished 4th or 5th. Because the interference on the way through and appears to have been demoted to last. But there's no indication of that on the race results. As he's beaten 2 lengths by the horse who finished 17th, so it's a slightly dubious one. So he's the one to concentrate on here.
And how would that compare to his earlier form?
He had a big chance on paper of winning that race last time out. I'll be honest, he got an awful ride from this jockey as well, who wasn't particularly well away from the stalls. From I think he was in stall 1. He's then moved up right behind one of the early pace setters who was dropping back, got stuck behind that rival for about 2 furlongs, got tired of waiting and decided just to barge past it in the end, and has then run on strongly to get into a dispute of 4th at the line. That was over 6 furlongs, which was clearly too short for him. His best form is probably around the mile, and he really should make amends. Your worry is that this jockey, Mr. Bakhazer, he's not actually on our list.
He's not, no.
He's not. I quite like the idea of a jockey almost called a backhander riding on these races. But yeah, it's a little bit of a concern, but he should avoid trouble from stall 8 here, whereas he sort of burrowed up the inside last time out, which wasn't the cleverest thing to do. This looks a really moderate contest, and I'd like to think he can get himself back to form formally, and I wonder how he is in the international markets, because I think a few people might get confused by that run last time out.
We'll yet to get the first shows through on the international market. As soon as we do, we'll let you know where he does stand. So the horse who is probably deserving of his rating based on earlier form, the return to the distance will suit. The jockey a question mark. We'll get the latest on the international markets when they do come through. I thought the 16 was interesting. Wadat Al Qadir just had the 3 outings so far and looks to be a bit of an improver.
Yes, her best effort today was when 4 3/4 lengths third to Sakar Al Zamila over 6 furlong last time out. Should come forward from that, and we'll see her in action. She's the obvious danger, seems to be progressing, and will benefit from this trip based on how she shaped last time out.
So 8 is the international favourite from 14. They top the market on the international betting. But Asif Al Khaladia, Shamila, how does he look in the paddock? Is he indeed your selection here?
My selection for this race, Martin, is horse number 14, who I'm walking beside here now, Musbasil Al Khaladia, who will be partnered with Naif Al Anazi, who we've just seen ride a winner in the previous race. But these Al Khaladia horses cannot be messed with. Only one in this contest, and he is by Layth Al Khaladia. Now, you might be a little bit worried that he's a 4-year-old, and there's a lot more older horses in here that are debutantes, but not to worry, because these Arabian horses tend to mature a lot slower than the thoroughbred, so that is the reason why. But Naif Al Anazi is just getting the leg up onto his mount there now. I could not go against this horse. Looks really strong in the parade ring, and by the wonderful Layth Al Khaladia as well. Apart from that, horse number 17 jumped out to me, King de Violettes for Mohammed Ad-Daham, who is a very good pilot as well, but I will be sticking with horse number 14.
Mustabil Al Khaladia looking to give the jockey a quick fire double. Yet to have a start, but a pressing Shamila out in the paddock.
Yes, what I've seen with the newcomers first of all, in the Arabian races, you look for these colours straight away, that they dominate the Arabian racing. The Al Khaladia stables runners tend to do particularly well. They do tend to need debut run in terms of know-how. What tends to be the case is they start slowly, don't really know what's happening until a few furlongs into the race, and then tend to rattle home. So a few of them have been sort of expensive failures recently, but usually in the frame. So Mustabsil Al Khaladia just needs to get a reasonable start with Naif Al Anazi, and he will be a player because the pedigree does stand out. In fairness, he's by Layth Al Khaladia, who's the outstanding sire here. The dam has produced one previous winner that I can find, and that was a horse called Aslan Athba, and he was a pretty moderate maiden, so it's not like it's an absolutely stellar pedigree, but the fact that it runs in these colours, not everything produced by the Al Khaladia stables runs in those colours, so they do get tested at home, and it tends to be the good ones who end up representing the stables, so you do have to immediately put a star next to those.
Yeah, the Al Khaladia stables and Sad look like very much dominant with the Arabian scene here in Saudi Arabia, and that reflected in the international markets. The 14 coming in for really good support, near enough joint favourite on the international markets with number 8 Asaf Al Khaladia. We then have number 16 Wadit Al Khaladia, who's a few points bigger than those, but certainly in single figures on the international markets. This is horse number 16, who we've already touched on, a bit of an improver with Tariq Al Mansour on board. And a similar sort of price to the 9 as well, which is Nassim. 4 goes so far, but not seen for a bit of time.
Yeah, not been seen since February 2022. Luis Morales booked, so that looks fairly promising. But for a horse who's been off the track for almost 2 years, it doesn't really matter what kind of rating you're getting. You always have a question mark immediately over whether it's capable of running to that rating. But if Nassim is none the worse for that kind of layoff, and it's possible that he's had a spin somewhere not officially under rules since that absence, that would bring him into the equation.
Number 13 is Murib Ansari. This horse had 5 outings so far. Had a bit of a break, came back with a run here just last week to finish 13th.
Yeah, it's been 25 lengths behind Montfort. There were 1 or 2 of these in the field who were in front of him that day, but that was his first run in 18 months. Almost certainly would have been badly needed, so you'd expect to see a little bit more, at least up to a mile today if he doesn't bounce from that, but does need to step forward a fair bit.
And Shamila also mentioned number 17, King de Violet, who's had just the 1 start so far. That was also here last week.
Yeah, that was in the same race, won by Montfort. He finished 7.5 lengths 5th. That was a race that he should come on for.
And here we are having a look at that.
Yeah, Wadi Al Khaladia, the grey in second with the cheek pieces, led into the straight and has been taken on at this stage by the winner Sakar Al Zamil, who leaves her behind, and she sort of weakens into third here. The question with this is whether she will benefit from the step up and trip. You wouldn't swear at looking at this, but this is on the slow surface at Taif, so she may well be better suited by the quicker surface here in Riyadh, and she's certainly bred to stay this trip, so you'd give her chances. It goes without the cheek pieces today, just the blue noseband to pick her out by.
And didn't she ever go over the 1600 metres 2 starts back, I think?
Yes, yeah, she only finished 6th that day, but I would say in 3 runs she sort of gradually progressed. So the best effort was at 6, but I'm not sure that's necessarily going to be her best trip. Most of the good horses tend to be fairly adaptable between 6 furlongs and a mile in the purebred Arabian races. So I don't tend to, unless I've seen one who's slow and just stays. You tend to you want to be against them over 6 and 7 furlongs. But a horse who's showing speed over 6, they're usually able to stretch it out to a mile if they've got the raw ability.
Well, from number 7 of the Shah stable is Mutta Farid. Abdullah Al-Redis on board has had the 2 runs this campaign, finishing 5th and 8th. They've both been in recent weeks.
Yeah, it was beaten 15.25 lengths when 5th of 9 over 2,000 metres first time out, but didn't get any closer over the shorter trip. Was 8th of 18, dropped to 6 furlong last time out. That was a bit disappointing given that he'd shown definite ability first time out, and others make more appeal because as a result of that.
And there's recorded pictures of King de Violet coming out onto the track, because the scene behind us is clear. Most of the runners must be pretty much arriving down at the mile start, the 1600 mile start for this Arabian maiden contest for 4-year-olds and older, both sexes, both female and male, represented here. So Rory, international markets tell us this seems to rest between the 8 here. Asaf Al Khaladia, he's got the experience, the 4 runs so far, and the newcomer, the 14. This is Mostasil Al Khaladia as well.
Yes, not a massive surprise there. Mostasil Al Khaladia is going to be popular simply because of connections. We don't know how ready it will be for debut until the gates open, but clearly makes plenty of appeal. But to be honest, given that Asaf Al Khaladia may have passed a few people by with the slightly misleading form line, I think he will take plenty of beating. I do take it on board. You've got to trust the jockey to make a better job of it than he did last time out. But he's on the best horse here, and I think Asaf Al Khaladia can make up for an unlucky run last time out.
And he just is the narrow favourite on the international market. 8, 14 and 16, the 3 main players. As the late arrival down to the start is King de Violet, who was the last to leave the paddock, but is now joining the main body of runners down at the start under Mohammed Al-Daham. So we're nearly upon race 8 of 12 here, the first of 3 days racing from King Abdulaziz Racecourse. So just confirming, Rory, you are with the 8.
I am indeed 8 Asaf Al Khalidiyah from me.
Shamila is with the 14. So our top pundits here, trackside, Mark, both with the top 2 in the market, numbers 8 and 14. Are you with one of those or something at a more attractive price?
I think just play this simple, Martin, to be honest. I think 8 beats 14. I can't really vouch for anything else. We know what the Al Khalidiyah stable are capable of with their debutants. Remember Nadim Al-Mok, Al Khalidiyah's debut, where he fell out of the stalls but absolutely zipped home. But I'm glad Rory's cleared up the 8th form, rated 92. Surely takes full beating here. Just a quick note on the 17. The reason why King de Violettes was late out of the parade ring was that Mohammed Al Daham had the wrong colours on. He had yellow and black colours, but not of the Farley Saeed Farley Al Shamsi stable, which is the yellow and black checks. Instead, he had sort of yellow and black cross belts, if you like. But that has been amended. The reason you could spot that is, thankfully, here in Saudi Arabia, when the handlers trot their horses round the paddock, they're wearing the colours of the horse, and jockey and leader did not match. So that's all been sorted. Also in check colours there, Elios Al-Ansari. But I'm going with a straight forecast here, and a little bit brave. 8 to beat 14, Al Khalidiyah to beat Al Khalidiyah, but of course, Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah in the first colours of the Al Khalidiyah stables, whereas Asab's in the colours of Al Qurashi. So around 6 or 7 left to come forward, including the turquoise jacket here of Apache, who I must say wins the award of one of the smallest fillies I think I've ever seen in any parade ring around the world. So you get a spot of her in the closing stages wherever she finishes. She is nothing of her at all. We had a pony race or 2 just before Christmas. She really should be lining up in that. Ghazal Al Jazra next, leaving just 3 to load. Gaif Al Dahabab, also Nassim, and Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah. To complete the line for race number 8, 1600 metres, the first of our 2 Arabian races. This a maiden of 4-year-olds and upwards, set to race. And they're off. Slow from the starting stalls was Ghazal Al Jazra, as looking for the early leader. Fawaz Al Said is one of the first to show. So too is Samad Pro from a wide gate. But going on is Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah. Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah for double seeking Naif Al Anazi has a clear lead here from the white cap of Bilal Al Khalidiyah, the grey horse, in second position. Being pushed up now is King de Violettes, the yellow and black check jacket, wide on the course. Keeping wide, Samad Pro. So this is the leading trio. Just in behind the speed then, we have Murib Al Ansari's green jacket, being followed by the very pale colours of Wadiat Al Khalidiyah. Looking for Asaf Al Khalidiyah. He's just improving now to sit in 4th position. The big white face on the inside, and is cruising under Abdullah Badhadher. Down the side of the course they go. Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah still in front, but being pushed along, and just stalking is Asaf Al Khalidiyah. When will the jockey play the aces? Because he looks to be travelling oh so well at the minute. King de Violettes is still up with the pace in 3rd, and they've cleared on by 6 lengths ahead of the staying on Wadiat Al Khalidiyah. But hitting the front and staying there at the minute is this Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah. Has gone on by 3 lengths, but under extreme pressure. Asaf Al Khalidiyah yet to really break sweat, and now begins to loom upside with his challenge. Flying from out of the pack is Wadiat Al Khalidiyah. It's a 1, 2, 3 Al Khalidiyah, but in which order? Down the centre, Wadiat Al Khalidiyah the grey lays down the challenge to Asaf Al Khalidiyah, who can't find another gear. Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah gives way, but it's all about Wadiat Al Khalidiyah and Tariq Al Mansour, who go on to win race number 8. Wadiat Al Khalidiyah upsets the odds. Asaf Al Khalidiyah settling for 2nd. The long-time leader Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah back in 3rd position. 16 beat 8 and 14 in a time of 1:51.11. Wadiat Al Khalidiyah sat off the pace, was under pressure a long way out, but had all the gears to brush aside Asaf Al Khalidiyah, who in the race has to settle for second again. Wadiat Al-Khaladir 4.25 lengths back to Asaf Al-Khaladir, who travelled powerfully for Abdullah Badhadher. There'll be question marks about his ride, I'm sure, after this race. Mostabsil Al-Khaladir, a decent debut for Naif Al-Anazi, back in third. King de Violette's best of the rest, 6.5 lengths back in fourth position. 1, 2, 3 for Al-Khaladir. It's not an Al-Khaladir stable winner. It is for the namesake, though. Wadiat Al-Khaladir, race number 8 winner.
Well, a big win then for the team related to Wadid Al-Khaladir, who beat Asaf Al-Khaladir into second, with back in third place the newcomer Mostabsil Al-Khaladir. But Wadid Al-Khaladir had shown that promise in Taif a few months ago, was a bit of improver then, and just a step forward today again under a stalking ride.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have sworn she would stay a mile given how she shaped in that race last time out, but given a more patient ride and coming off a break, she has stepped up. She had a rating of 72 coming into this. There were only a couple higher rated in the race, but she sat off what was a pretty strong pace and pounced late in the day to get the better of Asaf Al-Khaladir, who belatedly got in front of Mostabsil Al-Khaladir, who set the early pace, but it was Wadiat Al-Khaladir and Tariq Al-Mansour who had the bragging rights in the end in a Khaladir 1-2-3.
Indeed, as we take in the closing stage, there's the grey staying on down the centre of the track to take out the win. You've got the other two fancied horses towards the inside, and well, you weren't a big fan of old Abdullah on Asaf Al-Khaladir beforehand. I don't think he'll have taken too many more fans forward from this.
No, I don't think he would. He's got the horse in a better position today, but it looked like he would be able to come with a run up the inside. Seems to have got himself cut off on the bend, so he lost a bit of ground on the early leader, Mostabsil Al-Khaladir, and then managed to get back on terms and get in front in the straight, but had nothing left to withhold the late challenge of Wadiat Al Khalidiyah late in the day. From the start, we had the likes of Sarmad Pro in stall 18 going forward. King de Violette in the black and yellow colours, also prominent. Sort of lost his pitch a little bit, but stayed on late, I think, to finish 4th in the end. Also up with the early pace. Moslem Seal Al Khalidiyah has taken it up now, the grey on the inside. And we had...
King de Violette's there in second.
Yeah, and that's Wadiat Al Khalidiyah wasn't too far away from an early stage. Again, it sort of got shuffled back before staying on, and you see beginning to track them now on the inside in 4th place is Asaf Al Khalidiyah, who doesn't always get the best of starts. Looked to be in a really good position now. The leader has wandered off the inside rail. Asaf Al Khalidiyah appears to be travelling a fair bit better. But now the winners come in, the leaders come in a little bit. Now's his opportunity to go up the inside, you think. But although the leader drifts off the rail, he tends to drift straight back on it again. And having asked for an effort under Naif Al-Anazi, just drops Asaf Al Khalidiyah for a few strides before Abdullah Backhader administers a backhander on the second. Looks briefly like he's going to get back up to win, but your eye is drawn immediately to the winner, Wadiat Al Khalidiyah, who was finishing faster than the front pair and was always going to get there in the last furlong or so to gain a deserved success.
That overhead shot's given a real insight into the quality of that performance and what a confident ride it was, because she spotted the front 2 or 3, probably about 9 or 10 lengths out the back straight.
Yeah, but has been ridden patiently. What you don't want to do as a rule here, particularly in the purebred Arabian races where you can't mess the horses around too much, is if your horse isn't able to lay up with the pace, don't push them to get as close as they can. Just let them find their own stride, and then they will finish things off. If you ask them too much to stay close to the leaders, a lot of them will sort of drop it early in the straight, whereas he's given her a good ride. Tariq Al-Mansour has just let her find her stride.
He's let her roll, hasn't he?
Yeah, and then she rolls up the straight. And because she's not been asked for an early effort, she's got more left for the finish than the pair that she's been.
And we just see that eventual second coming across the front-running newcomer. I think we can take positive, can't we, from the run of the newcomer, one of those that was popular on the international market, Mostabil Al Khalidiyah.
Yeah, he looked a little bit wayward in the closing stages. He's rolled around quite a lot from the bend. But you'd put that down to greenness on debut, I think. This being his first time on the racecourse, I'd imagine he'll be a little bit more tractable next time. He was sharp enough from the gates. They might look to drop him back in trip to 7 furlongs or 6 furlongs. Certainly showed the speed to win at shorter distances, and it should be pretty easy to find an ordinary maiden for him in the coming weeks.
Well, Wadiat Al Khalidiyah wins race 8. So we do have 2 trials for the 2 Group 1 Arabian races over Friday and Saturday here on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia English channel. Do join us for those key clues for the big races to come on the 23rd and 24th of February. But much to your delight, Mark, we're staying with the Arabs and a maiden handicap to come next.
Absolutely, Martin. You've had a thoroughbred nap. How about an Arabian nap? Number 6 here, Hamas Al Khalidiyah, surely going to take all stopping, which we'll come to in a moment or two. Yes, a maiden handicap, 0 to 75, 4-year-olds and upwards over the 1,600 metres. Number 1, Kabir Karaik for Tariq Al-Mansour, making Saudi debut today. Halal Al-Dahim for Abdullah Al-Saidi is the 2, and the 3 is Alpha Mega for Adel Al-Faradi, looking to go one better than his performance back at meeting 70. Mokles Al Khalidiyah, a maiden 0 from 5 for Luis Morales is the 4. The 5 is the filly Jad de Carrere for Naif Al-Anazi. 6, oh yes, Hamas Al Khalidiyah for Abdullah Al-Orfi, carrying the first colours of the stable, should take some stopping and was in action here just last week. I'm sure Rory will tell us more. Zoko from the inside, drawn 1 with the visor on. Mohammed Al-Daham, also second last time out, and should go close. That list is completed by Hudhud, Abdulaziz Al-Massa. Handler Al-Mogherat for Ali Al-Matib is the 9. The 10 is Naham for Luis Moreno. 11 is Hammam for Iyad Al-Tarizi. 12 is Thahil Al-Khalidiyah, who, again, I think is better than a mark of 55, was second back at meeting 89. 13, Idol de Violette for Abdallah Al-Hussein. 14 is Zari Al-Jazra for Abdullah Al-Kridis. And number 15 breaks from stall 15. It's the 4th mare in the lineup, Rashikat Al-Khalidiyah. This being our only handicap on the card, and I think Hamas Al Khalidiyah will take some stopping, gentlemen.
I tend to agree with you, Mark. They wouldn't be my speciality, Arab maiden handicaps for 4-year-olds and older, but I thought watching the run back of Hamas Al Khalidi last week, there was plenty of positives to take from it, Rory.
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought, again, he's another one who just needed the run a little bit on debut for know-how, but ended up finishing really strongly to be second to Montfort in that 6-furlong maiden that we saw last week. A few horses who were behind that were in our previous contest as well. And I wouldn't have thought he'd be massively in need of the weight for age that the 4-year-olds get here. It's a slightly upside-down looking handicap with the 5 above him in the weights all rated lower than him, but giving him weight because of what looks a pretty generous weight for age allowance. Obviously, the Arabians tend to take longer to come to hand. There wouldn't be any weight for age with thoroughbreds, 4-year-olds from 5-year-olds and up. Yeah. And I doubt whether Zoko and Hamas Al Khalidi are massively in need of it, having showing plenty first time out. And they tend to stand out in this field. Worth pointing out that right at the bottom, 13, 14 and 15, they're all out of the handicap. The bottom weight, essentially 53 kilos, which you have Tahil Al Khalidi at number 12, is on that handicap mark. Idol de Violet is rated 4 pounds inferior to him, but carries the same weight. And Zahi Al Jazra and Rasikat Al Khalidia are rated 46 and 45, but still have to carry that bottom weight of 53 kilos. So they're impossible to fancy.
Yeah,
so
14 and 15.
Pretty much work on the top 12 here to narrow it down a little bit.
But Hamas Al Khalidi, going back to that run last week, as you say, stayed on well in the closing stage. This trip should suit, and he was beaten by a horse who had a couple of runs and got the experience.
Yes, exactly, and that made a big difference in the end. Also, they were starting him off at 6 furlongs, but clearly he's bred to stay further, and he shaped as if a step up to at least 7 furlongs or a mile would be in his favour. Again, I'm not sure if he's raced in a contest at the Breeders' Farm, because he gets a handicap mark after 1 run, which is unheard of here otherwise. So I suspect that he's had what we might call barrier trials at home, so he should have known roughly what he was doing first time out. But I thought from a wide draw he lost ground early on and then did good late work. So he's fairly much guaranteed to be my selection here, unless something changes my mind radically in the next 10 minutes.
No, I'd agree, but I'm not sure that Mark can go for 2 naps. And I'm not sure if you're calling this the nap if they're the one who got beaten.
No, you can't.
There's a degree of confidence being carried forward.
I've known certain people who will have like this is the nap of the day, and then that gets beaten. This is the nap of the week in the next race, and then the nap of the year if that one goes wrong. You get found out pretty quickly when you start doing that.
Well, good luck to some of our YouTube viewers as well. Good luck to David. He's going with the number 4 here. Mokhels Al Khalidia. Jose also saying hello. So good luck to people with their selections there. Hamas Al Khalidia is 72 rated coming into this, with a similar handicap mark here in this maiden handicap. We've got Zoko off 70 and Hood as well, also off a mark of 70. Of the two of them, there's a lot more to like about Zoko.
Yeah, Zoko, again, finished off strongly. Didn't fly home, but stayed on over 7 furlongs as if he would benefit from a mile when second to Kahila Aldahan in a 7-furlong maiden last time out. That was a meeting he had a couple of weeks ago. He should progress from that, and the other horse should be very interested in essentially looking at this. There are a few who got chances on paper, but that pair being so lightly raced and getting straight into handicap off what look fairly lenient marks, they immediately catch your eye, don't they?
Yeah, 2 of them are just having their recent debuts over shorter trips, both stepping up a distance, coming into handicap company. Lots to like about the 6 and the 7. Of the rest of them, we've got Tariq, who won the previous race. He's on board a newcomer, which is the horse number 1.
Yeah, he's actually raced. He's raced in the UAE and finished. I think he's beaten 2 horses in 2 starts in the UAE, having raced as a youngster in Uruguay. But his form doesn't really stand up. Kabir Kourich, so easy enough to pass him over.
Number 2 is Halil Al-Dam, and this runner has had 3 goes. First run back from a break back in November.
Yeah, he's had fairly tough tasks. Well, he started off in a cup contest last season and was then well beaten on handicap debut. Fared a lot better when 7 lengths 4th of 6 in a not to 75 over 7 furlongs here behind Alpha Mega at the end of November. That wasn't the strongest of handicaps, obviously only 6 runners that day, so he probably needs to step up again.
And the aforementioned Alpha Mega has not also been seen since that second place finish.
Yeah, has been runner-up twice over 7 furlongs. The latest went second to Iris de Violette in that contest. That's probably his ideal trip, but a mile is within his compass. But again, he's looking a little bit more exposed, but has placed claims on what he's done recently.
So a fair few of these are conceding a fitness advantage, or certainly a run advantage to the really fancied 6 and 7. Mokel's Al-Khalidi not been seen since February of last year.
Yeah, that was he finished 14th in what was the final championship of the race course, which is that awkward title, but these tend to be very competitive races. Was second in a not a 70 handicap in Taif in September last year, but does have to prove fitness, haven't been off since February last year, as you say.
That brings us then down to horse number 5, Jcsa, who's had many chances to shed the maiden, hasn't managed to do so. Then.
Yeah, we've seen an awful lot of Jcsa this season, both in Taif and here. And he does have bits and pieces of form, third 2 starts back that give him chances here, but she's very hard to win with, and I'd expect wherever she finishes here, there'll be 1 or 2 in front of her again.
We've touched on 6 and 7 in quite good detail, which brings us down to number 8, which is Hood. 7 goes so far, and a quick turnaround from last week.
Yeah, it was third in the course and distance, maiden 2 starts back, and then was behind Mubarazat Al-Khalidiyah last week. That was in an open contest, so he does drop in class here, and despite having 7 runs already, this is his first handicap start, or again, her first handicap start, I should say, and that might just make her a little bit competitive. She's got a rating of 70. Again, she's getting the weight for age, and well, she's not actually getting a fillies allowance, interestingly here. She's on the same weight as the pair above her, despite having the same rating as Zoko and the same weight. Normally, well, it says a handicap, no fillies allowance here. I've gone off on one, really, haven't I? Ignore me.
Don't worry. Another filly in the race is number 9. This is Hadlar Al-Moghirat, who's had 12 goes so far. The form dipped last time, but has hit the frame on a couple of occasions. Yeah, again, she was in an open race last time out, which is probably too tough for her. Behind Hood. In that, so Hood, they're both dropping from open company. Hood was 7th. Hadlar Al-Moghirat was another 12.5 lengths behind Hood, and isn't any better off at the weights, or if she is, she's 1 pound better off at the weights. You could struggle seeing her turning the form around on that basis. Naham is number 10, a 13 race maiden, who's also hit the frame on a couple of occasions. Last in here last week again.
Yeah, it was well held in a not to 65 last week. This is a tougher race, and his good run rather, 2 starts back came in a not to 60 handicap. They tend to be significantly weaker, even than these not to 75. So not easy to fancy Naham on what he's done in his last couple of starts.
Hammam, similar named, is number 11. 4 goes this season here in Riyadh.
Well, he is. You could argue that he's unexposed, but he's actually run. He's run to a similar level on all 4 starts. He's just getting gradually slower on the times, which is not an enormously encouraging stat.
And maybe the only one really worth a mention as we get down towards those at the weights, as you say, down towards the bottom is number 12 here, but another long-standing maiden.
Yeah, 18 runs without winning at Tahel Al-Khalidiyah. Does hit the frame occasionally, and was a length and a half second to Haydar in a not to 60 handicap over 2,000 metres last time out. As I said, those races tend to take a lot less winning than this. He has got place claims on his best form, but I think he'd prefer to be in that not to 60 company.
Well, on the international betting, number 6, Hamas Al-Khalidiyah has opened up as a very, very warm favourite. Should take an awful lot of beating here. Alpha Mega, number 3, is second best in alongside Zoko. They're separated by not much really, and then it's bigger prices for the Rex, number 4. Mokil's Al-Khalidiyah, a similar price. Jcsa, who we know plenty about in behind that. So Hamas Al-Khalidiyah is a very, very warm order. As we head back out to Shamila, there's the jockey, Abdullah Al-Wafi, about to get up on Hamas Al-Khalidiyah, Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. It's our last Arabian race of the day. We only have 2 Arabian races. And I'm going to go against the odds and stick with horse number 3, Alpha Mega, for Adel Al-Faradi. Second last time out at meeting 70. And I just really like the look of him going around the parade ring. I could not take my eyes off him. Obviously, it's always a big chance going against the Al-Khalidiyah horses. Here's my my selection just cantering down to the start right there behind me. Only 15 runners in this race, so nice compact field there. But I will be sticking with horse number 3, Alpha Mega. Horse number 6, though, for Al Khaladia Stables, and Abdullah Al-Lawfi was second last time out at meeting at 91, so that probably tees him up for this race really nicely. Highest rated in the horse in the race, so I think that it'll be really tough beating him. But I will be sticking with Alpha Mega. No paddock negatives in this contest for me. I'm going to let you take back over. And I just actually wanted to reiterate from last weekend that you see a lot of the horses here with yellow stripes down their neck. That is just because they are drug testing the horses before each and every race, and every horse is tested as well.
Yeah, part of the very tight regulations here in Saudi Arabia. As we look at Hamas Al Khaladia taking seconds. Hamas Al Khaladia taking a really good second as well here on debut.
Yes, was a slow starting Hamas Al Khaladia, but strong finish when second to Montfard over 6 furlongs last week. We've already seen a couple of those in behind, including the runner-up from a previous race finishing strongly on the inside into about 5th place. So if Hamas Al Khaladia is able to build on this, and everything about that run suggests that he can, he has to have a big chance here. He's not the biggest, but you know, that's a lot of the purebred Arabians are quite lightly put together. It doesn't stop them being good.
But it's not a hard race to work out, really. You've got plenty of exposed horses in there, and you've got 2 with really quite sort of appealing profiles, lightly raced or exposed up in trip.
Yeah, and I'd have thought, I'm not saying they're guaranteed to finish first and second, but this is Zoko running over 7 furlongs a couple of weeks ago, meeting 88. Again, he's plugged on quite nicely in the end to finish second to Kahila Aldan in this 7 furlong contest. He gets past the 2 greys who are fighting out second and third at this stage, and everything about this run, although he doesn't really quicken late on, he keeps on nicely, and you'd have thought that he would benefit from a step up to a mile based on how he shapes there.
Yeah, he's more of a grinder. There's more of an immediate visual impact from watching back Hamas Al Khaladia.
Yes, yeah, I think Hamas Al Khaladia was I don't want to say showing a turn of foot, because strictly speaking, on the dirt, they're not going quicker on the last furlong than they do. But he was obviously picking up, whereas Zoko looked to just be plugging on and looks a little bit devoid of pace. But again, should benefit from the longer trip for that reason.
So we're all rowing in with Hamas Al Khaladia?
It looks that way, yes. Yep.
Although Shamila is with Alpha Mega, has had those 5 runs so far and a good second when last seen at meeting 70. Back in November. So this is race number 9, this Arabian Maiden Handicap for 4-year-olds and older. They go here over the 1600 still to come. We've got a locally bred filly and mares race for the 4-year-olds only as race 10. Race 11 is another maiden race. This again for local breds for 4-year-old fillies and colts. And then we get round to our final race of the day, which has the smallest field, but still plenty of interest to come in that final race of the day, with the horses carrying a... Well, it's got the top rating in the field, Rory, but his wins so far have come over shorter, and you've got the horse from last week coming out trying to win again, stepping up into open company from Handicap Company.
Yeah, that's Moetter who is liable to head the market. He's given a kilo away to Aldemir. The handicapper says that he should still have over a stone in hand, but when horses aren't running at the right trip and they're meeting horses who are hitting their form at the right time, that's kind of gap in the handicap can seem a lot smaller.
Well, that's a good race to look forward to. A good head-to-head in our final event. Just the 7 runners for race 12. We've got 15 of them here going behind the stalls. But arguably, with the handicap as it is, we're going to really consider 12 of them?
Yeah, pretty much. The bottom 2 particularly are well out of the weights, and when you get to horses rated in the 40s in these races, they tend to struggle to be competitive in any kind of company, and in a not a 75 handicap, I tend to rule out anything rated in the 50s, even if they're on a reasonable mark based on the form they're showing in lesser company. The higher rated horses do tend to dominate.
Okay, well, they are at the post then. We've got a mile contest, 1,600 metres here for this Arabian Maiden Handicap. Both Rory and I are with Hamas Al Khaladia. On the international markets, Mark, interested to see that both of your naps have both been the 2 shortest priced horses of the day.
Wow, you'd know. What can I say, really, Martin? The followers are there. They're on side here with Hamas Al Khaladia I feel like you could have a thoroughbred nap and an Arabian nap, surely. 2 different sports. Thoroughbreds earlier, and of course still to come. And the Arabians here, and also in our previous race. Bit of housekeeping to do. Horses 1 and 7. This is going to get very confusing. Same ownership. Kabir Karek has the yellow cap, but the white blinkers. And Zoko has the white cap with the yellow visor. So that'll be good fun. Draw next to each other as well. And here is the aforementioned Kabir Karek. Also on cap duty, Alpha Mega has the white cap in the Ali Dan colours. And Naham has the blue blinkers on anyway, but has the black cap as well. We're absolutely zipping along today, aren't we? Race 9 already. 3 to come here. A couple of maidens and a very decent but select field for our lucky lasts. But as the guys have reiterated all afternoon and evening, that the good racing yet to come this weekend. 24 races to come between Friday and Saturday, and I, for one, will certainly be tuning in. Saudi Cup trials, as the gents have suggested. So many big names, both equine and jockey. Ollie Doyle out here, and Berto Respoli's already had a spin. Mikel Barcelona's in town. The big names just keep coming here. Martin Kelly being another. Right, they're circling at the start. A few of those have gone forward. Next to coming to line is Idol de Violettes. I do agree that the bottom 2 just simply have no chance here. Zahi Al-Drazra, Rasika Al-Khaladir out of the weights. Here is Helal Al-Dahim and Hamas Al-Khaladir, drawn in stall 11. Of course, this being a handicap. Their saddle cloths do not correspond to their stall position. Alpha Mega is one of the few that does have that luxury. Number 3, drawn in 3. Jade de Carrera, if you want to go with. Green colours, yellow hoops. For double seeking Naif Alanazi. Great to hear from Naif earlier on. I know that Shamila loves to catch up with Naif. Fahel Al-Khaladir will be the last. Red blinkers on the grey. Drawn out in 12. We're set at the 1600 metre start. Lined up. On hold. Back up and down. They're off. Very slow to go as Thahel Al-Khaladir already trails the field by about 4 or 5 lengths. There's a good pace on here. One of those handy is Helal Al-Daham. Also up with the pace is Alpha Mega towards the inside, and deeper out on the racecourse is Hadla Al-Moghirat. These is the leading trio. You can spot the black cap over on the far side of Hamas Al-Khaladir, probably in 4th position, followed by the blue jacket of Hood. And then comes the yellow sleeves of Hadlat Al-Moghirat, who's just dropped a couple of places. Towards the rear of the field, the back 5 include the likes of Jade de Carrere. Also towards the rear is Zari Al-Drazwa and Rasika Al-Khaladir. No surprises there. Thahel Al-Khaladir has passed a couple of rivals, including Mokles Al-Khaladir, who is at the back. But the leaders are already turning down the side of the course here, and the blue jacket of Halal Al-Dahim still holds a narrow advantage over the white cap of Alpha Mega in 2nd. Poised to challenge is Hamas Al-Khaladir, who's running 3 places off the running rail. Then comes the white cap of Zoko, who's pushed along into 4th position. Down the wide outside comes Hood. Then the yellow sleeves of Hadla Al-Moghirat. And then picking up late on is the yellow cap towards the back of Naham. 400 metres left to go. Hamas Al-Khaladir showing plenty of speed and now hits the front. Challenge then by Zoko in the white cap down the wide outside. Towards the inner comes Alpha Mega, and looking to pick up Lakon is Hadlat Al-Moghirat, but deep inside the last furlong they go. Hamas Al-Khaladir is clinging onto this lead and just finding a little bit extra on Zoko. Hamas Al-Khaladir has his measure. Hamas Al-Khaladir goes on to win for the first time. Hamas Al-Khaladir prevails, Zoko's 2nd, Alpha Mega in 3rd, close for 4th, involving Hadlat Al-Moghirat and Hammam. Hamas Al-Khaladir then breaks the maiden tag for Abdullah Alorfi. in a time of 1:52.20. Pretty straightforward. Was wide on the turn. When Abdullah said go, the horse responded, picked up well, and fended off the challenge of Zoko in the closing stages. 3 lengths the winning margin. Zoko second. It's a brace of second place finishes now for Mohammed Al Daham on Zoko. Alpha Mega back in third. Hadla Al Mokhirat, who was always up with the pace, in fourth. Haman and Naham next across the line. Hamas Al Kaladir, gents. You can bang in a thoroughbred winner. You can bang in an Arabian winner as well.
So the second of our two Arabian races goes the way of Hamas Al Khaladia, beating Zoko into second place. The two handicap debutants have come to the form. We can see Hamas Al Khaladia from stall 11 gets a good pitch up on the outside, Rory.
Yeah, has to go a little bit wide at the bend, but manages to get forward more this time than on debut. And as a result, although he loses a little bit of ground around the turn, it wasn't too serious for him. And you could see that Zoko, who tucked in just behind them earlier on, was going to be a danger coming to the turn as well. We saw early speed from Hilal Al-Daham in stall 7. We also saw Zoko going forward earlier on. We saw Hudhud in stall 8 going forward. Tahel Al-Khaladia was the one who was very slowly away at the start and lost all chance there. We also had a slow start from Kabir Kurich from stall 2. But the race is taking shape now with Hamas Al-Khaladia moving up on the outside of Hilal Al-Daham on the inside. I think that's is it Alpha Mega in the middle of them there, who eventually finishes third, and just tracking them in fourth now is Zoko, who's moving up to challenge as Hilal Al-Daham begins to weaken on the inside. So the winner's in front, just comes under pressure coming off the bend, but has stolen 2 lengths on Zoko. And what we said, looking at the replays of their debuts, the one thing about Zoko, he doesn't seem to be able to find an extra bit of pace at the end of his races. He kept on dourly over 7 furlongs on debut and has kept on in similar style here, stepped up in trip. This is a good performance, but he could never really lay a glove on the more prominently ridden winner, Hamas Al-Khaladia, who's just a little bit wayward in the closing stages, but the race was in the bag at this stage. He's got a little bit of temperament about him, a little bit of an awkward head carriage, and we saw him sort of being a little bit tricky coming back off the track again after he won this, but he's clearly got his share of talent, and I'd be interested to see what the handicapper does with them, given that he's had to give both the winner and the second a handicap mark based on limited evidence. They're both clearly going to go up a fair bit for that. Not to 75 handicaps will be okay, but I have a feeling that the winner might just be outside that bracket after winning that. To win this off 72 in the style that he has suggests that he'll be taking on not to 80 horses next time out, which will be a little bit tougher than this.
I think Connections, the Al-Khaladia stables will be quite happy with a 2 or 3 pound rise. They're looking probably more like a 6 or 7.
This is true, and of course, you know, we tend to look at this and think, what kind of handicap will you get into next time? But with the big stables, they'll maybe be looking at can we step this up into open company next time out, or do we have to go for a non-winners of 2? And that might well be where we'll see Hamas Al-Khaladia next time out, because if he's nudging 80, then non-winners of 2 or even open races would give him a reasonable chance of following up.
But the second, Zoko, might well stay in this ratings band.
Yeah, but I thought so. I mean, he might go up 2 or 3 pounds for that, but I wouldn't have thought he'd be out of not to 75s, and he might even be worth stepping up again in trip. It's not easy to tell. When a horse doesn't have an awful lot of late pace, you kind of assume they're going to benefit from a step up in trip, but that's not necessarily the case. And it's not like he wasn't gaining in the last 50 yards, really, was he? Just sort of plugging on at the one pace. So this might just be his trip for the time being, and he just wants a race where they fall in a bit of a hole in front, and that will suit him.
Or maybe try and get him out on the front end and just allow him to gallop and try and build up a bit of.
He got out of the stalls okay here. I'm not sure whether he's got the raw pace to be able to lead at this sort of trip. But in fairness, he wasn't asked to go much faster in the early stages than he did, so he might be able to find a little bit more if ridden that way. And for horses who are on one pace, it tends to be the best way to ride them to make the most use of them early on. So. It'd be interesting to see if those tactics are employed next time out.
And it was quite an easy race. Sometimes you look at these races and they're quite hard to dissect. It was just a maiden handicap, but the first 3 were quite easy to find.
They were, yeah. They were the 2 who looked potentially thrown in based on single runs that they look sure to improve from, and the horse with solid recent form in Alpha Mega. So the fact that they've come first, second and third makes it a bit easier for the handicapper, I suppose, to make sense of it.
Hamas Al-Khaladia, Zoko and Alpha Mega, who, worth remembering that Alpha Mega was conceding race fitness advantage. Had not been seen on the track since November.
Yeah, that's worth bearing in mind. And of course, conceding weight as well, conceding 2 kilos and 3 kilos to the first and second here, despite having a lower rating. So he's not going to be going up in class. He's eligible for 0 to 70s. And Alpha Mega 7 furlongs will suit him as well, because that's where his best form has come so far. He shouldn't be too far away from a win.
That was the second and final of our 2 Arabian races here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse for this Thursday. More to come from the Arab horses over the next couple of days. The 2 trials for the big Group 1s on the big races to come on Saudi Cup weekend on the Friday and Saturday, the 23rd and 24th of February, as we head mark for race 10.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, I've had an absolute shocker here, which is going to bring a big smile to your face in 2 pages of this graphics time, which we'll come to very shortly. They're headed by number 1, Hala, for Abdullah Badhaher. I can never really pronounce that jockey, but anyway, Abdullah's on the 1. Al Zameya for Abdul Wahab Al Materi is on the 2, and Ez Latifa is the mount of Fawaz Wanas. 4 is Halat Al Mogatara for Alex Moreno. Next is Next for Thurb Al Timyat, and 6 is Mezdana Mohammed Al Nassar. The 7 is Shark Darfur for Iyad Al Tarizi, and the 8 Shukrana for Mohammed Al Nefzi. The grey is Na'alat Al Ez for hat-trick-seeking Luis Morales. La Jar Jar is rated just 28 for Asaba Al Sharani. 11 is Wad Al Bandari for Abdullah Al Farouz. 12, Eshan Noura for Asil Al Sahani. 13, Rawe Noura for Adel Al Faredi. Quite a quiet day for Adel, to be honest. 14, Al Wassa for Fahed Al Faredi, the 2 brothers next to each other in 13-14. 15, Al Saudi Al Losma, Abdulaziz Al Massa, and Tariq Al Mansour looking for a double on the blinkered, neutered Al Hijaz. 17 is Takasib for Abdullah Al Deeb. It's a debutant here, number 17. Then comes the error, because Wigberto Ramos is back. Clearly, it's completely missed me. Nawazi is the 18 for Wigberto. 19 is Nasrat for Mohammed Al Daham, and 20 is Matalib for Hamza Saad. So big field, very, very tough race to digest. There's 2 or 3 horses you can put a line through straight away. The 2 and the 10 rated 20 and 28. Probably need to get going now if they're to survive any chance. Gents, it's safe to say let's hand it back to the experts.
Yeah, unfortunately they're not here, Mark, so maybe we'll get to those experts a little bit later, but he's been stalking Wiggy Ramos, and Wiggy's still here. You know?
Well, I mean, we assume that Wiggy's been here, but he may well have gone home for that glass of apple juice that Mark talked about earlier on, and let's hope he's back in time to weigh out here.
I'm sure he will. The horse is still in the pre-parade room. We've got a few jockeys, though, in the paddock ahead of our next race. Race 10, local bred filly and mares. These are 4-year-olds. And a field of 20 heading to post. Let's start then. We're about to see them in the paddock and having Shamila's assistance with the top rated in the field, Wad Al Bandari, who's got official mark of 70, but was arguably disappointing on the comeback.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier on. When you see a horse changing trainer multiple times, it's a little bit of a worry. She had good form last season, Wad Al Bandari, but she's on her 4th trainer in as many starts since finishing 4th on 2 from the last season. So I'm not entirely sure why she's been moving around so much, but it hasn't been doing much for her form, and she was 18.5 lengths 14th in a course and distance, not to 75 on her return to action. She should improve for that. It was her first run in quite a while, but she needs to prove that she's got her old ability, given that she's been moved from pillar to post in the last year.
And what about trip with her, the 1800 I had down as a question mark?
Yes, it is a little bit of a question mark. She didn't exactly relish the trip last time out. You prefer to see her dropping a little bit, but I think the real concern is whether she's anything like a 70 filly at the moment, given her history.
No, probably arguably that she isn't quite at that sort of rating. On the figures, the one to give her most to do is Shark Darfur, which is number 7, 3rd over the course and distance last time out. She's been working her way into form.
Yeah, I mean, she was 2nd in a mile maiden in March last year. She was well beaten on her return, but that was off a lengthy absence. And she did work her way back to form when 7 1/4 lengths 3rd in a course and distance maiden, won by Urjawania last time out. I think a repeat of that effort should see her go close in a race that lacks depth. If you don't believe Wad Al Bandari's rating, then really it's horses around the 60 mark who are going to dominate here. And Shark Dufour certainly running to 62 at the moment, and she has to be very high on your shortlist as a result.
And number 12, Jcsa Nora, carries the same rating of 62?
Yeah, she was 6th in the course and distance maiden 2 starts back, but she was beaten 16.5 length when 12th over course and distance, over 6 furlongs last time out. That was an open company, but she does need to bounce back to form. This is obviously clearly an easier task with most of her main rivals rated around the same mark as her.
And then drop down into the field. There's one more I should mention in the 60s as well. This number 19, Nasrat off 63, but is very exposed after 18 goes.
Yeah, well, Nasrat's an interesting...
Sorry, 9, I should say.
She's an interesting runner. Yeah, she was 18th last time out. She's actually won twice.
Okay.
So this is the maiden race. She's been first past the post twice. She was disqualified both times when in training with Jeff Woodruff, and she hasn't shown an awful lot since coming back this season. Hinted that she retained her ability meeting 9 in Taif, but 3 shocking runs since that. Means you have to worry about what Nasrat is capable of at the moment.
And another Nora in the field. This is Ra'ai Nora, number 13, 5 runs so far, and not been seen since November.
Yeah, she ran in meeting 76. She was out a couple of times early in Taif and showed ability when finishing 3rd in the second of those races, and she probably matched that form when 12.5 lengths 4th of 19 in a 1 mile maiden won by Hakwat last time out. She doesn't have an awful lot to find in this company. If she's ready to go after a short break, you'd have to respect her chances.
Likely race is a top 1, which is Hala. Official mark of 52, just the 3 runs though, so arguably open to a bit of improvement, but was well held when last seen.
Yeah, another one who's changed yard, showed ability when 8th on debut, but was 29 1/4 lengths, 15th of 20 on her return to action. Old Abdullah on board here didn't impress everyone in the last in the penultimate race, so he's got a little bit to prove now. But once again, he's got a real draw, so see if he can nip through there. But questions to answer at the moment, Hala.
If you were to mention others with chances in here, Rory, where would you be looking?
Well, you've got the likes of Alzamay, who's rated 20, Lajaja rated 28. Easy to put a line through them. I thought Shukrana might be a little bit better than her current rating of 51. She's shown very gradual progress. Was 7 lengths 5th to Tahadi in a 1 mile maiden back in meeting 83, and was behind Halat Al-Motara, 3 lengths behind that one last time out. I didn't think she had quite as much to find as the ratings suggest, and I could see her perhaps running into a place.
Okay, we'll have a look at the international markets very shortly. We'll also have a look at a bit of form and hear from Shamila. But an early selection from you, Rory. Who do you think's the most likely winner?
I think there are a couple of those who are rated reasonably highly that are difficult to fancy. So I think I might go for Rawai Nora in stall 13, just ahead of Shark Dufour, who's the other one that I would shortlist.
Okay, as we look at number 14 in shot, that's Ail Well Asia, as we head to Shamila.
Thank you very much. Myself and Alex Marino have had a pretty questionable day, so if he's going down, I'm going down with him. I am going to stick with horse number 4 here, Halat Al-Mughtara, second last time out at meeting 83, and partnered up with Alex Marino. Again, the bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount, but this filly for Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz looks absolutely stunning. One of the bigger fillies in the field here, but looks really well, really nicely developed hindquarters in all aspects. She just walking around here like an absolute professional that she is. So I will be sticking with her and pinning my hopes on her for hopefully my first winner of the day, which would be nice. I also really like the look of horse number 9, Nalat Al-Ez, who will be ridden by Louis Morales as well. Third last time out at meeting 12, so that's a little bit of a red flag for me that we haven't seen her since meeting 12 back in the Taif season. However, I think that she has a good jockey on board and she looks really well as well. Only one paddock negative for you in horse number 13, just looking like she is not looking so great in her winter coat.
So thanks to Shamila with Halat Al-Mughtara who's just had a couple of runs back, 0 from 2, stepping up in trip again. Alexis Munro on board. You're looking for a change of stable here.
Yeah, so you've lulled me into making a selection before I was really ready, and I made the point that I thought Shukrana would run okay, but was 3 legs behind Halat Al Mutara last time out. I thought that was quite good form, but Halat Al Mutara clearly has the winning of this race on that piece of form. She doesn't have a rating yet because she just had the 2 runs, but I have her down as sure to improve again, and I've got to side with that. I think jumping onto the Shamila bandwagon, you won't accuse me of anything there, given Shamila's having a rather ropey day. But I think she's on the right one here.
And Alexis Marino has, as Shamila said, had quite a quiet afternoon so far.
Yeah, he's a very streaky jockey. Is Alex? You can see he's looking fairly ashen-faced, fairly grim-looking there. But when he's winning, he takes a lot of confidence from getting one winner, and he tends to go on a roll. This is Halat Al Mutara, I believe, running on into 2nd place last time out. She was 10th on debut. This was a much improved effort behind Tahadi. It's believable form as well, and I think you'd give her a rating in the high 60s based on this performance. 1:43.20. It's not a stunning time, but she's bound to improve.
Okay, and a rating of that sort of level would make her probably the one to beat here. We have a look at number 7 as well, Shakhtar 4. 5 runs so far. This is the third last time out, which was a pretty good run.
Yeah, she's beaten 7 1/4 lengths in the end. This is a course and distance maiden won by Urjawania and Shakhtar 4 in front at this stage, but it gets run down late in the day. You might say on this that she could do with a little bit of a drop back and trip, but she's shown enough on this occasion to think that she has to be a player in what looks a weaker maiden. She might want a little bit of a more patient ride from Ayad Al Tarisi, but you'd respect her chances in a weaker contest.
Yeah, 15th, 4th and 3rd in the last few runs. And there is a selection of Rory and both Shabila Halat Al Moghtara heading down to the start, looking to improve on those last couple of starts. 10th and then 2nd. Will it be the win today? That run went 2nd, coming here back on December 29th. And Halat Al Moghtara is the favourite on the international market, quite a clear favourite as well. There is support though for the 9, Nialat Al Aziz, who's had a couple of spins over 1600.
Yeah, I haven't seen Nialat Al Aziz since meeting 12 in Taif, but she improved for her debut when 7 lengths third to Anna Al Almas in a 1 mile maiden. That wasn't the strongest event, it has to be said, but we're seeing quite a lot of horses who've had had 1 or 2 runs in Taif coming here and actually showing improved form. So she'd be following in the footsteps of a few with similar profiles. Luis Morales, a good jockey booking. She needs to progress, but she might have benefited from having a break after that improved 3rd last time out, even though that's going back to June.
Yeah, Lewis looking for his 3rd winner here on the card. And let's not forget, we talked about that Tay-form horses coming here and improve it again. Just look back to Wadid Al Qadiyah in the first of the Arab races.
Exactly, yeah. That was a massive improvement on what that horse had been showing in Taif. And it's useful when they showed the ability to win a race. It's not easy equating form between the 2 tracks, but if you've shown promise in Taif, there's no reason why you can't do well at Riyadh unless for whatever reason you are particularly well suited either by a deep surface or by tighter bends. And generally speaking, it's difficult to quantify that with lightly raced horses.
And would you have the international market correct with yours and Shabila's selection favourite Halat Al Moghtara?
Yeah, I think she's the right favourite because although she doesn't have a rating, those who do have higher ratings, Wad Al Bandari, as I said, has got plenty to prove at the moment. And then you're looking at the top rated being 63, 62. And I think she's probably run above that figure when 2nd last time out, with the prospect of more improvement to come as well.
And hello once again to everybody watching on our YouTube channel. We've got Jose saying hello. George going with the international market leader here, number 6, Hamas Al Khaladea. He says looking an absolute standout and very hard to beat. David in opposition though, he goes with the 13, Rawi Nora, who you did give a positive.
Yeah, I thought she was. I was reasonably positive about her chance. She's had 5 goals. She's more exposed than most. But I thought, again, she seemed to match her time form at the second time of asking. The first time of asking, went 4th of 19 in a mile maiden won by Hakwat. She wouldn't have to improve an awful lot to get involved here. But Halat Al-Mutara clearly is more likely to improve. So I think she's a more sensible suggestion.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I think that is most arguably the one to beat with maybe Shark to 4, the alternative, that third over the course and distance last time out. So let's go back to Mark Francis, who's been commentating for us this afternoon. The international market, Mark has Halat Al-Mutara as a short-priced favourite.
Yeah, and I think the right price as well, Martin. Halat Al-Mutara. What we didn't see in that footage just a few moments ago, that Halat Al-Mutara was the first off the bridle as well. So the step up in trip today, although it's not a massive hike up in distance, should be a benefit. I think in time she'll get even further. She's clearly got ability. She's got her own way of doing things, but don't be surprised to see Alex Moreno under the pump pretty early on here. But she might outclass this lot over this new distance. Speaking of distance, this is where the 2024 Saudi Cup will commence in just under a month's time. This is the start. As you can see, it's probably a furlong and a half before they join up with the round course. And then after another furlong and a bit, it's left-handed all the way to home. So 1,800 metres, certainly a test for some of these inexperienced horses, inexperienced in terms of races. Got just the one debutant, Takasib, out in 17. But I did think Halat Al-Mutara would take all the beating here, if bringing a similar level of form to her second back at meeting 83, then she should take some stopping. I agree with Rory that Shuk Rana also could make the frame. And Nailat Al-Ez for Luis Morales as well in 9 shouldn't be discounted. There's Al-Zamea for Abdul Wahab Al-Mutari. Ez Latifa for Fawaz Wanas. Called a winner for Fawaz for a little while. He's been a little bit quiet on the cold list. Shark Darfur next for youngster Iyad Al-Tarizi. You can see his face. He's ever so young. The Jar Jar, who needs to get going now to survive any chance here. Rawe Nora was a paddock negative for Shamila, I seem to recall. So we'll see how she runs. 6 or 7 out the back. 2 more races to come. They've got a local bred maiden over this trip for the Saudi breds next, before our open race for 4-year-olds at 8:20 local time, featuring Moa Etta, who interestingly is a 23rd place reserve in the race before. So Connections had their eyes on a couple of races, but have opted for the last. Whether by default, not too sure, but it's a penalty kick, but he will be a short price to oblige. Here's next. Green cross belts on white. And further out of picture was Nawazi, leaving just Eshan Noura to complete the line for our fillies maiden over the 1,800 metres, and they're off. Racing away then, promising start by Eshan Noura from stall number 12, has company for the lead with Wad Al-Bandari's turquoise jacket. Towards the inside next has got away smartly, also showing early speed is Mezdana, and back towards the inside is Al-Zamea. So this is the leading group. Looks as though Mezdana now is kicking on by 2 lengths as we study the field from up above. Mezdana for Mohammed Al-Nasser in front by 1.5 lengths. There's a sea of challengers chasing, including the turquoise jacket of Wad Al-Bandari in second place, and back towards the inside running rail, the green sleeves and cross belts of next. The orange jacket, first mention for Shuk Rana, is handy, and also a first mention for Halat Al-Mutara, who's now cruising into contention in the middle of picture. Coming under a drive now is the early leader Eshan Noura. Further out on the racecourse, we have the green cap there of Al Saudia Al-Lozma. Looking towards the rear of the field, the likes of Nasrat is still going, and also Ez Latifa is struggling alongside La Jaja. But it's next now who's moved up menacingly towards the inside as Mezdana comes under a ride. Taking over is Wad Al-Bandari, but look towards the outside rather. Halat Al-Moghtara cruising into contention now and gets pushed along for the first time. Halat Al-Moghtara looms upside Wad Al-Bandari, who is kicking on again for Abdullah Al-Farouz. These are the first two. Now beginning to pick up is Raway Noura, staying on into third position. Then comes next, and they're clear of the others. Hitting the lead, though, deep inside the last furlong. It's the turquoise colours of Wad Al-Bandari, who's clearing away again, chased by Raway Noura, and then comes a retreating Halat Al-Moghtara. But this is all over. Wad Al-Bandari will get her day in the spotlight. Wad Al-Bandari wins. Second position for Raway Noura, close for third. Next was closing on Halat Al-Moghtara to the line, the very disappointing horse number 4. 1:55.44 for Wad Al-Bandari. Abdullah Al-Farouz kept this one simple from stall number 11. Finessed into the lead after the first pace setter Mezdana began to retreat. Wad Al-Bandari did the rest. 5 1/4 lengths back to Raway Noura. Halat Al-Moghtara was the disappointment, though, back in third. Just holding that position from next is Latifa. Best of the rest in 5th position. Another race that not too many runners got involved in, to be honest. You paused the race at halfway. The leading group fought out the finish. Wad Al-Bandari was one of those, and she went on to win in great style.
Well, plenty of long faces around those who supported number 4, Halat Al-Moghtara. Finishes back in third place, having cruised into contention off the bend. Wad Al-Bandari, by that stage, had already assumed command and was to stay there as well. Was top rated coming into the field. Rory, last couple of runs had come over this 1,800 metres, but you search back through the form. Had been second in a maiden race here over 1,600 going back to the back end of 2022.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting one. It was actually beaten half a length by Tahadi that day over a mile, and it was Tahadi who beat Halat Al-Moghtara by 4 lengths last time out. So on that line of form,
it was there.
Wad Al-Bandari had the winning of the race. It was just a case of the fact that she's moved around and that she was only 14th on a return clearly derived plenty of benefit from that run, and she has come back to her very best form. So you've got to take your hat off to the handicapper for telling you that this was the likeliest winner at the weights. and she's bounced back to form and showed a really good attitude, because she was eyeballed by Khaled Al-Muhtara early in the straight, and soon got the better of that rival, and had no dangers after that, with Rawai Nora running on late to grab second without ever posing a challenge.
Now, this is the
winner.
key part of the race. You've got the eventual winner towards the inside. You'd think the international favourite moves up on the outside, that is set to go through, but never wants to really put her nose in front.
No, and once she comes under pressure, Khaled Al-Muhtara, she backs out of that challenge pretty quickly, and she's immediately beaten. Whereas the winner, she may not have had the most impressive profile coming into it, but she showed a bit of class here by turning away that challenge and then powering to victory. Again, it's not form to go absolutely mad about, but Wad Al-Bandari, it's nice to see her back to her best and off the mark at the 10th attempt.
And there she goes through from stall 11 to take the lead through the first couple of 100 metres. The 1800 I had down as a bit of a question mark on the last couple of runs, but she's seen it out well.
Yeah, the 1800 is a slightly funny trip, the 1800, because they don't always set off at the same sort of pace they do over a mile. And you also, because they cross over the junction there, you tend to have horses drawn low, disadvantaged by that run as well. So Wad Al-Bandari was not done any harm by the draw, being stuck out in stall 11. That's actually helped to go forward. This is probably the one trip where you definitely don't want to be drawn 1 or 2. You tend to have nowhere to go a furlong after the start. But she's, as you said, she's worked herself into a very good position behind early leader Mezdana in the dark blue colours with the orange star, and she moves up to that rival coming into this turn, and gets past her into a good position. I think that's next on the inside, also goes forward at the same stage. Shukrana in the orange colours with the green cap, just backing out of things at this stage. And now you see moving through easily in the centre is Khaled Al-Muhtara. And you think for all the world, given how easily she's moved into a challenge,
she's got to win by 10, surely.
You think she's going to win this by a wide margin. Gets herself to the front here, but the jockey on the winner, Abdullah Al-Fayrouz, has just has asked for a little bit more, and she's pulled it out. And once Al-Muhtara has been challenged the second time, you know, once she's been eyeballed and asked the question, she's found disappointingly little. You wonder if she would have gone on if the winner hadn't fought back at that stage, or whether she was always going to finish like this.
Yeah,
it's not easy to tell whether it was sort of a psychological thing, or whether she's just run out of stamina late in the day.
I think it's psychological, given she's gone from travelling so well to finding absolutely, it's just like she's throwing the towel.
She's just been worried out of it, I thought, in that little mini battle a furlong and a half from home, and then she's faded out of second late in the day.
A career best from Rawai Nora back in second place.
Yeah, she's been running pretty well. She's only had 2 starts in Riyadh this season, having shown ability in Taif. She was rated 61, so she's probably come forward a couple of pounds from that, and she's run a really solid race into second. So she can, again, she's going to have to find a fairly weak maiden, but she'd be capable of running well in handicaps, given her run style as well. So Rawai Nora one to be reasonably positive about from that.
And would you fancy Wad Al-Bandari to carry this form back into handicap company?
Yeah, difficult to tell. It's not like she's been unreliable. It's just that she had that one good piece of form and a couple of moderate runs around it. But the fact that she's belatedly been able to build on that would give you confidence that she might now be able to find a better level of form. She can't go up too much in the weights for that. She's beaten one rated lower than her. And I think that the handicapper can only really nudge her up a couple of pounds. So she'd still get into 0 to 75 handicaps, and there may well be something for her here. She's certainly got the right attitude.
Yeah, she has.
Even though she was a 9-race maiden coming into this, she might just have needed time to strengthen up.
Wad Al-Bandari, with the official rating of 70, top rated in the field, sees off the 61 rated Rawai Nora back into second, and Khaled Al-Muhtara, who was a warm international favourite, finishes back in third place. Doesn't quite carry that form forward. So still 2 more races to come here from King Abdulaziz Racecourse this Thursday. Races 11 and 12. We stay in maiden company for a race for local breds shortly, and we also have race 12 to come as well, an open contest. But we head now back out to the winners' enclosure and Shamila.
I'm with our winning trainer, Abdulaziz Khaled, of the 10th race. Congratulations. What did you think of the race?
Thank you. This filly she has good filly
He ran only one time this year. She come 15 or 14, and this time he win easy. Maybe he going up, inshallah.
And what about the distance? You will keep the same distance for her?
Maybe 1,800 or 2,000 meter, no problem. 1 mile, no problem. She has good feeling, inshallah.
And what were the plans you gave to Abdullah Al Fairuz for this race?
I tell him go in the lead and go up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was our winning trainer for race number 10, but I will hand you over to Mark Francis, who will take you through the runners and riders for race number 11.
Thank you very much indeed, Shamila. Yes, penultimate race here is a maiden for the 4-year-olds over the 1,800 metres again. Waj Aldareya tops them for Rayan Outer Esh. The 2 is Al Shasab for Abdulaziz Al Faredi. 3 is Kier Al Sad for Abdullah Al Sayed. And the 4 is the first of 3 debutants, Ajmal Tahiyar for Mohammed Al Daham. 5 is Saif Al Garah for Mohammed Al Shamari. The first of 3 greys is Gala Hamad for Ahmed Al Tayyar. Bishkek, another first-time starter in the cheek pieces, Ali Al-Mimoni, and the 29 rated Motor Bakhtir for Fawaz Wanas completes that list. The 9 is Pano, the other first-time starter, Abda Ella Al Hussein. The 10 is Motreb Zamano for Mohammed Al Yami, 0 from 2 so far. Skip Nunes, 0 from 6, Abdulaziz Al Masa. Webby for Abdullah Al Deeb in the cheek pieces is the 12. 13, Mohammed Al Nebzi for Hafid Cheetah. 14, Bab Al Hazam for Jimmy Carrion. 15 is Mawred Alaum for Adel Al Faredi. 16 is Scratch. So the final one on that sheet is Anjez Abdullah Al Farouz. Over the page, final grey is Wakil Al Nayar for Alex Moreno. 19, Raed Al Wasil for Hamza Saad. 20 is a little bit of a mouthful, Moktalef Lel Gayar for Ferb Al Timyat. And with the 16 scratch, 1 reserve gets in, Alatam, the mount of Khalid Al-Mamoni. 22 and 23, who was entered in our last race, funnily enough, not required. Full field here, over 1,800 metres, Martin.
Indeed we do, and the first of them starting to come through into the paddock. Another difficult race to work out, race 11. Local bred maiden for 4-year-olds. Both fillies and colts will take part in this. Maybe number 18 would be a good starting point here, Rory.
Yes. Wakil Al-Naya is the top rated in this race with a rating of 75, £6 clear of the next one in. He has been placed on all starts since debut, was well beaten on debut, but never been worse than 3rd since then. Was a 5 3/4 lengths 3rd to Tazim over 7 furlongs last time out. Was 2nd over a mile in Taif, which gives you hope that this trip will suit. And Alex Moreno takes it over from Adel Al Faredi today. Alex riding it for the first time. And Wakil Al-Naya maybe has a question to answer about his resolution, given the 2nds and 3rds on his form, but is the clear pick on form.
And a slight extension in distance today?
Yeah, he stayed a mile on the deep surface at Taif. He ran well there, so I'd have thought 1,800 metres here should just about be within his scope, and we saw in the last race that horses with slight question marks over the 1,800 managed to stay at okay.
We're rated 75, top of the rating, £6 clear on the figures from Skip Moon, who's had 6 runs so far. Last seen here a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, it was a good 4th to A Dati, 3 starts back. That's probably the best piece of form that he's shown. That horse went on to run in a cup race next time out. Was only beaten 6.5 lengths in a 0 to 75 handicap last time out, and prior to that was 2nd to Wafi Alays in a 2,000 metre maiden. Is effective at a range of trips, is pretty consistent, has a little bit to find with Wakil Al-Naya, but if you take the view that Wakil Al-Naya really should have got his head in front by now, and then Skip Moon's got an opportunity to put it up to him here.
Yeah, 2nd over 2,000 metres, 2 runs back. Off a mark of 63, you've got number 21, Alatam, who comes into the field after 8 starts so far.
Yes, Alatam, 8 runs to date, probably showed his best form when 3rd in meeting 69, having been 4th on the opening day of the Riyadh season, but 2 runs since 2 weeks ago and 3 weeks ago were a little bit disappointing, so he needs to bounce back to form.
That's Alatam, horse number 21. Looking further down the ratings, we get down to a couple of horses on 57. We've got number 12, Whereby, and also on the same mark, number 14, Bab Al-Azam.
Yeah, Bab Al-Hazm was 3.5 lengths second in a 0 to 60 handicap 2 starts back, a fair sixth in a course and distance maiden before that, but was below form in a 7 furlong local maiden last time out and needs to leave that behind. Weby, I should mention as well, has had plenty of chances, not from 15, was tailed off over a mile last time out and was, although ran better, went 7th on his previous start. That was in a 0 to 55 handicap, and that's a pretty weak affair.
And there he is in shot, just on his toes in the paddock, with his jockey on board, Abdullah Odeep. As we move on then to in behind that, number 13, the yellow and the brown colours, Half Cheetah.
Yeah, he's had plenty of opportunities, 6 runs, and has gained a rating of 37. So it'll be disappointing if a horse with that kind of rating is good enough to win a maiden race. But stranger things have happened.
Well, let's see how it does unfold. Before we do that, though, let's head out to Shamila in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm going to chance my arm again with another Alex Moreno horse, this time horse number 18, Wakil Alanea, one of the highest rated horses in the race at 75. Really consistent this season, third last time out at meeting 84 and second the 2 times before that. You can just see Wakil Alanea here walking next to me with Alex Moreno on board. This is a 4-year-old colt by Commend and just looks really nice here in the parade ring. One of the strongest contenders in my opinion. Horse number 5 as well, Saif Algara, also looking really good, and horse number 11, Skip Moon for Naif Wanas. So a lot of strong contenders in this race. Only one question mark for me, and that's horse number 21. I wasn't super happy with how he was walking around the parade ring. He didn't look very happy in himself. So hopefully he doesn't boil over before the start of the race, and same with horse number 10 as well. But I will be sticking with Wakil Alanea.
Alexis then with a big chance in our previous race. It didn't quite happen. The horse weakened back to 3rd place, but Wakil Alanaya been really consistent. Only one go over this kind of a trip before. Second, 3rd. You go through the recent form figures.
One thing I would say is I'm not sure I want to be Alex Moreno's cat tonight if he doesn't get his head in front here. Doesn't have a ride in the last race, of course, and doesn't go through many cards without registering a winner, and he's had a few opportunities today.
Well, this could be the one. Early selection then, Rory?
I'm going to take a chance on Skip Moon getting the better of Alex here. The pair of them appear to be the 2 to concentrate on. Skip Moon's run 3 solid races on his last 3 starts. Does have a little bit to find with Wakil Alanea, but has arguably a slightly kinder drawn stall 11, and looks very well, as you can see in the picture at the moment.
And he certainly will get the trip as well. Skip Moon, who's 3rd best on the international markets, while Hilal Al-Kenya is the market leader. But here we can see Skip Moon finishing 5th back on January the 6th.
Yes, it's coming from a fair way off the pace here, Skip Moon, and stays on at the 1 pace to be beaten 6.5 lengths in a 0 to 70. Gets swamped for pace by the horse who ends up finishing 2nd here, but just keeps plugging away. This form isn't anything special, but given we've only got one horse rated higher than 70 in this contest, this was a better affair last time out. Skip Moon probably ran better on his previous start when runner-up, but he's put together 3 good runs. So you'd like to think in a weak contest he'll have to go fairly close.
Well, there is Alexis Maruna coming out on board, Wakil Alanaya, who has been very, very consistent of late, and here is one of those consistent runs, the 3rd place finish here back in December the 30th.
Yeah, he never seems to do an awful lot wrong, to be perfectly honest, and finishes 5 3/4 lengths, 3rd to Tazim, over 7 furlongs last time out. You might be concerned looking at this about the trip, and I think that's a fair point to make, because it does back out of things late in the day. Again, he's up against 2 horses who are better than the rivals he meets today. As I said, he stayed a mile in Taif, so you'd be hopeful that he'd get 1,800 metres. It's enough of a question mark for me to just want to be against him at what's a fairly skinny price, I guess.
He is a short price favourite indeed. The market, though, the international market making the 19 as the main danger. Riyadh Al-Wasil, Ryan Al-Sawil, who's had 16 goes and was well held here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 16 career starts, 11 of them, or this will be his 11th run of the season. He's been kept very busy indeed, Riyadh Al-Wasil. He's also tried all trips from 6 furlongs to a mile and a half this season, so he's a little bit tripless. He's pretty consistent. He's usually there or thereabouts and picks up prize money more often than not. 7th last time out came in a stronger race than this. It was a tough ask for him, so he should be competitive again. But the fact that he lacks any sort of tactical pace is a little bit off-putting.
Given the overall sort of the picture and profile you've painted there, it's really surprising to see him as the second choice on the international market.
Yeah, but then again, you start looking at those underneath, and you see why almost by default horses like him are prominent in the betting. His rating of 66 is fair on balance. He just has his limitations in terms of his ability to win races.
Well, third in on the market is Skip Moon. They are by far and away the top 3 in the market. Then we get down to 15, Mored Al Elm. Mored Al Elm, who another long-standing maiden, Adel Al Faradi, takes the right.
Yes, I mean, he's an inconsistent sort. He was 5th, beaten less than 4 lengths in a 7 furlong maiden when last seen. That was in September at Taif. On a reproduction of that run would see him not beaten far, but his previous efforts were disappointing in Taif, and he's not guaranteed to put his best foot forward here either, so he's a risky one.
And the top of the card is number 1. This is Waj Aldareya, who's only had the 3 runs. Is there scope for improvement there?
Yes, there is. I mean, he was well beaten in his first 2 starts, and he stepped up on that one, 8 lengths 6th in a 20-runner 7 furlong maiden last time out, won by Walad Al-Dawahi. That's ordinary form, but at least it was his best effort. He's only rated 50, but he's liable to do a little bit better with the benefit of that experience.
Well, they're heading behind the stalls then for the penultimate race of what is going to be a superb weekend here in Riyadh the next 2 days. Arguably the 2 best days racing ever, aside from the Saudi Cup meeting. So, Rory, just to confirm your selection here?
I'm going to go for Skip Moon.
Skip Moon for Rory. What about yourself, Mark? Are you with Skip Moon, or you maybe with Shamila and Walkil Alana?
I'm going to go for something at a bigger price. Bab Al Hazam hasn't really got a mention yet. Jimmy Carrion on board the 14. If you put a line through his last run back at meeting 83, where he was drawn on the insiding barrier number 1, completely missed the start, and was always trailing, then I think he's got some good form to bring to the table. Yes, you've got Wakil Alanay rated 75, so Bab Al Hazab needs to find, a stone and a bit, but I think is capable. So don't be completely surprised to see his name in the fold. You mentioned the big weekend coming. Of course, you need big commentators for Friday and Saturdays here at Riyadh. Alex Fussy will be in this commentary booth tomorrow, and Mr. Saudi Arabia himself, John Blant, on Saturday, as the big trials continue here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. You can just see in picture there, Mota Bakhtiar just getting 1 or 2 adjustments to the saddle, as Fawas Fanas has just jumped off. It's got a big hill to climb, the 8 here, Mota Bakhtiar for Fawas, who hasn't had the best selection of rides tonight, it must be said. But I'll take a chance on Bab Al Hazam. 2nd back at meeting 73, 6th at 65, and 4th back at meeting 21. So has posted some good figures, and I don't think should be discounted here, although keep an eye on stall 14. Certainly needs to break much better here today. Next door is that horse, Hafid Cheetah, Mohammed Al Nefsi. 6 starts so far, 3 of those this season, rated just 37. You'd think with a horse rated 37 on your inside that Bab Al Hazam should get a nice break, but we shall see. There's Bishki, one of 3 horses seeing the racecourse for the first time. You can just spot that he's got a little bit sweaty down the neck, getting a little bit worked up. Perhaps Ali Al-Mamoni certainly isn't. So we're halfway through the loading. You can see just through the trees there. Number 21, Alatam, is advertised with red and yellow quarters. It's very much more pink and yellow. There's the maroon and yellow of Anges. who started life with a fifth back at meeting 41, went one better at meeting 58. Certainly regressed since then in 3 runs. So we're just ticking past post time. We've made up a minute or so ahead of our last race, which will take place in around 25 minutes time before the guys wrap up proceedings. Of course, they'll be back tomorrow with Shamila, of course, for a fantastic Friday before a super Saturday. Don't miss that. So final quartet coming forward, including Motreb Zamano, also Webby. Here is Gala Hamad. Also at a line, Moktalef Lelgeya. Altumia aboard the 20, completes the line, 1,800 metres again, fillies and colts. Under we go without the 16 here, so the 21 gets a slot, and they're off and racing. 1 or 2 were very slowly away, including Motor Bactier, the 8, and Pano, the debutant, the 9, is being rousted along at the tail of the field. During the opening furlong, the quarter jacket of Alatam is one of the first to show. The grey horse through the centre of picture has challengers for the lead, including Moktalef Lelgeya. Also up at the pace towards the inside is Gala Hamad. Handy there as well is Saif Al-Garar, as they're already very well strung out as they go down the back straight, clocking 61 kilometres an hour. And through the centre, you've spotted the grey horse there of Gala Hamad, who probably just goes on now. So it's Gala Hamad with the blue blinkers leading by a nostril. Towards the outside, the blue jacket of Maured Alelm is also prominent. The green jacket, widest of all, is Moktalef Lelgeya, and between that pair is Alatan, the other grey. Just stalking runners is Kier Al-Sad, looking to finesse a way through, as back towards the inside. 1 or 2 coming under a drive include Wehibbi, and picking up 1 or 2 is Wakil Alanea. Spot the yellow and black colours possibly moving into 6th position now, as the leaders are now going down the side of the course, completed 1,200 metres in 1:15.09. And it's the greys 1 and 2 at the moment. Far side for Gala Hamad. Between the pair is Alatam. Widest of all is Moktalef Lelgeya. And here down the wide outside comes Wakil Alanea to swoop on by. And looks as though Alex Moreno might time this to a nicety as Wakil Alanea takes over. Chased in the closing stages by Raed Al Wasil. Picking up late on is Skip Moon. But Wakil Alanea will break the maiden tag at the 7th time of asking and careers away to an easy success. Wakil Alanea the winner. Picking off 1 or 2 scalps in the closing stages was Skip Moon, and it was tight for the minor money. Second for Rory Delagi, a good selection there with Skip Moon, but couldn't catch Wakil Alanea, who I'm sure plenty of you would have been on board. Alex Moreno gets his winner aboard Wakil Alanea, who picked them off 1 by 1, and a finger point to the crowd. He was always going to go home with a winner, wasn't he? Wakil Alanea, too good, wins, and was clear of the eventual second, Skip Moon, who was eased towards the line after that result was more or less confirmed 100 yards from the line. 3rd and 4th, still yet to be confirmed, might be Raed Al Wasil in 3rd. The green jacket in 4th of Waj Al Dareya. 1:56.01, 1:56 more or less flat for Wakil Alanea. It's not a fantastic time, but he's got the job done.
Well, he was good. You know, he four times finished second. Yeah, today 1,800, just be behind the pace. And you want to ask him, he give me everything. I want to congrats to the big trainer, Mohammed Khalifi, Tariq and Aya. Well done to everyone, man.
Maybe you think he went long distance?
Well, he can run 1,600, but he looking better today in 1,800, you know. So it's good.
Well, not only was that Alex Moreno's first winner of the day, but that was my first winner of the day as well. So very big congratulations to both of us. So I've had a pretty bad day as far as days go, but very well done to Alex Moreno there and Mohammed Al Khalifi, the trainer. And of course, Tariq Mohammed Al Anaya, who breeds all his own horses here in Saudi Arabia. So I'd say he is absolutely He's absolutely so happy to have Wakil Al Anaya winning this race. He is the highest rated horse in the race at 75. Third last time out over 1,400. Second the time before that over 1,400 as well. And second at meeting 6 all the way back in the Taif season over 1,600 meters. But it's Alex's first time riding this colt. And it was a good run as well. Really strong finish, and everything just fell into place for Alex Moreno in the penultimate race of the day. We'll just let Alex have a sip of water because that was his last race of the day as well. So we'll go over to him now. He's just finished weighing out. So congratulations, Alex. You definitely saving the best until last there, winning that race.
Well, thank you. Like I told you, our last monkey, he saved us.
Not only was it your first winner of the day, but it was my first winner of the day. So congratulations to both of us.
Yeah.
And tell me a little bit about the race. Obviously, it's your first time riding this horse this season. He's had a pretty good season, but today he just ran away with it.
Well, he was probably, he should have 2 or 3 winners. Always he finished second. So the distance helped him, you know. The speed was a little bit fast. I just went behind. After 600, he just fly away. He was good today.
Were you worried about stall number 18?
No problem, and a far distance, so you have a chance to, you know, to go inside or be in a good position.
Do you almost prefer being out wide a little bit so you can go around everyone?
Yeah, it's better, you know. If you have a speed horse, it's much better.
Would you keep him at this distance for sure?
Sure, I will. If I'm the trainer, I will keep him the distance, so maybe he can go more far.
Well done, Alex. Very happy for you to have your first winner of the weekend. Hopefully it's not your last.
Congratulations to you.
Alexis responding to Shamila's winner, and this has been a really tidy winner in the end.
Yeah, the race set up really nicely. He had the best form in the race anyway, Wakil Al Anaya. You might, with a horse this short in the market, you might want to find alternatives given his habit of finishing second and third. But they've gone fast in front. The leaders have weakened late in the day, and he's come through strongly to win, with the second and third also coming from off the pace to fill the places.
Let's head back to Shamila. Maybe she's got another winning interview or somebody else to congratulate her on belatedly getting off the mark.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm here in the winner's enclosure with the winning assistant trainer, Jalal. You're the assistant trainer for Mohammed Al Khalifi.
I'm not an assistant, but I'm a stable yard.
Well, congratulations for this win. What did you think about his race?
No, the horses, alhamdulillah, he was proving all the time. He was close. Whenever he ran, he finished close second. We are very much optimistic today that he is going to win today. Alhamdulillah, he won.
And the distance seemed to suit him perfectly. He ran over 1,400, but...
I expected that he's going to win in this distance because he ran on 1,600 meters. So, alhamdulillah, he made it today.
Was there any specific instructions to give Alex before the race?
We gave an instruction to Alex that he had an outside draw. So we just told him to keep away from the dust, so he don't get disturbed. So alhamdulillah, he has done the same as what we have told to him. So the results are there.
And what's next for this horse, do you think?
We'll see, inshallah. Whenever we find some good races to him, we'll put him in that race.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, that was the winning assistant trainer of the penultimate race of the day, but it's back to you guys in the studio.
And we'll take it back to the start of the race as well, Roy. We've got pace coming from the wide stalls early along with the 15.
Yeah, a couple of those started slowly, including Riyadh Al-Wasil, who's got away really badly from stall 19, but then ran on strongly to be third. That's a very good effort in the circumstances. But I think it's Mokhtalef Lelyaya who's gone forward from stall 20. This horse had been 17th in 2 starts this season, showing absolutely nothing, but does go up out wide to show plenty of early pace. Mored Al Elm in the dark blue colours also showed pace from stall 20. Sorry, not stall 20, stall 15. And as I said, the 4 or 5 of these, a group of 6 has ended up getting well clear in the early stages. But none of the, I'm not sure any of the placed horses are in that group. No. They've pressed on quite a long way from home with this 1,800-metre trip. Yeah, it's interesting to see that for the first time tonight the pace has completely collapsed. We see Wakil Al-Anaya, who comes through to win in the end. You see just appearing in shots.
It broke well, but Alexis seemed to be quite well aware that there was going to be plenty happening up front, and just
now he's just beginning to move into a position into about 5th behind this group of leaders who they're beginning to drop off that group one by one. He looks strong at this stage. Just looking for the placed horses in behind. Riyadh Al-Wasil is in the black colours with a white strap. He's coming down the centre at this stage, having made that really poor start. And you've also got Skip Moon, who's right down the outside of the field from a really unpromising position. He eventually stays on into second. He got away better than the third, Riyadh Al-Wasil, but just lost his position at a crucial stage before running on strongly. You couldn't say he was unlucky at all, in that the winners won this pretty easily in the end, but good late work from Skip Moon to get into second place. I imagine on this evidence they'll be stepping up to 2,000 metres.
Which he has been at before and ran well, so it's no surprise to see him finishing strongly. The winner eventually coming from stall 18 towards the wide outside. He does get away well, does he? Just look, he's right up there with the early speeder on the far side.
Yeah, but when he knows very much when they're going a bit too fast for the grade. Another one he was showing speed there from stall 6, Gala Hamad, who's on the inside there with the hood or blinkers on. That one weakens out of it again. But yeah, they've just gone a little bit too hard in front and they can't sustain that pace. And Alex is very comfortable here. He knows that although his horse in a tactically run race might just be done for toe, this set up superbly for him. He's able to skip past the leaders, and he had enough of a cushion on the 2 closers to be a comfortable winner at that stage. And as I said, Skip Moon has done good late work. Riyadh Al-Wasil has done very well from where he was, but they never really posed a win threat to the winner.
Well, it's been a long afternoon into the evening for Alexis Marino, but he gets the win aboard Wakil Al-Anaya in our 11th race. All smiles and a kiss for the crowds as we head for our final event of the evening. Nice, easy one here for you, Mark. Just a 7 to call.
Oh, yeah, absolutely straightforward, Martin. Some nice, easy names here as we arrive at our lucky last. Of course, top and tailing the card today, our opening race saw a very smart performance in Tejdahom. Will we get the same sort of outcome here? The favourite is the top horse, Moa Etta, for Ahmed Al-Shara, who only ran meeting 93 Saturday just gone. We'll take all the beating here, but what could beat him? Possibly number 2, Rams Alpha Cock, Fawas Wanas. 3, Ald Hamir for Ricardo Ferreira. Seems a long time ago since he landed that treble, but gets a decent chance here. The 4 is Thu Al-Manakabib for Khalid Al-Azimi. 5 is Rawaje Abdallah Al-Hussein. 6 is Al-Anwar, who I think will be second best in this market, if you like, for Adel Al-Faradi. And defender completes the lineup, the 7 for Ahmed Al-Azari. So yes, small field here, Martin. Still a winner to find, but Moa Etta will take some stopping.
I'm going to take you on here, Mark. We'll come around to my selection shortly, but just the 7 runners, Rory, for this local bred open for 4-year-olds. But it's a tight little contest, and I still think it's a really good little puzzle.
It is. I mean, Moetta is clear on the figures, and we've seen that the 1800 maybe doesn't pose that much of an extra challenge for horses who got form at a mile. He is about a stone clear on the figures, and his form ties in with a few of these. And behind Rams Altacock, for example, was 10 lengths behind him just last week in 10th place. It's hard to see him turning the tables, even though he is second top rated here. And we've also got Rawaji, who's only won a 6 furlong maiden and was also behind Moetter last week. So those two were held in form. But Aldemir is clearly the interesting one. He's got a rating of 66, so he's sort of joint third top rated here. But he does come here off a career best effort last week when stepping up to 2,000 metres and winning clearly in a 2,000 metre 0-65 handicap. That's obviously a much weaker affair than this. But sometimes, he was visually very impressive, and sometimes a horse gets his head in front like that, it can give them a lot of confidence.
And we saw him in a run on a VT earlier on today, finishing fourth as well, when he was good towards the finish. And although 66 and a stone to find with Moetter at the top there, I think 66 could underestimate his ability. He's on the improve, and he could end up being far better than 66.
Yeah, and what you want for him is for this to be a well-run race, and the slight concern is with the seven-runner field over this 1,800 metres, Moetter won't want this to be an end-to-end gallop, and will be looking to use his relative speed to win it. But if something does set this up and goes a decent pace, then Aldemir will benefit from it. Ran on very strongly over a mile 2 starts back before benefiting from that 2,000 metres last time out. So clearly wants at least this sort of trip. And won't want this to be a dawdle.
I think we may well get to look back at that little bit of form in a while, but we'll see on that day. He was well on top. It was only 0-65 company, but the manner in which he did it was quite striking.
It was, yeah, and he blew that race apart later on. They were well stretched out behind him. Ricardo Souza Ferreira was riding him that day. Keeps the ride here. Now, what'll be interesting is if nothing else wants to set a decent pace here, I wonder whether Ricardo will actually want to go out in front and try to make this a test of stamina himself, and whether that will actually work for Aldemir.
And he's been a busy horse as well, Aldemir. This is going to be his 4th start of the calendar year.
Yeah, but he seems pretty tough, and he's improved essentially run to run as well. So you wouldn't be too worried of him turning out quickly. Although it's not an exact science. Some horses run well, turned out within 7 days, and some of them end up sort of recoiling a little bit.
But it's our 12th and final race of the day, so our 12th and final opportunity to nip down to the paddock and rejoin Shamila.
Well, Martin, I didn't have to look very far from my paddock selection for this race. It's horse number 1, Moetter. A little bit of an obvious selection, if I'm being quite honest, but there's only 7 runners in this race. I think this race tees him up really nicely since his last time out at meeting 93 when he was 4th. Obviously, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, they haven't had a winner yet this weekend, and they are hoping to get it in this race. And he's just the best looking horse in the parade ring to my eye anyway. I do have to say that Ricardo Ferreira's mount as well, horse number 3, looking extremely good as well. But I was just leaning towards Al Moetter more than that. Obviously, Ricardo Ferreira's already had a treble today, which is absolutely amazing, but I would love to see the red stable silks here in the winner's enclosure. Obviously, no paddock negatives in this race. There's only 7 runners. They all look absolutely stunning. And a little bit of an underdog shout out to horse number 6, Alan Ward, who's looking really good, and 3rd last time out at meeting 91. But I will be sticking with horse number 1.
So Shamila, definitely with Mark Francis, our commentator for the final race. Moetter, who, for that lofty rating of 84, holds a couple of these on recent form as well, but the horse we've been talking about, Aldemir, also does hold the 6 Alan War on that run last week. He was 3rd to him.
He does indeed, yeah. We're getting to see Moetter running here. He's coming from off the pace in the first colours of the red stable. This is a solid performance. Obviously, this is a much stronger race behind Min Al Shakrin in a 1 mile open last week. He's going on well enough at the finish to suggest that the 1,800 metres won't bother him, but he's not finishing really strongly. The leader's just beginning to tie up late in the day, and the others beginning to catch up. Solid effort in better grade, should get the job done, but it's not done and dusted.
Not indeed, with Ahmed Al-Shirar on board. There is the main rival to it. We'll pick up that little bit of form from last week. The win and the 3rd place getter in behind him as well.
Yeah, he makes a big move off the bend here, passes a couple of horses and sets off in pursuit of the leader, Aldemir, and does it really nicely in the end. He still has 2 or 3 lengths to make up on the horse who was the international favourite for this contest as well. And I really like the way he goes about it. Very game in the finish, the front 2 pulling clear of the others. the form book tells you that this is a much stiffer task, but this is a horse coming here with a lot of confidence, and a jockey coming here with loads of confidence, having ridden the treble on the day as well. So it'd be interesting. We talked about how this might pan out tactically, but it may well be that Ricardo Sousa Ferreira decides not to leave it to anyone else to set the pace and tries to set this horse in front. He's never really been ridden right like that, but he rarely gets a chance, to be perfectly honest. You can see that Ricardo was very pleased with that as he goes to post. But yeah, he doesn't seem to have an outstanding chance on the book, but we both liked the way he did that last time out. And if he was in a handicap, you'd be massively keen on his chances here.
Well, he'd be very well fancied, wouldn't he? But as you say, he's got to need that pace, though. That was 2,000 metres last week, and he's got form up to 2,400.
Yeah, I mean, he is essentially a stayer. We saw him run well at a mile, as we said, a couple of starts back, when making a lot of late progress. So if he can keep himself in contention, the one benefit of the small field for a horse like this is sometimes a horse like Aldemir can get lost in amongst runners in a big field because he tends to be a late runner. And if you don't get the best of breaks, you can find yourself in traffic. There won't be any serious traffic here, and Ricardo Ferreira should at least be able to put this horse where he wants in the race. Whether he's good enough, we'll see.
And the international market just says this is a stop you now contest, that Moata is home and host, a long odds-on favourite, a very clear selection from the international market. Aldemir second best in, defenders there at 8-1. He was only 8th here last week, though.
Yeah, that's right. And he was beaten 12 lengths by Tara Bott in a 7 furlong non-winners of 4 last week. That wasn't a bad contest. But again, talking about the trip, his wins have come at 6 and 7 furlongs. He just about stays a mile. But this 1,800 metres, if they go at good pace, will find him out as well.
Well, I'm definitely with Aldemir. I know he's got a lot to find at the weight, but I think he's progressive. It was a good run last time. And if there's pace on, he's got it. I mean, he won ease down last week, and they were well clear of the third. So I think he's a horse on the up, and he can maybe get the better of the very much the short-priced international favourite, Rory.
Yeah, I'm going to. I fully respect his chances, but I think when it comes to just finding the winner, I'm going to have to stick with Moata.
Okay, Mark, back to you for the final time today. Many thanks for your contributions. Yourself, Rory, and Shamila, all take it on me.
Who would have thought? Thanks very much indeed, Martin. Yeah, Moata, I would have thought, would take the beating here, but I'll just flag a mention to Alanoir as well. I know Shamila spoke of his chances in the paddock and on his looks. Thought Alanoir would be best of the rest in second, so I'll go for a 1-beat-6 here and provide a bit of interest once Moata probably hits the line in front of who finishes second. Just waiting for the aforementioned Alanoir to complete the line for our last race of the day here at Riyadh. All set. And they're off. Moata wasn't that quickly into stride. Looked awkward darting out of stall number 1 and is under pressure through the early stages. You can see detached by about 3 or 4 lengths. So we've got a race on here. It's Moata struggling early on. Through the first furlong they go, and joining up with the round course, it's Defender, who has struck the front in the very pale suits and probably leads by about 1.5 lengths, just overtaking and getting in the way somewhat of Rams Al Thakok in second position. Further out on the race course, Thu Al Manakeb is in third place. Roaje is showing plenty of speed on the wide outside. Looks as though Moata has made up some ground to overtake the orange silks of Alanoir and also the brown silks of Aldemir to be the back duo, although the group are very, very closely grouped, 2 to 3 lengths, first to last of the 7. Defender, Ahmed Al-Azari towards the inside of Rams Al Thakok. Moata just in between that pair, looking for a little bit of racing room. Further out of the race course is Thu Al Manakeb and then the pale silks of Rawaje. They've all got chances here. Alanoir just looking to pick off 1 or 2 scalps, and the back marker continues to be Aldemir, although still no more than 3 or 4 lengths off this leader, which continues to be Defender. Defender is in front by 1.5 lengths. Rams Al Thakok is the first one to crack under pressure. The gap is there for Moata if good enough to go through, and then the orange silks of Alanoir down the wide outside, but the time is running out here for Moata as Defender keeps on finding. Moata pulled out to the centre of the racecourse, has a head of steam now and breezes upside, alongside and beyond. Moa Etta hits the front, not in the style that he would have wanted, but Moa Etta will land the prize, defeats Defender into second place, close for third, involving Oud Hemir and Alan Wah. Well, it wasn't always straightforward for Moa Etta, does get the job done in a time of 1:54.44 for the Red Stable, and Ahmed Al-Sharar, awkward out of the gates, waited for the gap and pounced in the closing stages to upset Defender, who's certainly back to form today. Front-running tactics nearly worked from Ahmed Al-Azari. 3/4 of a length was the winning distance. Oud Hemir got third ahead of Alan Wah in fourth, Rams Althakop fifth, Thu Al-Manakev in sixth position. And that's the order of our last. Moa Etta gets the job done. We'll hand you back to Rory and Martin to close the show.
Okay, well, we are approaching the end of our broadcast here from King Abdulaziz Racecourse. The winners are returning. We had a very short price favourite on the international market in our final race of the day, but Moa Etta has got there and wins for the first time over this 1,800 metres.
Yeah, and actually needed every yard of the 1,800. As suspected, there wasn't an awful lot of pace on. Aldemir wasn't able to get to the front and force that on. So what's happened is that Defender set a slow pace. They've ended up racing in a group. Moa Etta was awkwardly away and then was held up at the back of the field. And it looked for a while in the straight like Defender might have slipped the field. But as I was saying just before the off, his very best form has probably come at 7 furlongs. He just about stays a mile. And he looked like he might have this in the bag of furlong out, but just weakened in the last 100 metres. And Moa Etta has pulled it out of the fire to win narrowly. Aldemir's done well, given he was pretty much last on the turn and caught for pace again. He stayed on really well to get third. He needed an end-to-end gallop. He didn't get it, but he has again run above his mark in finishing third, and he's one to look out for when stepping back up to 2,000 metres or further next time.
And as you said before the race, if this had been a handicap today, it'd probably be much more competitive and maybe given the eventual winner something to think about.
Yes, I mean, again, the one issue with it was a small field. Again, you don't feel it's the weight that's beaten him, it's the fact that they haven't gone much of a pace early on. But he's ended up running really creditably from a difficult position, and he's still a horse to be very positive about going forward.
And Defender comes home in second place, a horse who's had plenty of goes and certainly shows him improved form from last week. Maybe just being able to dominate in this smaller field is suited.
Yeah, he was well suited by the way that the Taif track rode. He was third in a 0-75 handicap in July. Not been at his best really in recent starts, but benefited from getting loose on the lead, I suppose. He didn't go hard in the early stages. He's just kept the others just behind him and stacked them up before kicking on early in the straights. That's made the most of his speed over his stamina, but he was just run down late in the day by a higher rated horse and probably a stronger stayer as well.
And a shame for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira not to be able to carry that great form into the 2 days we've got coming up. That early treble today, didn't manage to capitalise on that, but still a fantastic day for him.
Yeah, listen, he's ridden 3 winners and he's ridden very, very well, particularly in the third of those winners. That was a very, very good ride on a horse that he said afterwards would have maybe dropped the bridle if he didn't have company late on.
Well, that was the end of our card here. That was our 12-race programme on the first of this 3-day meeting. Shamila has come to join us as well. And Shamila, it's kick-started with some great races today, some good finishes, but it kick-starts what's going to be a really special 2 days here come Friday and Saturday.
Absolutely, and I've accumulated a lot of favourite horses from my time in Saudi Arabia, but 2 of my favourite fillies, we've got Habibi Go Lucky and Sunset Flash tomorrow going head-to-head, so I can't wait for that.
And there's a real international flavour as well. We've got the trials tomorrow, and again on Saturday, the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, and some big names arriving in town, including one who you spoke to at the very top of the programme.
Absolutely, Umberto Rispoli. We've got Neil Callan riding tomorrow. We've got Jim Crowley, Holly Doyle and Miguel Barcelona on Saturday.
Yeah, that's all to look forward to. Do join us here on the English-speaking channel from the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. But 12 races been and gone today, and if we've got to take out a highlight of them, let's turn to Rory. We've got to go back to the third race, which was the 3-year-old maiden.
Yeah, a really good contest, dominated by newcomers, and they were to the fore from the start. Malian from stall 18 got away well, and Yufikuk Allah was always prominent from stall 3 as well, with Albani in stall 1. Handy until the home turn, then getting a little bit tired from there. But the first and the third, really good pedigrees. Yufikuk Allah did this in a really good time, 1:25.73 for the 7 furlongs, and he is bred to be very good. By Medaglia d'Oro, out of the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint winner, Beaver Bay. She's got quite a big story behind her as well. She escaped a fire in California a couple of seasons ago. When
that.
Yeah, so she had to be turned loose and managed to get back safe and sound, went on to win at the Breeders' Cup after that, so a tremendous story for her. She's also turned out to be a half-decent broodmare. I think this is her first foal, and he looked very good in winning this. Also, Albani in third, got a little bit tired late on, but he's a half-brother to a Grade 1 winner, the Cigar Mile winner, True Timber. So really good to see horses with that kind of pedigree coming through here, and it's a real boost to racing in Saudi Arabia to see those pedigrees like that we'd normally see in the US fighting out good races here.
And that race, Roy, the first, second and the third all newcomers, and it did look like a race on paper that may well be dominated by the newcomers. Those who'd raced didn't set an awfully great standard.
Yeah, Mo Bean was probably the best of them, and he finished best of the horses with form in fourth. He ran a solid race, but I think he's run into two very, very good horses in the first and third. Malian split those, but Malian, worth pointing out, there was probably had a fair degree of experience despite not racing. He was in training with Roger Varian in Newmarket last season, so probably saw plenty of the gallops there and showed that he had plenty of know-how about him by leading early on and running very well to split those well-bred newcomers.
And he represents Tamer Al Dahani, a nice winner in race 2 as well. We could be targeted at the Fillies race, the first race on the Friday of the Saudi Cup meeting. So as we come towards the end of the programme, let's get Shamila's highlight of the afternoon.
It has to be Wakil Al-Anaya for Alex Moreno. For my first winner of the evening, but also his as well. But I just thought it's really good, and Tariq Al-Anaya breeds all his own horses here, so he's great for Saudi racing.
And we've seen through the early part of the evening that the pace was really holding up, but that was one race where the pace collapsed, and Alex seemed to be aware of that early on. He's taken a pull and allowed those 5 or 6 in that first wave to allow him go and cut their own throats.
Absolutely. We've seen so many different styles of jockeys. I mean, we have Camilo Ospina, who typically leads from the front, and like Alex, he typically rides like that as well, doesn't he? So.
And how frustrated do you think Alex would have been coming towards that 11th race, his final race?
Very, very. He starts throwing his whip on the ground, weighing in and everything.
And you'd hope to see him back in the Winners' Enclosure over the next 2 days?
Yeah, I was speaking to him before that race, actually, and he said he's really looking forward to Sunset Flash, so fingers crossed they can get that winner.
Well, do rejoin us here on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia English language channel over the course of the next 2 days. 5 qualifiers tomorrow for Saudi Cup night, and the big race of the calendar aside from the Saudi Cup. It stands alone here on the card on Saturday. It's the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, Scotland Road. He ran away with the race last year. He didn't manage to fire in the Saudi Cup. What will happen on Saturday? Join us over the next 2 days and find out.